Well, welcome everyone to the 2022 Reason and Theology Online Conference. The theme is Catholics and Orthodox, What Still Divides Us? And we're not asking the question just so that we can know how to argue with each other. We're asking the question so that we would know how to be better united. What can we do to work towards reunion? What still divides us so that we can know where we need to work for reunion? It's often said that division between Catholics and Orthodox existed on a local level, a practical level, before it was ever officially declared. And likewise, it's been suggested that the way to reverse this schism, this separation from one another, is to live it on the local level, on a practical level, whether it's through liturgical services together, such as joint Vesper services, establishing friendships, talking to one another, understanding each other better, finding where we have common ground. Once it's lived on a local level, only then will the hierarchy be able to declare the reunion, because at that time it would actually be something that is already a lived experience. But if the hierarchy just simply declared reunion right now and it's not a lived experience, it won't last. So we have to have unity on the local level before we will ever see unity officially. So please keep that in mind as we watch these videos from various contributors. And we have 4 Eastern Orthodox contributors as well as 4 Catholic contributors. And I have also spaced out each one of the videos with brief intermission periods so that you can get up, stretch your legs, get a coffee, do whatever you need to do, and return for more presentations. I've also mixed them up to where you have one Orthodox, then a Catholic, then an Orthodox, then a Catholic, so you get a good variety. And lastly, at the very end, on a separate YouTube stream link, we are going to have a live Q&A with some of the panelists or contributors. So look for that towards the end of this conference. Check the Reason and Theology YouTube page to see whenever the live Q&A session will be, and you're welcome to participate in it. You're also welcome to participate during this conference in the live chat question area. Just simply put your comments or even questions there. I just ask that you would be charitable. No anathemas here. We don't need a second Council of Florence, although there weren't anathemas at the Council of Florence anyway, but I think you understand what we're saying here. We don't need any kind of vitriol. We are looking for an irenic spirit so that we can work towards reunion with one another. Anyways, I hope you all enjoy this conference. God bless. And welcome everybody. We have Dr. Nicholas DiDonato, an Eastern Orthodox metaphysician, who is going to present a talk on the mystery of, the myth, I should say, of unity. Mystery would have been an interesting title too, but no, the myth of unity, kind of playing off David Bentley Hart, but I'll let him address that a little bit further here in a moment. But welcome back, Dr. DiDonato. It's great to have you back on. How are you?
It is a pleasure to be back. I'm doing well.
It's a pleasure to have you, and I'm really looking forward to hearing this and learning your thoughts and perspective on how we can work towards reunion. So I'm really excited. So just go ahead and tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you do, and then just take it away. And what I'll do is I'll just get out of the way, but I'll be here listening.
Sure. My name is Nick DiDonato. I specialize, as Michael said, in metaphysics, specifically from a theological perspective. So I'm especially interested in areas of interlap between theology and science, especially philosophy of science. So my personal work is looking at the metaphysics and the theology of the patristics, especially Pseudo-Dionysius, the Areopagite, and looking at that tradition. Usually goes back to also Gregory of Nyssa and forward to people like Maximus the Confessor and John of Damascus, and also Gregory Palamas. And then looking at that metaphysical understanding of reality and then contrasting that with effectively modern science, but looking at modern science from a metaphysical perspective. So tonight I'm doing something entirely different and in no way related to my Arab expertise, but I hope that's okay, and I still hope that the arguments I make that you will find persuasive. So the title of the paper is The Myth of Unity. And well, I will just get right to the talk then. Approximately 2.5% of the population is dead. The highest loss of life in American history. Trust me, I'm not talking about COVID. I'm not trying to broach politics here. I'm talking about the American Civil War. Leading up to the war, people on both sides, North and South, for those who don't know, the North was anti-slavery, the South was pro-slavery, and while the war had many causes, long story short, it was mainly about slavery. And then leading up to the war, people said, why don't we go back in the past? Why don't we go back when we were all united, North and South, and were able to agree on slavery? And as they discussed this and debated this in the Senate, in the House, they realized, I don't think there actually was such agreement. Instead, in the Constitution and various compromises, such as the Missouri Compromise, people found diplomacy, expedient solutions, and various other ways to sort of go over the issue and sort of agree, disagree, and then just move forward. Obviously, in American history, this turned out to be completely untenable. But the point was, there was this idea, especially in the 1850s, that only we could go back in time. We could recover this unity that we had as North and South. And so I'm going to argue that when it comes to Catholics and Orthodox over the role of the papacy, it's similar to the American Civil War. That we go back to the first millennium and say, wow, if only we could go back to the first millennium where everyone kind of agreed on the Pope and everyone was in harmony. I'm going to argue, actually, that's a myth. There is a myth of unity that really, especially on the Orthodox side, there had not been consistent agreement on the role of the papacy. There simply had not been that. And we're going to see how, through 3 test cases, various complexities that emerged when the Pope and the Orthodox churches interacted. So what I'm going to do in this particular argument is go through 4 steps. First, I'm going to give key definitions. So you know what I mean, especially by words like papal supremacy, and I'm referring to emperor versus Holy Roman Emperor, what I mean by these kinds of terms. And then second, I'm going to argue why the first millennium, while it's necessary, I'm not in any way saying we should just ignore history, it's necessary, but not a sufficient condition for moving forward in terms of restoring the relationship between the East, the Orthodox bishops, and the papacy. The first reason being because there's no more emperor, and the emperor was critical to unity in the first millennium. Third, I will give a second reason for this argument. Again, the argument being that the first millennium is a necessary but not a sufficient condition for the future of Orthodox relations with the papacy, because, as I already alluded to by Civil War analogy, there never really was a standard, universally accepted and consistently laid out Orthodox reception of the papacy. So there's variation both in terms of whether to accept certain papal claims, and there's also variation even when the Orthodox do accept papal claims, why they're accepting the papal claims. So there's variation on both counts. Fourth and finally, I'm going to look to, as I think is appropriate, Pope John Paul II to look for a ways forward, what we can do in our current situation, where we have not had unity, and we still don't have unity, and now things are just seemingly getting worse. So first, as promised, definitions are in order. By emperor, I will always refer to the Eastern Roman Emperor, the one who's enthroned in Constantinople. So to avoid confusion, if I say Western Emperor, that refers to the emperor in the West when the West was part of the Roman Empire. Obviously, that phases out over time. So it's going to be a time where there is a Western Emperor and time where there's not a Western Emperor. Now, when there is a new, we could say, Western Emperor with the Frankish kings, I'm going to call that the Holy Roman Emperor. So again, Western Emperor means the emperor is part of the Roman Empire. Holy Roman Emperor means he is not. And I admit that using the Holy Roman Emperor this way is anachronistic. I understand that, but I'm just trying to keep the terms simple. By papal supremacy, I'm going to mean powers unique to the Pope of Rome that allow him to do one of 2 things. First, to have universal jurisdiction over the church, such that he can appoint, depose, and must approve of bishops anywhere in the world. And secondly, that he can overrule, change, and immune to discipline by councils, at least during his lifetime. Lastly, by the myth of unity, I actually do not mean to contradict or refute anything in David Bentley Hart's article, The Myth of Schism, which I recommend everyone read. It's a fantastic article. And in fact, I grant the key arguments of that paper. So I agree that theological and doctrinal disputes between Catholics and Orthodox reduce issues of papal supremacy. I agree that the Pope can speak infallibly when expressing the teachings of the universal church. And I agree that the division between Orthodox and Catholics only goes back to the 18th century. I agree with all those points. But you may notice that none of those points contradict my thesis, which is that the first millennium cannot be a sufficient guide for restoring Catholic-Orthodox relations today. So second now, getting into the actual arguments. First argument is that the first millennium cannot be a sufficient guide for today because the key to unity was the emperor, and quite obviously, there is no emperor. So to understand this, we have to remember that the emperor actually regarded himself as such. There was an understanding of there being one God, one church, one empire, or one nation. This is a very common understanding in the Christian East. So the emperor saw it as his duty to preserve the unity and holiness of the church because he thought that was his mission given to him by God. That's what he's there to do, to keep the country and the church together. This is called symphonia. This theory is political understanding, or I'll just call it symphony to keep things simple. So symphony, the idea is that this church and the state, they are distinct entities. This is not theocracy. They're distinct entities, but they work together in symphony to bring people to Christ, to bring people to communion with God. So it's not trying to bring about a utopia on earth. In fact, trying to basically bring people to like a monastic life or a proper married life, these kinds of things are purely, not purely, a sacramental life. That's the idea, to have communion with God. And the emperor has a role in that. Obviously, the bishops do too. But again, the idea is that the state's going to pass laws and the emperor is going to follow the divine patterns. The emperor is going to be a model of virtue. He's going to lead the people towards God. He's going to do things like Constantine did, like shut down the excesses of pagan temples, for example, temple prostitution. These kinds of things, the emperor is going to intervene and say, no, this is leading people astray. This is demonic. It doesn't deal with forced conversion, though that did happen, obviously, but that's not what Symphonia is about. It's about the emperor taking on the responsibility to lead his people to God. And as part of that, there was expectation that God would reward him. This is based on the covenant with David, that when the ruler leads the people rightly, they are rewarded. So here's a quote from Eusebius on this matter. And gladly does he, being God, accept and welcome this sacrifice, the sacrifice the emperor gives, which is not like a literal sacrifice of animals, obviously. He's a Christian, but the sacrifice being of his nation. He offers his nation to God. And commend the presenter of so august and noble an offering, that's the emperor, by protracting his reign to a lengthened period of years, giving larger proofs of his beneficence in proportion to the emperor's holy services of himself, to himself. Accordingly, he permits him to celebrate each successive festival during great and general prosperity throughout the empire, advancing one of his sons at the recurrence of each decennial period to share its own imperial power, end quote. In other words, as the emperor does his due diligence and makes the proper offerings to God, offers nations to God, God is going to reward him with a lengthened period of years, rewarding his son, renewing the empire. This is the idea. This is Symphonia. Now, there's a lot more that can be said about that, but this is not a lecture about Symphonia. The point where this matters for the relationship between the papacy and the East and the Orthodox churches is the emperor is the one who calls forth the ecumenical councils. One of the keys to unity in the first millennium would have been, I think, undoubtedly the ecumenical councils. Well, this has to go to the question then, what exactly is an ecumenical council? And then why is the emperor so important for that? So the ecumenical council comes from the Greek word ekumeni. Ekumeni is basically the world or the part of the world that's indwelt. You can think of the Greek words like ekos or ikeo, or these are all words that mean like a household or a dwelling or to even to dwell as a verb. So that's the idea, the part of the world that's dwelt. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, well, lots of the world is inhabited. Yes, that's true. But the way this word is mean is specifically in the Roman Empire. Obviously, this is kind of, we could say, a selfish way of looking at the civilized or inhabited world. So we're talking about the Ecumeny, right? It's about the part of the world that's specifically the Roman Empire. This is seen to be the civilized, inhabited part of the world, outside of which is just barbarism. That's at least how the word is used and understood. Obviously, that's not very politically correct, but that's not really the point. The point is that the Ecumenical Council is accounts of the Ecumeny, of the inhabited civilized world. That's what it is. That's called forth then by definition by the emperor, because he's the one in charge of, again, remember, it's the idea of one nation. It's very hard, I think, for us to understand this mentality. It's one nation, one God, one church, understanding, especially when we live in a post-Reformation world, and diversity is praised. It's an understanding of, no, there's one proper civilization, the Roman Empire, one proper church, and I'm the one proper emperor, and I have to keep all this in order. And again, when I do that, it's to call forth ecumenical councils. So that's what ecumenical council is. It's a council called forth by the emperor for the empire. So because of that, the emperor at times had to drag bishops to these councils. Sometimes the bishops didn't go willingly. And we can see this today when, Orthodox people try to call forth councils. Some simply don't show up. Well, that really was a problem in the first millennium because the emperor would make you show up. Also, there's disputes nowadays about agendas. Again, not a problem because the emperor would set the agenda. And in fact, it's very important because then, as now, if the emperor doesn't exert enough pressure, sometimes the councils go off the rails. So this is actually very important that the emperor do just the right amount of pressure, set the agenda, direct the bishops what you're supposed to be doing, but not just tell them what to do, because that would be obviously inappropriate. But there has to be a balance here. He has to really have tight enough balance such that they get something done. Too loose, you have chaos, like we often experience with councils trying to be called today. There's chaos. No one can agree on anything. But obviously, too tight a bounds, and everyone's willing to acknowledge this was a robber council, this was corrupt, the emperor rigged everything, this is not legitimate. So the emperor has to find this sweet spot. And then once the councils are called, it's up to the emperor to enforce the decisions of the councils. That's part of his job, and he has the military might to do it. That's part of his job. So ideally he'd set the agenda, but then let the bishops decide, and then basically make sure that what they say actually happens in the empire. I mean, this is all ideal. I'm not saying it's always played out perfectly, but I'm saying this is how the emperor saw himself and why he's important to unity, because he's the reason why these ecumenicals happen, why they don't go off the rails, why their decrees actually have any kind of force. It's because of the emperor. And lastly, I'll add that the emperor often was a source of appeals when there's dispute during a council. So perhaps the most famous incidence of this is that in the Council of Chalcedon, there was a dispute over the definition. Some of the legates did not like the definition that was initially proposed, and the appeal goes to the emperor. And the emperor says, basically, you have to rework it. So this is the idea. The emperor is utterly key to the unity because of ecumenical councils, keeping the church together, keeping the church united, and basically making people talk to each other and get on the same page. So the emperor had the desire for Christian unity and the authority to do so. And that's just something currently lacking. No one has the authority, and even if someone had the desire, they simply wouldn't be able to make this happen anymore. Now, I'm sure people have several complaints about this. One is that, well, didn't Ephesus and Chalcedon fail? Because obviously there were significant schisms in both of those. Yes, that's absolutely true. Obviously, they're now non-Chalcedonian churches, right? The Assyrian church rejected Ephesus. That's perfectly granted. The point is simply, though, when it comes to the Pope and the Orthodox bishops, these were all successful. So even though we could say the emperor was not successful in maintaining the unity of the church, absolutely, but without any exception, obviously that's not true. He was successful in at least being able to keep the Pope in communion with the Orthodox bishops and vice versa, and keeping the Orthodox bishops in communion with the Pope. So the emperor was effective in doing that in the first millennium. Someone else may say, well, there's no emperor. Is emperor necessary for unity? Am I saying that as emperor, all hope was lost? Well, of course not, because Jesus didn't give us an emperor, right? The emperor was a later development. Now, I would argue this is a positive development, and the ecumenical councils were good things and very important things. But clearly, in the providence of God, the emperor is not meant to be a permanent institution. There was not an emperor in the first 3 centuries, obviously, and there's an emperor now. So the emperor is not necessary, but I think it's difficult to argue against the fact that he helped. And last thing I think people might argue is wait a second, didn't several emperors recognize papal authority? Right? You read some of the things Justinian especially says in his codex. He has very strong papal claims. And this is going to probably get the next point a little bit too, but in terms of the imperial perspective, sometimes yes, but a lot of times no. I mean, just going back to the Justinian case, yes, he says lots of great things about the papacy, but then the way he actually treats Pope Vigilius is a whole different story. So you find this consistently. My favorite example of this is Emperor Constans II. He thinks that Pope Martin I is illegitimate because he didn't get to approve of Pope Martin I. So again, you have a lot of variety. You have some emperors that are very much willing to enforce and get on board with papal claims and papal supremacy, and other emperors who deny the Pope the right to deny papal claims, period, that deny who the person the Pope is. They try to assassinate the Pope, kidnap the Pope. Even at some point in time, Emperor Leo III districts the See of Rome to shrink its jurisdiction. I mean, again, it's just all over the place. And then this really gets me then to my third point here. So having done definitions, having gone over the emperors, my third point is that the first millennium can't be a sufficient guide because, as we've already seen with the emperor, that the Orthodox East has been quite inconsistent in its reception of papal supremacy. And when there is inconsistency, we have to look both to whether it's accepting papal claims, and if it does accept them, why is it accepting them? I certainly could not cover 1,000 years of history here. I'm not going to try to do that, but I'm simply going to go through 3 test cases, or 3 case studies, we could say, and sort of illustrate the point, because I think I chose these cases because I think they're relatively well known. And in each of these cases, both the Catholics and the Orthodox walk away saying, yes, this happened as we expected it to happen, and they think history sides with them, which again is exactly my whole point. That's the whole myth of unity. That people, both sides collect the same exact event and think their side is vindicated. And my hope to show is that these events are sufficiently complex that both sides can say that and be perfectly reasonable and rational. But the problem is, still at the end of the day, they're walking away with very different views of what happened. All right, so let me get to my first case study. This would be the case of St. Leo I and Canon 20 of the Council of Chalcedon. So what I'm going to do is read the canon and then talk about what it's saying and then the history that follows from that, both from what I understand to be the Catholic perspective and also the Orthodox perspective. So here's how Canon 28 reads. It says, quote, "The fathers rightly accorded prerogatives to the See of Older Rome," that would be the Rome in Italy, "since that is an imperial city, and moved by the same purpose, the 150 most devout bishops apportioned equal prerogatives to the most holy See of New Rome," that is Constantinople, "reasonably judging that the city, which is honored by the imperial power and senate and enjoying privileges equaling older imperial Rome, should also be elevated to her level in ecclesiastical affairs and take second place after her. The metropolitans of dioceses of Pontus, Asia, and Thrace, but only these, as well as the bishops of these dioceses who work among non-Greeks, are to be ordained by the aforesaid most holy see of the most holy church in Constantinople." End quote. So there's 3 things I want to point out in Canon 28, because if we don't distinguish these 3 things, we're not going to see why both Catholics and Orthodox could say that their side basically makes sense of this particular event. So the 3 things to note are, 1, the claim that Constantinople is going to have equal privileges with Rome. That's one claim. Another claim is that Constantinople takes second place after Rome. And the third claim is that the dioceses of Pontus, Asia, and Thrace are now going to be ordained by the Church of Constantinople, which would be the Patriarch of Constantinople. So, of those 3 points, the one that I do not think is seriously in dispute is that Constantinople is second to Rome. Because if you look at the Council of Constantinople 1, Canon 3, again, it's very clear that Constantinople is second to Rome. So I don't really think that was a serious dispute about Canon 20. I do not think that's what the issue was. I think the issue was the other two. Is Constantinople equal in privilege to Rome? And can Constantinople ordain bishops in other dioceses? I think those are the points in dispute. And to further complicate matters, as if they haven't been complex enough, when this canon was being discussed, at least according to St. Leo, the papal legates were ignored. St. Leo complains both to the emperor and to the empress that his legates faithfully represent his position, and they were simply dismissed by the Orthodox bishops. So now we have another added problem, is that the papal legates never approved in the first place of Canon 28. Again, he's going to say exactly why. We'll get to actually some details of what he says. So all this comes to a head because eventually, actually I believe it was the following year, St. Anatolius, who I should add as a saint in both the Catholic and Orthodox churches, who is a patron of Constantinople, uses the new powers granted to him by Canon 28 to appoint a bishop of Antioch, the Bishop of Antioch. So now things are really going to get out of control because, again, the papal legates never approved of it. This Canon 28 makes outrageous claims. Again, I have to note that from Orthodox perspective, to say that the Bishop of Constantinople can appoint the Bishop of Antioch and can appoint bishops or dioceses obviously goes against at least modern understandings of Orthodox ecclesiology. So there are several levels of problem here. So St. Anatolius, again, Patriarch of Constantinople at the time, uses this authority, appoints the Bishop of Antioch, and St. Leo very rightly is having none of it. So now I'll agree was probably the most famous response of St. Leo. He gives several, but this is to St. Pulcheria, who is empress at the time. So this is perhaps, like I said, the most famous thing that St. Leo says. He says, quote, "But the bishops' assents," this would be the bishops who approved of Canon 28, "which are opposed to the regulations of the holy canons composed at Nicaea in conjunction with your faithful grace, we do not recognize, and by the blessed apostle Peter's authority, we absolutely disannul in comprehensive terms in all ecclesiastical cases, obeying those laws which the Holy Ghost set forth by the 318 bishops, for the pacific observance of all priests in such sort that, even if a much greater number were to pass a different decree to theirs, whatever opposed to their constitution would have to be held in no respect." End quote. So very clearly, St. Leo invokes the authority of St. Peter to annul Canon 28. Very clear, right? To again, this is addressed to St. Pulcheria, who was the empress at the time. So the question now is, what was the East's response to the annulment? Did they accept it? And if they accepted it, why did they accept it? So, to answer the first question, there is at least some inconsistency here. So there's no doubt that St. Anatolius himself accepts it. Right? The Patriarch of Constantinople accepts it, and it seems like those bishops around him accepted it as well. However, St. Leo himself complains that bishops in Illyria are not obeying his annulment. So there seems to be some parts within the Orthodox community that were just simply ignoring his annulment. And he complains further to Julian, who's another bishop, saying that his annulment isn't being proclaimed in the Eastern Empire. So there seems to be, again, I would even concede that perhaps the majority of the Orthodox are agreeing with Leo's annulment at this time and accepting Leo's annulment, but there does seem to be at least spots where people are not accepting it. But where it really, I think, gets, you could say, interesting, for lack of a better word, is that when we get to the Cleenewerck Council, so this is now several hundred years later. So again, the canon, this was passed in 451 Chalcedon. Now we're in the Cleenewerck Council. This is 692. So in the Cleenewerck Council, its 36th canon renews Canon 28. But I want to pay attention to the language, because remember I distinguished three different parts of Canon 28. So this is now the 36th canon of the Quintessence Council. It says, quote, renewing the enactments by the 150 fathers assembled at the God-protected imperial city and those of the 630 who met at Chalcedon, we decree that the see of Constantinople shall have equal privileges with the see of Old Rome, and shall be highly regarded in ecclesiastical matters as that is, and shall be second after it. So, this is, I think, is very interesting. So, notice that what it is not affirming. So, in the Quintessence Council, again, Canon 36, it's affirming that Constantinople shall have equal privileges with Rome, and shall be as highly regarded in ecclesiastical matters as it. But it's not saying, like Canon 28 said, that Constantinople was going to be over other dioceses. That claim is not made. So, what to make of this? Well, like I said, I think from a Catholic perspective, you could say, look, St. Antonius clearly agrees with it, and even if we understand, and grant what the Quintessence Council is saying, it seemed to agree with the annulment, at least insofar as Pope Leo, St. Leo, was concerned, which is the appointing of a bishop in Antioch by the Bishop of Constantinople, which the canon doesn't even attempt to renew. There's no mention in Canon 36 in the Quintessence Council that Constantinople can have such privileges over other dioceses. That's not even mentioned there. It's simply reasserting that they shall have equal privileges with Old Rome. So I think you could say, look, the annulment was effective at the end of the day. But again, you can also see from Eastern perspective saying, well, it's complicated because there were patches of dissent at the very least. And then it seems like that the synod held in the Quintessence Council, or sometimes called the Council of Trullo, seemed to be able to renew something that was just, annulled by a pope. So again, this, I think, requires careful consideration. So let's look again at some of St. Leo's reasoning. Now, the reasoning that St. Leo makes to Emperor Marcion, so I quoted where he invokes Peter's authority to St. Pulcheria, but when we look at his reasoning to the Emperor Marcion, he argues, as St. Leo argues to the Emperor, that what Canon 28 did was simply unlawful. So this is his argument to Emperor Marcion. He says, as if the unlawful wishes of a multitude could not be rejected, and that state of things which was truly ordained by the Holy Spirit in the Canon of Nicaea could any part be overruled by anyone. Let no synodal councils flatter themselves upon the size of their assemblies, and let not any number of priests, however large, dare either to compare or to prefer themselves to those 318 bishops, sitting at the Synod of Nicaea as hallowed by God, with such privilege that, whether by fewer or by more ecclesiastical judgments are supported, whatever is opposed to their authority is utterly destitute of all authority. So in other words, you cannot oppose the Council of Nicaea. This is St. Leo's argument. And later, again, this is also to the same emperor. He says, these holy and venerable fathers, who in the city of Nicaea, after condemning the blasphemous Arius with his impiety, laid down a code of canons for the church to last till the end of the world, survived only with us, with the whole of mankind in their constitutions. And if anywhere men venture upon what is contrary to their decrees, it is ipso facto null and void. So that what is universally laid down for our perpetual advantage can never be modified by any change, nor can the things which were destined for the common good be perverted to private interest. And thus, so long as limits remain, which the fathers fix, no one may invade another's right, but each must exercise himself within the proper and lawful bounds to the extent of his power in the breadth of love. End quote. So again, we see the emphasis in from St. Leo to the emperor, where, by the way, he never mentions the authority of Peter to annul to the emperor. He only mentions that to St. Pulcheria, the empress. To the emperor, he says that Canon 28 violates Nicaea. It violates Nicaea because it lays certain privileges that pervert the canons of Nicaea. This is very clear, right? Where the Bishop of Constantinople can appoint bishops of their dioceses. Clearly, that's against the canons of Nicaea, and this is St. Leo's argument. And what I find interesting is, and he makes a very similar argument to the Patriarch of Constantinople himself. So, again, so what are we left with? We're left with, why then did the East to what extent did the East, and why did the East accept Pope Leo's annulment? So there are several reasons. One, it could just simply be, yes, because they accepted that the Pope just simply has the power to annul canons. Alternatively, it could be because everyone recognized it was improper to ignore the papal legates. Like the Canon 28 never should have existed in the first place. The papal legates said no, and to have a proper ecumenical council, one would think you'd want Rome to be on board with it. You just ignore them and expect nothing to happen is obviously very foolish. Another reason could be the reason that St. Leo himself gives, which is that it violates previous canons. You can't pass this. No matter how large Chalcedon is, obviously as large as it was the Nicaea, that was his point. No matter how big Chalcedon is, you can't overrule Nicaea. So my point is that the East could accept the Pope's correction for a variety of reasons, other than purely because he has the authority of St. Peter and he said so. There's again, a variety of reasons why, and like I said, even to St. Anatolius himself, the Bishop of Constantinople, St. Leo does not make the argument. He makes that to St. Pulcheria. To St. Anatolius, he makes arguments very similar to that of the emperor, that this is just in violation of the canons, and what in the world are you doing over here? So, the question is, was there now clear unity and agreement over the relationship between the Pope of Rome and the Orthodox bishops? And my argument here for the case of St. Leo and Canon 20 is no, there isn't agreement. Like I said, there was agreement to who even accepted St. Leo's annulment. In this case, I would personally argue St. Leo's perfectly in the right. I think to ignore the papal legates, to say that Constantinople's over other dioceses, these are just ridiculous, right? So St. Leo's obviously in the right. But notice, as Orthodox person, I could say Leo's in the right, and yes, get rid of that canon. That canon is completely invalid without saying anything about the authority of Peter to just annul things, right? So do you see the difference? That people can accept that the Pope can do this, but not for the reasons a Catholic would argue necessarily. So this is part of the difference. And like I said, even in the Quinisex Council, they didn't even dare to try to say Constantinople over other dioceses. So all I have to say is this is a complex situation with St. Leo and Canon 28. Does he annul it? Yes. Is it largely accepted? Yes, largely accepted, absolutely. But again, like I said, the history gets complicated, and all the various factors that played into Canon 28 don't really help matters. So for my second case study, I want to discuss St. Gregory the Dialogist, or as he's called in the Catholic tradition, St. Gregory the Great. And I'll try to just use St. Gregory the Great to be consistent. But if I slip and say St. Gregory the Dialogist, hopefully you know what I mean. And the title of Ecumenical Patriarch. So St. John the Faster, he's not a saint in the Catholic Church, I should add. So far, the saints I've been saying have been saints, in fact, in both churches. But St. John the Faster is not a saint in the Catholic Church. But St. John the Faster takes on the title Ecumenical Patriarch. And as I already discussed earlier, when discussing ecumenical councils, ecumenical does not mean universal, as it was translated into Latin, universalis. Right? It's not a universal patriarch or bishop. It is the bishops over the ecumeni, over the imperial world. That's what the title means. So from the Orthodox perspective, this is just kind of a fancy title that has no special significance. But St. Gregory the Great thinks that St. John the Faster is arrogating himself to being the bishop over universalis, over the entire, world, being the one universal bishop. And so St. Gregory notes that not only himself, also his predecessor, Pope Pelagius II, quote, annulling by the authority of the Holy Apostle Peter the acts of said synod, end quote. That would be the synod that gave St. John the Faster his particular title. And again, the title being Ecumenical Patriarch. So we see that, right away, we see that this title actually had already been annulled by St. Gregory's predecessor, Pelagius II. And yet, the St. John the Faster is still apparently going by that title. He's not taking this annulment terribly seriously. And so this is what St. Gregory says to the patriarchs of Alexandria and Antioch. He says, quote, "For as your very holiness knows, this name of universality was offered by the Holy Synod of Chalcedon to the pontiff of the apostolic see, which by the providence of God I serve. But no one of my predecessors has ever consented to use so profane a title, since, forsooth, if one patriarch is called universal, the name of patriarch in the case of the rest is derogated. But far be this, far be it from the mind of a Christian that anyone should wish to seize for himself that whereby he might seem in the least degree to lessen the honor of his brethren. And later on, he writes, through the elation of a pompous expression to aim at subjugating to himself all the members of Christ, which cohere to one head only, that is, to Christ. So St. Gregory is saying that this title, which he understands to be a universal bishop, is demeaning to all the other bishops of the world to say he is the one true bishop, that being the bishop of Constantinople. And he mistakenly thinks, he's actually historically incorrect about this, that this title was offered to the See of Rome at the Council of Chalcedon. It's actually not true, and that it was declined. But notice that he doesn't say that, yes, I accept it for myself. He says, no, this is not acceptable. And so, and to the emperor, he writes in another epistle, quote, lo, he, being St. Peter, received the keys of the heavenly kingdom, and power to bind and loose is given him. The care and principality of the whole church is committed to him, and yet he is not called the universal apostle, while the most holy man, my fellow priest John, attempts to be called universal bishop, end quote. So, yeah, and I'll skip the quote from, he also writes to John about this, basically saying, how can your fraternity despise all the other bishops of the world when you press those underneath you? It gives the analogy of the clouds and how the clouds sort of share in the glory, share in the rain, the preaching of good works. So, in this particular case, what is going on here? So first, first notice how the annulments are being ignored. So first, it's very clear that Saint Gregory and his predecessor, Pelagius II, they believe they do in fact have the authority to annul a synod in the Orthodox East. So they think they have the authority. On the other hand, the Orthodox seem to be simply ignoring that. So this is creating, obviously, a bit of a conflict. And part of the conflict also is a language barrier, because for the Orthodox, the Gregory's arguments, unlike St. Leo's arguments, don't make a lot of sense, because Ecumenical isn't like universal. How is this arrogating himself? He is a bishop of the capital of the Roman Empire. That's what he is. Like, why is this title offensive? It's a mystery to the Orthodox. Whereas to the Catholics, this is nonsense. The bishop of Constantinople can't be the universal bishop to over everything. That doesn't make any sense. Who's over the whole church, as St. Gregory said, would be Peter. He's the one who has the care of the whole church, is committed to him. That's what he said, again, his letter to the emperor, not the bishop of Constantinople. And even he isn't called universal apostle, universal bishop. So what ends up happening historically is that the Orthodox simply, when they communicate with the Catholic Church, they just don't use the title Ecumenical Patriarch. They simply opt out of using it just to keep the peace. And this includes a more controversial figure such as St. Photius, who obviously, we'll get to the last case study, the Photian Schism. So even St. Photius says, and I should add, of course, that St. Photius is not in any way a saint in the Catholic Church, but even he doesn't use the title Ecumenical Patriarch before the Pope. So, but at the same time, we can see that despite the various popes' annulments, the title is still used today, right? The current patriarch, Bartholomew, is still called the Ecumenical Patriarch. So what can we see from this? So we can see that the Pope believes he has the power to annul, and from his perspective, that annulment is in fact respected. Again, why? Because the Orthodox bishops stop using the title in front of him. So as far as he could tell, his annulment works. But of course, from the Orthodox perspective, it was more a matter of diplomacy, because why get into a fight about this? If the Pope doesn't like this title, let's just not use it in front of him. There's no need to cause a big hubbub over this. So again, you can see how both sides walk away thinking that they have been vindicated. That yes, St. Gregory is going to say, yes, I successfully annulled that synod in the East. I have this jurisdiction. And the East is going to say, well, we kind of can pick and choose which papal annulments we want to recognize. And so it is inconsistent, right? We have these various conflicts, and it's inconsistent reception in the East. I'll just simply add before I move on that I have seen some Orthodox use some of these letters to argue that St. Gregory the Great denied universal jurisdiction. Again, first, he's annulling a synod in the East, right? So that I think is shaky. But, even for the sake of argument, since I'm not a biographer of St. Gregory, so let's say for the sake of argument that for some reason he does have a lower view of papal supremacy than, say, St. Leo. Again, I personally don't think that, but for the sake of argument, let's grant that. That actually does very, very little damage, because I would argue from a Catholic perspective that overall the popes have been very consistent on papal claims. So you have one pope here or there who's not as consistent as the rest. That really doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? It's not like St. Gregory is continuing this long line of tradition, or the pope saying, Peter is not the universal apostle. He's not doing that at all. Again, you go back to previous popes like St. Leo, makes very strong papal claims. So again, I've seen some Orthodox argue this. I just don't think it's a very strong argument. And again, doesn't make any sense of the very fact that St. Gregory clearly thinks he could annul synods outside his, what he's called maybe local jurisdiction. Okay, so then for my third and final case study in the first millennium of how, again, the argument being that there was no clearly established relationship between the Pope and Orthodox bishops in the first millennium, and so we cannot use the first millennium as a sufficient guide. We definitely should consult history, no doubt about that, but it can't be a sufficient guide, because when we look at the history, it's not going to be clear. It's not going to be a super clear, helpful guide. So, the Photian Schism. So, long story short, probably largely due to the fight, the very sad, embarrassing fight between Rome and Constantinople over the who's going to accept the Bulgars into the church. Saint Photius tries to have Pope Nicholas I deposed and anathematized. He even gets the Holy Roman Emperor Louis II, whose younger brother the Pope denied a divorce, to cooperate, and everything is set together. And in exchange, actually, the Eastern Emperor, especially Michael II, he would even call the Holy Roman Emperor by the title Emperor, which is a very big deal. Very rarely did the Eastern Roman Empire actually call the Holy Roman Emperor Emperor. They usually called them King, and that made them very mad. They felt like they were up to the same level as the Eastern Emperor. Anyway, so everything is organized on the political side by Photius. So the Holy Roman Emperor, he would help depose Pope Nicholas. In exchange, the Eastern Emperor would then recognize the Holy Roman Emperor as and by the title Emperor. But all this is irrelevant, because Pope Nicholas dies before anything can happen. And then more to the point, then one of the co-emperors, Michael III, is assassinated, and now Basil I becomes sole emperor. So Basil I wants good relationships with Rome because he wants to reconquer Italy. You definitely cannot reconquer Italy successfully without the Pope's support. You simply need to have the Pope if you're going to take it back and make it once again part of the Roman Empire. It always was how things were seen to be as they were supposed to be. That how do you have the Roman Empire without Rome? Right? This also was supposed to be as a part of the nation. Anyway, so to help appease the Pope, Basil orchestrates it so that Photius is deposed. So sort of to keep the date straight, in 867, that's when Photius had arranged to depose of Pope Nicholas. Then 2 years later, in 869, Photius himself is deposed successfully by a council, and this council makes very strong papal claims. Now, long story short, Basil just gives up on trying to maintain good relationship with Rome. He just simply does because he really wants the Bulgarians to be under the Orthodox Church, which obviously they are to this very day. So he gives up with that, and basically then when St. Ignatius dies, who's a very pro-papal supremacy patriarch of Constantinople, when St. Ignatius dies, then St. Photius once again becomes patriarch. And this then leads to the Council of 879. So from an Orthodox perspective, just as the Council of 869 overturned the understanding of 867, where you could even depose a pope, 879 overturns everything in 869. Now, the emperor, again, I mentioned the emperor's key of unity. The emperor basically forces John VIII to send legates and basically makes it happen. And to be fair, John VIII also kind of wanted to send them because he's hoping for imperial aid against the Saracens. So again, once again, it's very rarely, if ever, I should say, are councils held for purely theological matters. We'd like to think every council's held because of theological purity and for no other reasons, but the reality is often politics plays a significant role. And again, this is definitely the case. The emperor can exercise a heavy hand, and Pope John VIII feels somewhat compelled to listen because he really wants to be protected from the Saracens. So, excuse me. When the emperor receives letters, St. Photius does alter the letters of John, especially John's claims to universal jurisdiction, which obviously is just inherently create miscommunication that the Pope's claims is not fully understood and realized in the Orthodox East. So at the end of the day, here's what the council proclaims. It says, quote, if anyone, however, dares to rewrite and call this rule of faith some other exposition besides that of the sacred symbol, that is the Nicene Cosmopolitan Creed, which has been spread abroad from above by our blessed and holy fathers, even as far as ourselves, and to snatch the authority of the confession of those divine men, and impose his own invented phrases, and put this forth as a common lesson to the faithful, or to those who return from some kind of heresy, and display the audacity to falsify completely the antiquity of the sacred and venerable rule, with illegitimate words, or additions, or subtractions, such a person should, according to the vote of the holy ecumenical synods, which has already been acclaimed before us, be subjected to complete the frocking if he happens to be one of the clergymen. And the sentence continues, but you basically get the idea here, is that the rule of faith, the creed, is not to be altered by invented phrases. It's not to have any illegitimate words or additions or subtractions. And as the Orthodox East understands that means no to the Filioque, which is obviously a big part of the dispute between Photius and Nicholas, and at this point really between the Catholics and the Orthodox during this period of time. So the Orthodox think that, well, this means a big unambiguous no to the Filioque, don't add that to the creed. But obviously, from the Catholic perspective, it's just, well, no, it's not that. It's you can't, introduce heretical things to the creed, right? It's not saying absolutely no additions. It's not like no invented phrases. Now, what does really mean no invented phrases? Just making things up, random things? Well, the Filioque certainly isn't that. It's not just some made-up invented phrase, right? This goes back to St. Cyril of Alexandria and St. Augustine. So, again, the wording is such that both sides can take away from it as if they're coming out victorious. And I think what will really emphasize this point is Canon 1 of this council, which I will read. And it says, quote, this holy and ecumenical council has decreed that so far as concerns any clerics or laymen or bishops from Italy that are staying in Asia, Europe, Africa under bond or deposition or anathema imposed by the most holy Pope John, all such persons are to be held in the same condition of penalization also by the most holy Patriarch of Constantinople, Photius. That is to say, either deposed or anathematized or excommunicated. All those persons, on the other hand, whom Photius, our most holy Patriarch, has condemned or may condemn to excommunication or deposition or anathematization in any diocese whatsoever, whether clerics or laymen or any of the persons who are of the prelatical or priestly rank, are to be treated likewise by the most holy Pope John and his holy Church of God of the Romans, and be held in the same category of penalization. Nothing, however, shall affect the priorities due to the most holy throne of the Church of the Romans, nor shall anything redound to the detriment of her president as touching the sum total of innovations either now or at any time hereafter, end quote. So there's a lot going on there. But the key points are that whomever Pope John has excommunicated or penalized, whatever, that's going to be recognized by the Patriarch Photius. And likewise for Photius, whom he has excommunicated, anathematized, whatever it may be, Pope John's recognized. Now the question is, does this put Rome and Constantinople on equal rank? Well, the wonderful clause at the end seems to suggest no, but in a very ambiguous way. It says again, nothing shall, however, affect the priorities due to the most holy throne of the Church of the Romans. So clearly there's still some kind of priority given to the Church of Rome but it's not really clearly defined. So again, the Orthodox would walk away from this saying, look, we just showed how the Pope is not above any other bishop, because there has to be this mutual recognition between the Patriarch of Constantinople and the Pope of Rome. But on the other hand, Catholics would rightly point out that in that very last sentence, it still emphasizes the priority of the Church of Rome. So again, just like with the statement in 879, this Canon 1 is an act of diplomacy. What can we conclude from this? Is there a clear understanding between the role of the Pope and the role of even the Patriarch of Constantinople here? I would argue no. That what's going on here is, once again, skillful diplomacy. You had a clash, you had skillful diplomacy, and you had an emperor who I already explained exercised quite a heavy hand against John VIII. But like I said, he wasn't too upset about this because he wants to get the emperor on his side. So both sides, again, can claim victory. So for the Catholic side, the Council of 869 is now considered the 8th Ecumenical Council that explicitly confirms and affirms the Pope's jurisdiction over Constantinople, but Methodius is deposed because of Pope Nicholas, as well as protecting the Pope from being deposed. So that's what 869 does. While the East, however, in the Eastern Orthodox mind, 869 might not have happened because it was overruled by 879, so that's sort of out of the view here. And the idea is that the Pope has to recognize Constantinople more or less as an equal, and there shouldn't be any changes to the creed. Again, that's how the Orthodox interpret things I read, and I already explained how the Catholics need not interpret it that particular way. So, again, did the East accept papal claims, accept papal supremacy? Well, as I already conceded, certainly St. Ignatius, the previous Patriarch of Constantinople, did, but with St. Photius, it's much more difficult to say. Instead, St. Photius seems to be content with skillful diplomacy, compromise, vaguely worded resolutions that allow for peace. That seems to be the priority. But again, the problem is, if the priority is always going to be, let's make peace to keep the unity, we don't actually have a clear defined relationship between the Pope of Rome and the Orthodox bishops. It's still not there because it's constantly being avoided. Whenever there's serious collision, it's avoided. What to do? On both sides. On both sides. Everyone's content to prioritize peace. So, I want to address, I think would be an obvious objection. So far I've argued, using 3 case studies in the instance of the emperor, that the first millennium is a necessary, to be sure, but not sufficient condition for restoring relations with the Pope of Rome and the Orthodox bishops. So I think the objection was simply ask, well, okay, grant all this, you have said nothing about the first 3 centuries. Why not go to the first 3 centuries, right? You have no emperor, obviously. You don't have any of these complications. Every complication that I mentioned doesn't go back to the first 3 centuries. So I think there are responses from both sides. From the Catholic side, I think the Catholics would want to say that there is more development in the proper sense, not innovation, a proper development and unpacking of the understanding of papal supremacy. At least starting from St. Leo the First and certainly going to Vatican I. I don't think it would be sufficient to say, well, we're going to cut it off arbitrarily at like 312 or something before the Edict of Milan, or 324 right before Nicaea. Well, let's cut it off arbitrarily and then say that's just the state of the matter. Because there is a lot more understanding, a lot more depth, nuance in the Catholic tradition that comes past it, obviously. I mean, it's over a millennium. And similarly, from the Orthodox side, it's just as easy as pretending none of the canons exist, because the canons are very important for regulating and disciplining bishops. So there's lots of canons I could choose for this to illustrate this, but I'll also choose one. And this would be Canon 6 from Constantinople I. Excuse me. So here's how it reads. It says, but if any, being neither heretics, nor excommunicate, nor condemned. In other words, there's no outstanding or unusual issue here, nor under previous accusation for alleged faults, should declare that they have any ecclesiastical charge against the bishop. In other words, as long as the person isn't a heretic or excommunicated or any of these, edge cases, as long as that's not the case, it's like a regular person and they're bringing a charge, an ecclesiastical charge against the bishop. Okay, now what do we do? It says, the Holy Synod bids them first lay their charges before all the bishops of the province, and before them prove the accusations, whatsoever they may be, which they have brought against the bishop. And if the convictionals should be unable rightly to settle the charges brought against the bishop, then the parties must betake themselves to a greater synod of bishops of that diocese called together for this purpose. And as a skip a line, it says, and if anyone, despising what has been decreed concerning these things, shall presume to annoy the ears of the emperor, or the courts of temporal judges, or to dishonor of all the bishops of his province, shall trouble an ecumenical synod, such a one shall by no means be admitted as an accuser. For as much as he has cast contempt upon the canons, be brought a reproach upon the order of the church. End quote. In other words, for the Orthodox, if you have a charge you want to make against the bishop, again, assuming you're a heretic or something, it goes to a synod. And then if you still have a further court of appeals, it has to be brought to a larger synod. And that's pretty much the end of it. Don't annoy the emperor. As I've said, the emperor has lots of power and can maintain unity. Don't go to secular or temporal judges, right? Don't try to get judges involved. And don't trouble the ecumenical council, right? That's basically what it says. So if you have a problem with the bishop, go to a synod of bishops. If you're still not happy, go to a larger synod, and it kind of stops there. So for the Orthodox, this is still exactly how we practice our ecclesiology. And I'll just simply note, on the Orthodox side, notice how there's neither an ultimate appeal to the Pope in Canon 6, nor is the Pope seen to be exempt in Canon 6. Now, this is not to say that Catholics don't have good responses, and I'm not trying to say that. I'm simply trying to say the importance of Canon 6 in Orthodox ecclesiology. And from our understanding, our interpretation of Canon 6, that the Pope isn't necessarily immune to this. And again, like I said, it's not that the Catholics don't answer to this. It's just that this is how the Orthodox understand the particular canon. So all to say is, no, the first few centuries are going to be good enough, both on the Catholic side because of further proper development of the doctrine of the papacy, and on the Orthodox side because, again, we have canons that are very important to our ecclesiology that we just can't pretend don't exist. Okay. So then, fourth and finally, what is the way forward? Right? What is the way forward? We cannot, and should not dismiss history. Again, hopefully I've made that clear. But we also can't pretend that we can go back to some pristine point of agreement if that point doesn't actually exist. So if we have the emperor, and there never was any kind of bottom-up cell view of the papacy, the task now falls to us to be one, as the Father and Son are one, following our traditions while recognizing we are in a new situation. And quite frankly, as I think it's very appropriate, the Pope of Rome leads the way. So I'm going to quote from John Paul II's Ut Unum Sint. He says, quote, when the Catholic Church affirmed that the office of the Bishop of Rome corresponds to the will of Christ, she does not separate this office from the mission entrusted to the whole body of bishops, who are also vicars and ambassadors of Christ. The Bishop of Rome is a member of the college, and the bishops are his brothers in the ministry. Whatever relates to the unity of all Christian communities clearly forms part of the concerns of the primacy. As Bishop of Rome, I am fully aware, as I have reaffirmed in the present encyclical letter, that Christ ardently desires the full and visible communion of all those communities in which, by virtue of God's faithfulness, his Spirit dwells. I am convinced that I have a particular responsibility in this regard, above all, and acknowledging the ecumenical aspirations of the majority of the Christian communities, and in heeding the request made of me to find a way of exercising the primacy, which, while in no way renouncing what is essential to his mission, is nevertheless open to a new situation. End the quote there. So I think John Paul II very wisely says, look, I acknowledge that the other bishops are proper bishops, that the Bishop of Rome is a member of the College of Bishops, but at the same time, not in any way deny the prerogatives of the Bishop of Rome. We have to recognize that we may be in a new situation. And this is exactly what I would suggest we are, because there is no emperor, And we're in a point of schism. We've been in schism for almost 1,000 years. I think it's tragic that we're going to have a 1,000-year anniversary of schism. Though again, like I said, as I recognize, I understand that the schism didn't really get serious until the 18th century. Nevertheless, the Great Schism of 1054 is still an important event. So the Pope is sort of the leader of the church, and it says pointing the way to a new situation. So I think the future lies open for us of how we want to bring together, as is necessary, as the Pope rightly quoted, Christ's high priestly prayer in John, to be one, as I and the Father are one. Right? This is what's absolutely necessary for us to do as Christians. And so to conclude, my answer to the question, what still divides us, is the point that was always divided us: the role of the Pope of Rome in relation to the Orthodox churches. The solution to healing this division is not as easy as looking back to the first millennium. For while it's necessary to consult its history, the first millennium does not provide a sufficient answer to these questions. Emperors were essential to Christian unity, Exhibit A being the Ecumenical Councils, but they're no longer emperors. Further, the Orthodox East has been inconsistent in its stance and reception of papal supremacy, regards to both whether it accepts it and also why it accepts it. And we've seen this in the cases of St. Leo in Canon 20 of Chalcedon, St. Gregory in a title Ecumenical Patriarch, and the Phodian Councils. Each of these case studies has had complicating factors concerning the Orthodox reception of the various papal claims. And at the same time, both sides could look at at the events in their favor. And in every instance, both Catholics and Orthodox would say, yes, the history vindicates my side. And this is a problem, because both sides are right. Both sides have excellent points they can make of how the history favors them. But then again, this is the argument of the myth of unity. If it's the case that both sides can look at history and walk away saying, yes, history vindicates my side, and both can have strong evidence in their favor, then how much unity is there in the first place? Our task following Pope John Paul II is to look at this, as he calls it, a new situation, which we could say maybe has been partially explored in the first 3 centuries of the church, but not clearly enough to unambiguously discern the relationship between the Pope and the Orthodox bishops. Our task is undoubtedly a formidable one, especially since we are prone, as in the American Civil War is nicknamed, to a war of brother against brother. But I sincerely hope that we, Catholic and Orthodox, hold to the unity of the faith and live our confession of one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. And rather than make war with our brother, we remember the words of St. Anthony the Great: if we gain our brother, we have gained God. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. DiDonato. Excellent presentation. Wow, a lot of food for thought. There's a lot of stuff to interact with there, which I'm sure we'll be doing in the months to come. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, and also not only charitable, but very articulate and well thought out. So I really, really appreciate you doing this.
Yeah, my pleasure. Did you have any comments or corrections even? As I know I hit upon some touchy issues, with St. Leo and St. Gregory. I know those are often touchy.
Yeah, I definitely have some comments and questions. I'll make them quick if that's okay with you then.
Yeah,
so for one, St. Photius, actually in the Byzantine Catholic Church, we accept Photius as a saint. He's commemorated.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
So in quite a few of the Eastern Catholic churches, he's commemorated. Of course, he's not in the Latin Rite, but see, the thing is, there's somewhat of an implicit canonization if they're recognized in the Eastern Catholic calendars, right? So yeah. Though a Latin Rite Catholic may not particularly venerate Photius, I think they have to accept that he's a saint, because Rome has given its approbation to the liturgical calendar where he's venerated. So Photius and Palamas, for example, are on the calendar.
I did not know that. Okay, well, that's very helpful.
Yeah. So with the issue of Gregory, my impression was that when it comes to him criticizing this idea of universal bishop, I agree with you that he did maintain a view of papal supremacy. I agree with you on that. But I thought when he was critiquing the title of ecumenical patriarch, what he was critiquing is this idea that the patriarch of Rome is basically the exclusive bishop of the world, insofar as the other bishops aren't actually bishops, which would be absurd. I mean, neither Catholic or Orthodox accept that. No, that's probably not what Constantinople meant. But I think
not at all.
But I think that that's what Gregory thought he meant, and that's what he was trying to refute. I may be misunderstanding Gregory, but I kind of think that's what he was criticizing. So what do you think about that? What is that your impression as well?
Sorry, I must have miscommunicated that. No, that's how I read Gregory too. Maybe this is the difference. Maybe there is some disagreement. I read him saying is that if there is a universal bishop, then what is the point of having these other bishops? You just have this one bishop over the whole world, and then it basically demotes all the other bishops. That's how maybe I apologize, and then I didn't articulate that very clearly.
You may have said it, and I may have missed it.
So I probably did not do a very good job, and I apologize. I didn't mean to say that.
I just wanted to make sure I was on the right page. Okay. With the Chalcedon in Canon 28, you did mention there that Leo annuls it by the authority of St. Peter.
Yes.
But then you mentioned the rationale behind it was it's contrary to Nicaea. Well, both Orthodox and Catholics ended up conceding Canon 28 further down the road. I think a few centuries later for the Orthodox, and by the 9th century for Catholics. So both ended up agreeing that this can effectively overturn Nicaea or give a different interpretation of Nicaea. Yet the claim to it being annulled by the authority of St. Peter, he claims to himself, and of course the Bishop of Constantinople and the Emperor concede. Does that factor in to this discussion of whether or not the East conceded, at least on this point, a universal jurisdiction?
Well, like I said, I think some did. I think St. Antonius did concede that. I think he did. To the Emperor, I would need to track down a letter where he invokes it, because in letters that I read, he doesn't actually mention St. Peter's authority. He mentions it, like I said, to St. Pulcheria. I could have just simply missed it when I was trying to go through the letters on this topic. That's very possible.
From what I recall, the Emperor conceded the issue with canon.
But in the reasoning that St. Leo gives to the Emperor, it has to do with violating the canons of Nicaea. At least in the letter that I read, but it's very possible I simply missed one. I was looking for when does he invoke St. Peter's authority and to whom? So that's, and I didn't see it in the Emperor. But like I said, from an Orthodox perspective, the question is why is this acknowledged? Is it because the papal legates were ignored?
Right.
And this is simply improper. You just simply can't ignore legates from anyone. Right? You can't ignore the Bishop of Alexandria's legates and push something through and expect it to be hunky-dory. This is not realistic. Right.
But for Anatolius, you do concede that for him, it wasn't just because it violated Nicaea. Okay, I got you.
No,
just making sure that I'm understanding.
And I even said, I think I would even concede for the majority of bishops. I think we could even say that in the Orthodoxies. But I also said there were exceptions, right? In Illyria, and there are these passages where it didn't seem to be the case, and things that are really complicated when you get to the Quinisex Council, Canon 36, like I said, because we really had to parse out what's going on in 20. That's what I tried to do. I said there's really three things going on in 28. The priority of Roman Constantinople, Constantinople's number 2, the equal privileges clause, and then the part where Constantinople has authority over other bishops. And I tried to explain, it's very complicated because Canon 36 reaffirms equal privileges, but then not the authority over other bishops. And like I said, I don't really think Constantinople being second is even in dispute because of the First Council of Constantinople. So then the question is, what's going on? When St. Leo annuls this, right, annuls Canon 28, and then the Quinisex Council reaffirms it, in their translations, renews it, what's going on? So if the East understood that St. Leo's problem was Constantinople's authority over Antioch, then we could say they fully accepted the annulment because they didn't understand the annulment to apply to the other part of the equal privileges. But if they understood that, no, St. Leo's annulling the whole thing's being annulled, then there seems to be a problem where now this council, which Rome, if I recall correctly, wasn't even invited to, right, is now reaffirming something the Pope had annulled. And like I said, you could argue either way. This is why both Orthodox and Catholics walk away from this event and say, yep, that's what we thought would happen. Right? This is my argument. This is the problem, is that for all these events, we both can look at the same exact thing and say, yep, that's what I thought would happen. But we're saying opposite things. We have opposite conclusions because the history is so complex, because these events are complex. Because like I said, we like to imagine these councils happening in some kind of pure, pristine state, but that is just not what happened.
Certainly. Yeah, I don't know if we've ever had that state.
Yeah.
So just a couple quick questions, if you have a few more moments. So, 869 being overturned, I totally agree that 879 at that time overturns some of the discipline. I would actually say the vast majority of 869 is disciplinary, but the issues related to Photius, I would concede, are overturned in 879. But I wouldn't necessarily say that everything was necessarily overturned unless there's good evidence for that. I think your perspective is that the entire thing is overturned by 879. Is there any kind of evidence that you could point to that the entire thing and not just partially 869 was overturned?
I think that's a great question. Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So this is, again, where I think both sides can affirm their sides. You're absolutely right. You could say, look, show me in 879 where explicitly annuls or refutes some of the things asserted in 869. Now, so you're right. It's not there. But I would say from an Orthodox perspective, the context, the understanding of 879 was to be 869 redone. That was how the council was understood, and is still understood by the Orthodox. It wasn't, in the Orthodox mind, it wasn't that this is like modifying or changing 869. This is, we're doing this over again. Scrap that, we're doing this from scratch. That was the mentality. So if that mentality is the case, we could say, look, 879 simply overturns 869 by its very nature, because that's why it was called. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to do this again, just like has happened many times with other kinds of councils that are overturned. Even not every single canon of a previous council is overturned. Once it's declared invalid council, it's just tossed. You don't have to say, well, we didn't literally go through the previous council and nullify every single dot and tittle. For the Orthodoxies, that's unnecessary. We're saying this council is now, we're tackling the same issue, but we're now going to do it right. In that case, the third time, we're going to do this right. Still, nevertheless, do you see what I'm saying? So I completely agree with what you're saying. I completely understand from a Catholic perspective. I could say, look, 879 doesn't overwrite everything in 869. And so I'm going to put the two together and have something perfectly coherent. But I hope it also, you can see from an Orthodox perspective, you say, no, the very nature of 879 is to replace 869 from the get-go. That's its whole purpose. And so we don't need to have every single thing nullified. Yeah,
that definitely makes sense. Okay. I think you had mentioned Canon 6 of 381. I'd have to go back and look and see, because I know that the West did not necessarily accept all of the canons of 381. And so
I should have mentioned that. Oh, you're right. I should absolutely mention that. But I believe Canon 6 is one of those ones added later.
Yeah. But that's fine.
You are correct.
But even if it's not accepted by Rome, that's fine. Let's just, because I have a question just simply about it from the East's perspective.
Yeah.
Because I think you were mentioning, if I understood properly, you were saying that Canon 6 talks about here's what you do if there's a difficulty, and it doesn't mention an appeal to the Pope. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what I've noticed, however, is after 381, at the time of, for example, 449, you have appeals being lodged to Rome to overturn an emperor's council. And they cite Sardica as the reason, which of course Sardica is interesting because it's a Western council.
Yes.
The East is citing a Western council to say that they have the right to appeal to Rome. So you do have instances where they do appeal to Rome. Yes. And so they would see perhaps, I guess, an expanded right to appeal that maybe Canon 6 doesn't account for. What do you think about that?
No. So let me be clear. So as I understand, and again, I realize in the Orthodox tradition, canon law is a very complicated topic that really requires an expert in it. So my amateur understanding of Canon 6 is this is sort of how things would function normally. This is the normal procedure. But that doesn't But of course, the Pope is recognized as the leader of the church. And so if you have an extraordinary situation, go to the Pope's leadership. Let the Pope take the lead. But that's not a part of like the process. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between here's sort of the normal process of things, here's sort of the regular wheels and gears that make the machine of ecclesiastical order turn. And then here's, okay, we're really at an impasse. Ephesus 2 was a giant mess. Everyone's embarrassed by this. Please, Pope, lead the way. We're lost. Lead us. And the Pope does. That's a blessing. So, but that's not an ordinary part of ecclesiastical correction or discipline. That was a necessary circumstance, and the Pope did his due diligence and exercised fantastic saintly leadership in those trying times.
I see. Okay. And then one other question you had mentioned there about, how do we proceed since we can't have an ecumenical council because we don't have an emperor anymore. Okay. So I guess then my question is, all right, well, are universal councils, this avoids the term, ecumenical, because it's going to bring the connotation of an emperor. So let's put that to the side and just speak of a universal or general council. Would you say that the ability of the church to definitively settle matters of faith and morals in a universal council is part of the essay of the church? Or is it just part of the bene essay, the well-being, but it's not necessarily a divine institution? Is that organ a divine institution, or is it just something that's added later on?
The organ being, I'm sorry, say it again.
The organ of a
definitively, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the organ of a universal council being able to settle matters of faith and morals, or govern it even in matters of discipline. Do you think that organ is a divine institution, or is it just something that was added later on just because this was good for the church?
Well, like I said, it's difficult for me because I would argue there isn't a universal council ever in that sense. The ecumenical councils are the councils of the empire. So I'm not even sure what this would mean that we're going to have a universal council in the sense that's even broader than that of one particular country, albeit at that point in time, the only really first world country we could say in modern terms of Europe. So I'm not exactly sure what you mean, because I'm not sure that's really ever happened where you have a universal council in such a broad sense where literally the whole world agrees, because clearly you have bishops in Persia, India, Ethiopia, right? So clearly, I don't think that's ever really happened. Perhaps I know in Nicaea 1, they had some bishops from Persia. So perhaps Nicaea 1 is the closest we've ever had to that, but that definitely is the exception. And I see what you mean. Every church in the whole world is actually there. So I would say, I'm not even sure if this has ever happened to have a council in universal sense.
If that's what we mean by universal, yeah. But I would say that from a Catholic perspective, what we would mean by universal council is not necessarily that you have representation of everyone, because 381 doesn't represent everyone. It doesn't.
Of course, yes.
But a Catholic would still hold to it as a universal council, and the reason why is it's ratified by the Pope as universally binding.
Yes.
So at least from a Catholic perspective, we would say that there are universal councils, not necessarily in the sense that every bishop is represented, but the entire episcopate can be said to be represented insofar as the Pope has confirmed that this is universally binding for all. Right. Now, I know that's going to be probably a different theory of universal councils for you.
Certainly.
But that might answer my question. That probably answers my question then. So you would say that there really isn't this a universal body of, well, you would say that there isn't an organ of bishops that could be exercised in a universal council that is part of a divine institution, because there has never been such a thing. It's probably impossible to gather such a thing. So you would say it's not part of the essay of the church.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. So I mean, if you would say that, then sure, you would be right. There would be no way to move forward with an ecumenical council, because we don't have an emperor. But at least from the Catholic perspective, we would say that, well, there is a way to understand a universal council, and we would still say that perhaps we could move forward with the participation of the East if they were going to be on board and recognize this as universal. But if they don't recognize it as universal, it's going to just be Florence redone again.
Right, exactly. And I guess that's maybe what I could say is that if there is going to be anything approximating an ecumenical council, it's going to have to be purely bottom up. And like I already argued, if we're not for the emperor, probably almost all the councils that we regard as ecumenical would have not happened or fallen flat or just been chaos. So perhaps we could say in the abstract, it's possible for this to happen, but it has to be all bottom up. And so I just think it's very impractical. We've seen it recently. In the past decade, we've seen Orthodox bishops try to do this, and it's, as I would have predicted, not going to be very successful. It's kind of embarrassing on top of it. But let me say, I definitely appreciate the Catholic perspective, because you have a way of having universal definitive teaching that's not beholden to all of this madness. Right? Yeah. So I definitely appreciate that, and I definitely respect that.
That's very helpful, very insightful. And I think that there's a lot of truth to what you're saying about bottom up, because there was somebody who was saying that, well, in the same way that really the schism ultimately happened on an unofficial level, kind of bottom up, and then was only later on institutionally declared. Perhaps reunion is going to have to be bottom up, unofficial, and only later declared. Maybe.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the way forward. And in David Leonhardt's article, The Myth of Schism, he mentions that historically, even today, you have that, where in countries of persecution, Catholic and Orthodox still work together, and there effectively is no schism. Right? And that's
persecution. Maybe persecution will end up bringing us together. I mean, it would be a very sad reason to bring us together, but it could be that that's what ends up doing it. I mean, things get so bad for Christians.
Exactly. To be perfectly honest, Christ doesn't promise us a life of ease and comfort. What he wants for us is unity. So you know what? If it takes persecution and discomfort to bring us together, that very well could be the providence of God. It will be uncomfortable, but he wants us to be one holy Catholic Apostolic Church. He doesn't want us to live a life of luxury, right? So between those two options, I don't really think there's any competition. Have one church or not live at ease.
Well, Dr. Donato, thank you so much. I think you presented an excellent case, very different than what you tend to hear, which I think was very helpful. In fact, it accounted for a lot of the evidence out there from an Orthodox perspective. So very, very impressive. And also it's interesting to hear, okay, well, what's the solution then from this perspective? And I think there's a whole lot of truth to what you're saying. And so, wow, thank you so much. This was a really good presentation. I'm really looking forward in the coming months to thinking further about it and exploring it more. So once again, thank you so much.
You are very welcome. Always feel welcome to contact me.
Absolutely. God bless. welcome back to the conference, everyone. We have Father Deacon Anthony Dragani, a Ukrainian Catholic deacon, who is going to go over, Mark of Ephesus and some of his objections to the reunion, but also go into his background and then give us various lessons that we can learn from his experience. So, Father Deacon, welcome back. How are you?
Oh, great, Michael. It's such a joy talking with you.
It's an honor to have you for this conference.
Well, thank you for asking me. I'm excited about this.
I am as well. Tell us a little bit about yourself for those who might not be familiar with your work and your background.
Certainly. So I am a Ukrainian Catholic deacon in the St. Joseph Eparchy. I serve 2 parishes in Pennsylvania, but I'm also a college professor. I teach at Mount Aloysius College in Cresson, Pennsylvania. I have a master's in theology from Franciscan University of Steubenville and a PhD in theology from Duquesne University. And also, when I was studying at Duquesne, I did a lot of coursework at St. Cyril Methodius Byzantine Catholic Seminary, where I was able to really focus on Eastern Christian studies. And, I worked for a while with EWTN as an online theological Q&A guy. And during that period, I answered questions related to Eastern Catholicism. And then I took a lot of those answers over time, kind of refined them, and eventually put together a website called east2west.org. That's east, the number 2 west.org, where I have like an FAQ of frequent questions about Eastern Catholicism. And my whole mission in all of this is to try and raise awareness and understanding between Western and Eastern Christians.
Excellent. Now tell us a little bit about Mark of Ephesus' background and his story.
Sure. Let me first tell you why I became so interested in this topic. A while back, I was visiting an online, Eastern Orthodox forum. And at this particular forum, there's some really interesting discussions would pop up from time to time. And you get some people on there who are rather extreme and some people who are more moderate, but it was always a worthwhile place to visit. So during one of my visits, I saw this thread come up. And here's what happened. There was a fellow who was a recent convert to Orthodoxy, I think within the last 2 or 3 years. And he had been, absorbing all of the material he could absorb, reading everything he could read. And he had heard great things about St. Mark of Ephesus, the pillar of Orthodoxy. So he decided to begin reading some of Mark's writings. When he began reading the writings of Mark of Ephesus, he was shocked. And he came onto the forum to post about this, that he was having almost like a crisis of faith, because there are many things he had been taught that Orthodox do not believe, many things he had been taught that the Orthodox strongly object to. And when he began reading some of the writings of Mark of Ephesus, he was finding things that went against that. And he was kind of startled and shocked. For example, he'd always been told that the Orthodox strongly oppose, the Catholic belief in purgatory, this idea of a place, not a place, but a state between, death and heaven, and how prayer for the dead is efficacious in that state. He'd been told that that's not what Orthodox believe. He found Mark of Ephesus advocating that position with a sole objection that he did not believe in a literal fire, which Catholicism does not believe in. We'll talk about that later. But he also saw other things in Mark of Ephesus that struck him as being more Catholic than Orthodox, and he was pretty shocked by that. And that caught my attention, because very often today, we're used to certain things being given as the Orthodox party line, and very often these positions are more recent in Orthodoxy. Within the past century, perhaps, they were created in response to or reaction against Catholicism. But when this guy actually read Mark of Ephesus himself, he realized that a lot of the things he'd been told were, Orthodox doctrine really weren't. And that got me intrigued about Mark of Ephesus and made me delve deeper into who he was and what he taught. And I have to say, the more I delved into who he was and what his positions were, I found it really interesting and, in some ways refreshing, but in other ways sad. And the sadness for me was the missed opportunity of that council. So a bit about Mark of Ephesus himself. He grew up in Constantinople. His father was a deacon at Hagia Sophia, and his father also ran an academy where he would train students, in various classical education. aspects of classical education. And Mark of Ephesus himself was known for being a brilliant student. His father died, and eventually Mark took over the academy and ran it himself, and became known as a famous teacher. But he felt a calling to the monastic life, and he left that position and went off to become a monk, living a quasi-solitude existence for a period of time on an island. But then the emperor wanted him. So for those who aren't familiar with the story, in that time period, the Turks were beginning to close in on Constantinople. The Byzantine Empire had been dramatically reduced in size, and the writing was on the wall. There was only a matter of time before Constantinople fell to the Turks, and that'd be the end of the Byzantine Empire. And the emperor felt that his best chance at ending this threat and of saving the empire was to make an alliance with the West. Now, during this period as well, the Pope over in Rome, Pope Eugene, had been sending letters and emissaries to the East, advocating a reconciliation between the Western and Eastern churches. And this had been a routine that many popes have been doing for a long time. But at this period, the Byzantine emperor was inclined to pursue this because he thought if the Western and Eastern churches were reunited, that he could get the military aid he needed to protect Constantinople. So he sent a positive, affirmative response to the Pope, and that kind of put things in motion. Now, right then and there, we see one of the big problems here, which was on the Eastern side, a lot of the motivation was out of desperation for aid, military aid. On the Western side, I think there was a genuine longing and desire to create a real authentic reconciliation. But there are things on the Western side that prevented that as well. So the emperor decides he's going to participate in this, and they're going to have a council in which the Western and Eastern churches will reunite. This had been tried before, earlier at Second Lyons. It was a disaster. And one of the reasons why Second Lyons was such a disaster was that the East really never had a chance to work through any of the theological issues on the table. They were so desperate at that period for military assistance as well that they kind of agreed to everything without there being a real dialogue. But this council, the Council of Ferrara-Florence, was meant to be a much deeper dive into these issues, a much more sincere and genuine attempt at reunion. So in preparation for this council, the emperor, summoned Mark of Ephesus out of his monastic existence and put him in charge of preparing for the council. He chose Mark of Ephesus to do this because he knew that Mark of Ephesus was, a brilliant intellect, really well-read person who had studied a lot of the Western and Eastern theological traditions, but also because he knew that Mark of Ephesus was favorably disposed towards reunion. In his perception, Mark of Ephesus would be the best person to lay the groundwork to make an actual reunion take place. And if you look at Mark of Ephesus at that time period, before the council, you look at his writings and what he stood for, you can see that he is somebody who would have been very favorably disposed towards reunion between the West and the East, on the condition that it be a genuine reunion in which both sides embraced what he saw as Orthodox positions, Orthodox with a small o, right? So right then and there, we see something that surprised me, which was the Mark of Ephesus, who's often seen as the great opponent against the West, at the beginning was believed by the emperor to be somebody who would make the reunion a reality. And I can see why. I'm going to pause there for a second and just see if you have any questions, Michael.
So was he pretty ecumenical in his approach?
Well, ecumenical as we understand it today really wasn't a thing back then. Mm-hmm. But he was much more open to understanding the Western positions and to trying to reconcile them with the East than a lot of people were at that time. And part of it was this. So within Eastern Orthodoxy in that time period, there are different views on papacy and papal primacy. There was one school of thought, which was the pure conciliar school of thought. The council is the authority. You have the patriarchs, but ultimately it's all about councils. We are a conciliar church. The council is the end all and be all, so to speak. And that conciliar strand was pretty strong in a lot of Eastern Orthodox circles back then. But there was another strand as well. And this was the viewpoint that there was actual papal primacy, that the Pope really was the successor of Peter, and he was meant to have some sort of fatherly role, in the church, that he was meant to be more than just a figurehead, more than just the patriarch of the West, but an actual father and teacher of the faith for the world. And what happened, though, according to this viewpoint, was when the Pope, in their minds, added a word to the creed, tampered with the creed, he kind of removed himself from orthodoxy. And at that point, the primacy was transferred over to Constantinople. But it was a temporary thing, is how they viewed it. So you need to have a primate. You need to have somebody who's kind of like the focal point of unity, the fatherly teacher figure to guide the church, in the tradition of Peter. But if it's not the Pope because he's unorthodox, it would go to Constantinople as a temporary measure until the Pope became Orthodox again. And when that happened, then once more the Pope would have papal primacy. Mark of Ephesus was actually in that school of thought, the school of thought that believed that there was a primacy of some kind, and that it would rightfully belong to the Pope of Rome if the filioque were taken out of the creed. Now, given the alternatives, the other, writers of the period, Mark's viewpoint made him much more favorably disposed towards reunion with Catholicism than a lot of his contemporaries were. So again, ecumenism as we know it didn't exist then, but because of his viewpoints on this, there was potential there. He is somebody who would recognize the Pope as being more than just, a figurehead, more than just a patriarch of the West, provided they could deal with the filioque issue.
So what then were his main objections that came out at the time of the council and perhaps afterwards?
All right. Well, to kind of lay out the story, I'm going to continue by explaining what happened when he got to the council, because that kind of changed a lot of things. If you look at Mark before the council, again, he seemed much more favorably disposed towards the West than a lot of his contemporaries. Sadly, his experiences once he arrived really soured him, and it was so unfortunate. Now, I want to be careful here and give a caveat. When we look at the Council of Florence and what actually took place, there are like three main sources we can look towards. One is there were acts of the councils written by like Greek delegates. They were pretty accurate. They really kind of captured the speeches, the movements of the council, and these particular acts had been compared with the Latin secretaries who were there to make sure they were accurate, and they're pretty accurate and trustworthy. There's another set of acts of the council written on the Latin side. Unfortunately, a lot of those are missing and they're incomplete. But again, what we have seem fairly trustworthy, but missing things. And then the third main source is there was an Orthodox deacon named Sylvester, I believe, who wrote his own diary of the council. But he wrote it after he came back to Constantinople. And at that period, at the council, this particular deacon favored reunion and signed the Declaration of Union. But when he came back, it was met with a negative reception. He kind of wrote this as an apology, explaining why he agreed to the council. So he tends to frame it in a very negative light. And what's the truth is hard to say, but more than likely, his particular perspective was heavily influenced by the negative reception he received and his desire to explain himself. So his version tends to look at the whole thing in terms of political expediency, which is we are desperate, we need help, we have to get this union done and over with, and the emperor is forcing everyone to make it happen. And that's the perspective he takes, and a lot of the Orthodox sources kind of follow that. So I just want to be cautious here that when we look at what happened there, it's hard to get a completely objective perspective. But anyway, Go ahead, Michael.
Well, I was just going to ask, so you would say in your assessment of the situation that was more of a skewed perspective, this idea that, oh, we just have to get this done because of political factors. You would say that that's not necessarily true.
I would say there may be some truth to it, but it certainly wasn't the whole story.
Okay.
On the Western side, there was a genuine interest in working through the issues.
Mhm.
And I think a lot of the Eastern fathers who were present as well felt the same way. It wasn't entirely political, but I'm sure the pressure was there. The pressure was there because Constantinople was hanging in the balance.
You hear stories that, oh, well, the Greek fathers there were just starving and things like that. And so they were pretty much being compelled to do this.
A lot of stories came up afterward, kind of evolved afterward, which had no basis in truth. It's one of those things where mythology grows in the aftermath. So, as we know, when the delegates returned back to Constantinople, they were met with overwhelming opposition from the population. The voice of the people opposed this, in part because in their minds, the damage done by the Fourth Crusade was still a real thing. I mean, they were still living with the damage caused by that horrible event. And the fact that they were, on the verge of being wiped out by the Turks, in their minds, went back to the Fourth Crusade, which weakened them in a way they could never recover from. So the people of Constantinople were always strongly disposed against any kind of union with the West because they didn't trust the West. So when the delegates returned after agreeing to the union, they were seen as villains. So a lot of them were making up excuses for why they went along with it. And then a certain mythology arose of, again, like people being starved or only given bad food, so they'd be forced to sign quickly, or the emperor was threatening to have people arrested if they didn't sign. I mean, a lot of stories grew up in the aftermath that probably were not entirely factual. It's one of those things where mythology builds in the aftermath.
That's fair. Yeah. So, sorry to kind of take you off track there, but yeah,
It's okay.
if you want to continue. So he arrives at the council.
When he arrives at the council, again, he was pretty optimistic when he got there. But before the council even began, he had an unfortunate conversation with someone. It's not clear who it was, but he was talking to a Western theologian. And this Western theologian was talking about purgatory in terms of literal fire. And that was problematic for Mark of Ephesus. And again, my understanding is he had this encounter before the council actually started, like right when he arrived in the West. And the idea of purgatory as being a state of existence where we pray for the dead and some sort of transformation happens where the person's prepared to enter God's presence, that in and of itself is in no way foreign to Eastern thought. But the idea of purgatory being literal fire, which, by the way, is not Catholic teaching, has never been Catholic teaching, that was troubling from an Eastern perspective, because in their minds, when you talked about purgatory as being a place of literal fire, you were talking about hell. And they couldn't quite fathom this idea that you could pray people out of hell, because to them that sounded like Origen. And in the East, in that time period, there was a real concern about Origenism. So right off the bat, that encounter kind of jarred Mark of Ephesus because he wasn't expecting that. So at that point, he became very concerned, particularly about the purgatory issue, because if it is literal fire, are you praying people out of hell? And again, he saw that as echoes of Origen. But then when the council began, at the very beginning of the council, Mark gives this beautiful address directed at the Pope. And the address itself is remarkably kind, but it's also very insightful. And it talks about the Pope as a shepherd. I forget the exact words he uses, but he lays out the idea that the Pope is a shepherd and a father, and he's meant to be, a guide who unites the church and keeps the church together. Very much a pro-papal approach, to put it that way. that there was a role here, more than just, a primacy of honor, an actual fathership that the Pope was supposed to have. But then Mark of Ephesus appeals to the Pope as a father and says, listen, the addition of the filioque to the creed has caused scandal to your children. Remember how, and he talks about how St. Paul, cautioned about doing things that cause scandal, eating certain foods. You may say you have the freedom to eat these foods, but if you do this, it causes scandal for those who are weaker in the faith. Well, he referred to that and then talked about the addition to the creed, saying, listen, this addition made to the creed has caused scandal, has caused division that doesn't need to be there. As a father, if you could resolve this, we could all be united again as one. And it was actually a really beautiful speech. And when you read it, it becomes very clear that he really was there sincerely wanting to end the schism. And that was a really strong note to begin with. And we see from his interactions when he gets there, too, that he really is looking to make progress in this. He has meetings with various, Latin bishops, and he's trying to find a way to end the schism and make genuine union. So I think we can say that when Mark gets there, he wants to end the schism. He really does. But he wants it to be an ending built on a foundation of truth and understanding, not a rushed political thing. So the beginning is strong. Shortly thereafter, though, he begins to run into problems. The big problem is this. Mark of Ephesus was very devoted to the works of St. Gregory Palamas. And the Dominicans had a real problem with St. Gregory and his theology. I don't want to get into the whole thing about essence and energy, but that kind of contradicts some of the things that Thomas Aquinas speculated about. But many of the Dominicans came to see Palamism as a type of enemy, as a type of threat. And a lot of the bishops at that council were Dominican. And they saw Mark of Ephesus as being kind of an embodiment of Palamism, because he had written a lot on St. Gregory of Palamas in the past. So even though, Palamism and that whole issue was never on the agenda for the council, and it was never really discussed at the council, they would take digs at it periodically. Some of these bishops in particular would never miss an opportunity to take a dig, at Gregory of Palamas, and they'd always direct them at Mark. And very quickly, Mark began to feel that he was being attacked, that some of these people were not there with good intentions. And that immediately began to sour him. That kind of changed his approach. At a certain point, he remarks that some of these people seem to want to argue for the sake of arguing. That really bothered him. He felt they should be there to end the schism, to really find genuine unity, not to show off rhetorical arguments. So this whole, Dominican versus Palamism thing that was not officially at the council, but was kind of overshadowing certain things, that began to move him in a more cautious direction. But then it got worse. So back then, there was no textual criticism like we have today. Today we're very good at looking at different texts, different editions, and seeing what's authentic and what may have been later edition and whatnot. But back then, that wasn't really a discipline that people studied. And the Western Church in that time period was somewhat worse at this than the Eastern Church was. So at this council, some of the Western fathers began to pull out these texts, claiming that the filioque was part of the original creed. And they had different codexes they bring out and stuff. And they began accusing the East of changing the creed. Only a few of the Western fathers were doing this, but probably the worst offender, or one of the worst, was Andrew of Rhodes. And Andrew of Rhodes, he was a convert. He actually had been raised Orthodox, had become Catholic, had become a Dominican, and become a fierce enemy of Palamism. And he never missed an opportunity to take a dig at Mark. Never. And it seemed very, very uncharitable, some of the things he said and did at the council. So I believe it was, yes, Andrew of Rhodes in particular, had this one text he claimed proved that the Filioque was originally part of the creed and had been removed by the Eastern heretics. And Mark challenged him on it. He really kind of pushed the issue, and they ended up looking at older texts, and they found out that it was a forgery. And it became clear that some of the documents used by the Western Fathers unintentionally were not legit, or they had been, changed later on. And that made Mark very skeptical as well, that so much was hinging upon these texts they could not trust. And that was a big problem, big problem. The other thing, too, that happened is that Mark he kind of wanted to lay out the case for why the East opposed the addition of the Filioque to the Creed. He wanted to make it clear why this was a problem from an Eastern perspective. So he asked for the acts of the first, second ecumenical councils, the canons. He asked for the canons of the first 7 ecumenical councils to be read aloud publicly. He thought if everyone sat there and listened to it, that would give him a foundation upon which he could build his argument for why the East was opposed to this addition. And the Dominicans there were strongly against it because they were afraid it would cause scandal, because they kind of suspected that there were canons there that could be interpreted as forbidding an addition to the creed. And there were. And they were afraid if people heard those canons for the first time in public, that it would blow their case out of the water. So they opposed the canons of the first 7 ecumenical councils from being read aloud. And Pope Eugene kind of went along with it because he was afraid of scandal as well. But for Mark of Ephesus, this was a huge problem, because we share the common faith, and this faith is based upon these 7 ecumenical councils. If we can't read the canons aloud, what do we have in common then? And he kept pushing the issue, and they kept resisting. Eventually, he was allowed to read the canons in a public setting at the council. But the fact that it took weeks of arguing and negotiation to make it happen also caused him tremendous hesitation and skepticism. So then his position began to sour even further. Now, what would have happened next? It's hard to say, but Mark became increasingly ill. His health was getting worse and worse and worse. He was not in good health when he arrived there, and it got worse as he stayed. At a certain point, it became clear to him that there were certain Western fathers who just wanted to argue for the sake of arguing. And Mark finally said, and he wrote them a letter, and he stated this: if you're going to keep arguing, certain points without discussing in goodwill, I'm not going to engage you anymore. Basically, he gave them notice that if they were not going to sincerely seek to discuss these things, and instead would argue, put on rhetorical shows, he would just stop engaging them. And they continued to do that. And at a certain point, he just sat there silently and wouldn't talk. And then eventually he went off to his quarters and stayed pretty much in solitude for the rest of the council. So a lot of the key issues that needed to be discussed happened without him being present, because at that point his health was bad, but also he kind of gave up. He felt he wasn't making progress, and for him this was a sad thing. He was very optimistic when he got there, and by the time he left, he was very, very pessimistic. Finally, as the council was wrapping up, it became clear that Mark would be the only Eastern delegate who did not sign the Declaration of Union. And the Pope asked to see him. So the account that I read goes like this. So Mark was told to go meet with the Pope privately. And he goes back to the papal chambers, and he finds that the Pope is kind of, back in his living quarters and just kind of sitting down casually, without all the regalia, without all the, pomp and circumstances, kind of just hanging out in his living quarters. And he has Mark sit with him, and they have a chat, a discussion. And at first, the Pope is trying to persuade Mark to sign the union, but Mark he feels that things just aren't resolved. It's premature. And then finally, the Pope threatens him. He says, "Listen, either you sign this union, or you'll be declared a heretic and cast out of the church." And that shocked and scandalized Mark. He made a response, which is interesting. He said, when I first got here, and I addressed you and we talked, we seemed to agree that we shared the common faith. my position hasn't changed. So many months ago, you agreed we had the same faith. Now that same faith would be declared heretical. That doesn't make sense. And the Pope kind of backed off at that point. But again, that threat that he received made him even more predisposed to reject and fight against the Union. So when the council was over and the delegates returned back to Constantinople, again, they were met with extreme opposition from the general population, who did not trust the West, who did not trust the Latins. Mark was the only one who had not signed the Declaration of Union, so many of the people began to see him as a hero and as a champion for that reason. But Mark, at that point, wasn't necessarily looking to create problems. What he wanted to do was go to Mount Athos, return to a monastic life again. He actually had never really been a bishop for very long, because what happened was, before the council began, the Metropolitan of Ephesus died, and the emperor made him, against his will, he kind of objected to it, but the emperor made him the Metropolitan of Ephesus to give him extra standing for the council, but he'd never really been there as a shepherd, so to speak. He really kind of wanted to go back to the monastic life initially, but then it became clear he wouldn't be allowed to, so he went to his see at Ephesus. At a certain point, he's arrested by the emperor, and he's imprisoned for 2 years. And that just makes him super bitter and super indignant that what was meant to be a council of unity results in him being arrested for standing up for the faith. So at that point, he goes into full opposition against the Union, and he writes a very powerful encyclical which lays out his case. And I'll get to that in a moment because it's an important document to look at. But I think we can see that there was Mark of Ephesus before the council, or at the beginning of the council, who was somebody who was predisposed towards ending the schism, a person who was very reasonable in trying to work through this. And then there's Mark of Ephesus after the council, who'd been threatened by the Pope, who had been arrested by the emperor, who sees it as his obligation to end what he regards as a false union and as a betrayal of the faith. So I'm going to just pause there for a second to take a drink and let you talk for a bit.
Sounds like he really got the short end of the stick from a lot of these events, right?
Absolutely.
Assuming these accounts are accurate, right? It really sounds like he kind of got the short end of the stick, so it's somewhat understandable. Yeah.
And I'm super sympathetic with him, like majorly sympathetic with him. I mean, if I was in his situation, I'm not sure how I would have reacted, but it was not what it could have been. And I would say the whole experience was an epic missed opportunity.
Yeah. So you think that maybe if people were more concerned about unity than they were rhetorical skills, and he wasn't being threatened and things like that, there may have been, a better outcome for the council.
It could have gone very differently. And part of it too was there was stuff going on in the West at the same time. This was during the period in which there was an anti-pope. So, you had the legitimate pope and you had an anti-pope, and then you had this kind of out of control council over in the city of Basel, where they were trying to push this conciliarism. So, in the West, conciliarism was this movement basically that said the Pope wasn't important. All that mattered was ecumenical councils. And that was an ongoing strain in the West. And there actually were some Western fathers at the council who fell into the conciliar camp. And they actually tried to find an alliance with Mark of Ephesus, but he would not go along with them because he actually believed there was a real primacy. And that if the Pope removed the filioque, that the Pope would once again be the leader of the church as in the steps of Peter, so to speak. So, interestingly enough, he was more pro-papacy than many of the Latin fathers were. But
go ahead,
for the Dominicans and for many of the people there, they were reacting against the conciliarism in the West, and they were reacting against what they saw as the false Council of Basel. So they saw Florence as an opportunity to really push papal power. They were interested in addressing a question that had vexed the West about the papacy, and they answered it from a Western perspective. but they were so focused on doing that it actually hurt relations with the East.
Sounds like that Mark of Ephesus believed at least that the Catholics had valid orders. To speak to the Pope this way, to see the Western Church this way, it seems like he's assuming that, which I want to say some Orthodox struggle with that and believe that some Catholics may not have valid orders.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing. So again, if you look at his opening address, the way he addresses the Pope, the way he talks to him, he's not treating him as a heretical layman. He's addressing the Pope as a father, as a spiritual leader, somebody who has a position of real gravity in the church. So at the beginning of the council, I think it's fair to say he would acknowledge, the orders in the West. After the council is over, after he's arrested, after he's basically persecuted, at that point he begins to refer to the West as heretical. And at that point in time, he takes on a much more extreme anti-Western perspective, which is sad, a little bit understandable, but sad. So post-council Mark of Ephesus seems to take a very negative view towards the Latin Church, but pre-council and early council Mark of Ephesus seems to be much more favorable.
We said that he wrote an epistle refuting Catholicism. Tell us a little bit
refuting
about
the
that.
Union specifically. It was against the Union.
Yeah, let's hear a little bit about that.
Right. So this document was circulated after he returned, after his time of imprisonment, and it was very influential. And it was his argument against the Union. And by this period of time, he was bitter, and he's much more extreme than he was before. Again, very anti-Western by that point. But again, you can kind of understand why. But if you look at his arguments, they are intriguing. So one of the arguments he makes, and there's several, is about the filioque. His main concern is that it was an addition to the creed. There had been an agreement that the creed should never be altered. And the fact that it was added unilaterally to him was still a huge problem. So he's still very concerned about that, and he's concerned that the filioque can be interpreted in ways that challenge, the divinity of the Spirit, or in ways that, make it seem the Father is not the primary or sole source. So he still has a lot of concerns about the filioque. But he goes further. He begins to take a position of arguing for uniformity. And what he says is, how do you have unity of faith if you don't have outward unity in form and in symbol? And by that he means that if you're going to have unity, the West and the East need to profess the same creed, word for word. There can't be any differences. But also, he seems to be arguing that there'd be liturgical uniformity as well. Again, that wasn't a position he seemed to ever advocate before. But at this point in time, he seems to feel that there needs to be liturgical uniformity. And then he delves into an issue that he didn't really address at the council, which is the use of unleavened bread. Now, at the council, there was agreement that either unleavened or leavened bread could be used for the Eucharist. Either one would be valid, and the West could do its thing, and the East could do its thing. Not a huge deal. But after the council, Mark of Ephesus seems to take a position strongly that everyone has to use leavened bread. Why did he take that position? Well, I think at that point in time, he's pulling from a lot of anti-Western writers who existed before him. Sources in the past he may have been more reticent to quote or reticent to pull from. He seems more willing to go along with in their anti-Western arguments, and he makes a very big deal out of the use of unleavened bread in the West. And again, he seems to argue that uniformity of doctrine and faith must also mean uniformity in outward form, which is something we see today in some Orthodox circles. There are some strands within Orthodoxy today who feel that everyone must be Byzantine in their liturgical life. Not all Orthodox feel that way by any means, but there are some very loud people on the internet who seem to think that way. And even, Western Rite Orthodox, where they exist, oftentimes feel pressure to Latinize, to Byzantinize. So he makes a much bigger deal at this time about the use of unleavened bread as being a problem. And then he says something interesting, which is, the apostles passed all of this down to us. We cannot change the faith of the apostles. And he refers to that a few times. And you get the impression that at this point he's arguing that orthodoxy, as he knows it, was passed on from the apostles, and that there's been very little or no development of any kind. It's almost like this position that the Orthodox faith, as it's lived, as it's practiced, was given almost whole and entire from the apostles, with no deviation, no development since. Now, if you really believe that, I'm not sure, but he takes a position that seems to be that in this particular encyclical that he wrote. Now, part of it might be he was trying to stir up feelings, right? He may have been trying to rally support from people that before he may not have been as concerned about appeasing. But at this point in time, he's trying to stir up support against the union. So he may be pulling on arguments from the past that would resonate with people. And in the past, as you're aware, there was a lot of controversy over the use of unleavened bread, especially in Constantinople, between the Byzantines and the Latin residents of Constantinople. So perhaps he's trying to pull upon those feelings. But he makes a much bigger issue out of it than I would have expected at that point in time. Whereas at the council, it didn't seem to be something that was very pressing, at least on his mind. That being said, he wasn't present when this was actually addressed during the council either.
The beards and bread controversies.
Yeah, it's sad. It always comes down to that in some way. But yeah, he makes a big deal out of that. The bread becomes a big issue for him. So you have the filioque, and then you have the issue of the bread. And then there's the issue of purgatory. And again, he wasn't present when purgatory was debated at the council, if I'm correct. I think he was gone by that point. But he's very upset about the literal fire as he sees it. And again, if you look at the teachings of the church, the Catholic Church never authoritatively taught that there's literal fire in purgatory. But again, he left with the feeling that that was a position that was being advocated in the West. So he makes a big deal out of that again as well. And then one of the final things he talks about in the encyclical is the term Vicar of Christ. And he has a problem with that term. He has a problem with it. And in the encyclical, he doesn't explain why it's problematic, but it's probably this. The term Vicar of Christ used to be applied to every bishop. For a long period of time, pretty much every bishop, East and West, was referred to as Vicar of Christ. At a certain point in the West, it began to be used primarily for the Pope to the exclusion of other bishops. And Mark has a problem with the Pope being called the Vicar of Christ in the sense that he has this position that other bishops do not. And at that point in time, he seems to be much less favorable towards the idea of papal primacy. And then he talks about how the Pope supposedly is the Vicar of Christ, but he has an antipope, and this caused all these problems, and it's clearly not working for them in the West. So he might be referring there to the fact that when he came to the West, he saw how divided the Western Church was in and of itself, and all this fighting over popes and anti-popes and papal primacy versus conciliarism, and that kind of made him hesitant to think favorably of the papacy after seeing how badly it seemed to function in the West in his experience. So that's an issue for him as well.
Yeah, which is interesting, because today we tend to think that, the papacy is a really strong unifying principle. But I suppose back then that would have been a little less clear.
Yes, especially at one point they had three, so-called popes rivaling each other, and they were all excommunicating the followers of the other. And in one of his writings, Mark of Ephesus addressed that and said, supposedly, everyone in the Western Church is excommunicated because there are these rival popes excommunicating the followers of the other. So if you follow this logical conclusion, everyone's excommunicated. So he was very, very put off by all of that. Of course, we know that really there's only one pope during that period, right? But back then it wasn't necessarily clear to everyone.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. So, what would you say are some lessons that we could learn from this? Especially when considering working towards reunion.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the big question here. What can we learn from this? How can we not repeat this mistake? First thing we should take away from this is that no reunion will ever work if it's from the top down only. There needs to be mutual respect and understanding from the bottom up. What I mean is, you should have a situation where the faithful, the faithful who are the bulk of the church, understand why the union is taking place and appreciate each other, East and West, as brothers and sisters. I think that needs to happen. Whether or not Mark of Ephesus was present at the Council of Florence, I don't think the union would have lasted either way, because there was so much opposition to it on the ground level. So that's part of the main takeaway here. Any kind of reunion needs to involve people on the ground level. It can't just be a union of hierarchs without popular support from the laity on both sides. That's the most important lesson, I think. But other lessons to take from this is, any union that takes place cannot be rushed politically. And the fact was, towards the end of the Council of Florence, the emperor was feeling pressure. Turks were moving in, and he felt he had to take action quickly. So he did kind of rush things at the end. If the sources are to be believed, he did rush them. Perhaps not in an extreme way, like some of the more mythical exaggerations have it, but there was pressure on his part to move this forward. I think that tainted the whole enterprise. And that caused people like Mark of Ephesus to say that the faith had been sold. And that was one of his most powerful complaints. The faith was sold. What did he mean by that? Rather than working through a union on genuine terms, people were willing to agree to anything for material benefit. In this case, the material benefit was military assistance. But still, in his mind, the faith should never be sold. It should never be up for sale. And I can see that point. I can see it. So any union that takes place should not be politically rushed. That's a key thing as well. Now, regarding some of the more specific things. So on the point of purgatory, I think it's clear that the differences between East and West on this are not that large today. Any person of goodwill can see that we're talking about the same thing. The Western Church does not use the language of literal fire, referring to purgatory. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Catechism of the Catholic Church, when it talks about it, it says that there is, a transition of some kind after death, that makes a person, closer to God, and that praying for a person in this state is beneficial. That's it. Really, the Eastern perspective and the Western perspective as laid out in the Catechism of the Catholic Church are very, very, very close. It's not a huge difference anymore. I don't think that's still an obstacle today to that extent. There are people who like to make it an obstacle, of course. As well as I do, there are people who enjoy taking minute details and blowing them out of proportion. But I don't think that's a huge problem. Regarding the filioque, there's been a lot of mutual understanding on this. A lot of dialogues have addressed the issue. I think Orthodox and Catholics of goodwill are on the same page regarding this, that it's not a theological problem of any real magnitude anymore. And that we all agree that the Father is the source of the Trinity. Now, one issue, though, that really hasn't been adequately addressed is the addition of it to the Creed. Now, there's a question as to whether or not the West ever recited the Creed liturgically without the filioque, because it seems that by the time that the West began reciting the Creed during liturgies, the filioque was just taken as the norm and was thought to always be there by some people. But popes have said in recent, in the past century, that the normative form of the Creed is the Creed without the filioque. And the Eastern Catholics recite the Creed without the filioque. The fact that the Latin Church still has it in almost every Mass, I don't see as a huge deal. But if we look at if we look at Mark of Ephesus's initial appeal to Pope Eugene when he first arrived at the council, he said, look, to end the scandal, just remove it. go back to the original form of the creed, to end the scandal, to be a father and to help those who are weaker in their faith. I'm not going to tell the Western Church what to do, but I do think if a pope were to make the older form of the creed normative in the West, as the creed recited in Sunday masses, I think that'd be seen as a powerful gesture of goodwill, and it might actually have an effect. I don't know. I'm not going to say it's necessary, but I think that would be a very positive thing. I really do. Now, the issue of papal primacy, the Vicar of Christ, and all of that, the big problem is every time this has been addressed in the West, it's been addressed as a Western question on Western terms. And very rarely has it been addressed in a way that makes sense from an Eastern perspective. I think that there needs to be not a rehashing, but a re-examination of how papal primacy functions from the perspective of communal ecclesiology, which is really Eastern ecclesiology. Now, Pope John Paul II said the same thing. He said on multiple occasions that he was open to reconsidering and re-examining how the papacy would function in a reunited church. He put it on the table. He did. And Pope Benedict and Pope Francis have said the same thing, essentially. So I think there would be a worthwhile discussion between the East and the West as to how can we understand papal primacy in a way that, on one hand, acknowledges it as being more than just a primacy of honor, but something of real service to the church. But on the other hand, looks at it in terms that make sense from Eastern ecclesiology, because it can make perfect sense from Eastern ecclesiology if you look at it from the right angle with the right language. Unfortunately, far too often it's been looked at from the perspective of monarchy. It's been treated like a monarchical, dictatorial position, which goes against not only Eastern ecclesiology, but really the ecclesiology of the first millennium. And I think we kind of need to move away from that and look at it from another perspective. I think that also would be a huge step in the right direction.
Do you think it would require the Catholic Church to abandon the First Vatican Council, or do you think that no, the First Vatican Council could be maintained, but it just needs to be properly explained?
I think the latter. I think it could be maintained if properly explained. I always look at it like this. Whenever we're delving into these kind of dogmas and doctrines, we're looking at mysteries of the faith, and we only ever see a little portion of them. And I think any person of goodwill would realize that Vatican I was not complete. Vatican I made a statement that was important at the time, but it was not complete. And the church has never claimed that it is the complete, final, full perspective on that question, right? So I think it is very possible to look at Vatican I and to put it in a larger context in a way that, on one hand, yes, you do have the papacy with the ability to intervene when necessary, right? I mean, historically, there were cases where Western hierarchs were at each other's throats and the Pope had to take action to fix things. And no one can argue that that's true. That's happened. So I think it's possible to take, Vatican I's understanding of the papacy and frame it as a role of service. The Pope has a specific ministry of service, and to do that service, he needs certain, for lack of a better word, powers, right? There need to be certain things at his disposal to carry out that role of service. But at the same time, on the same hand, or the other hand, I mean, we should look at this that it's not the only way of understanding the papacy, that there is more to it than that. And I think one thing that could be considered, I think this is an important thing, is there's been a real tendency to put so much of the papal powers verbally in the context of the man, the Pope. And I think it makes a lot more sense if we talk about the church being infallible. It's the church that's infallible, and the Pope in his office, is one of the ways in which the church's infallibility is exercised. I think moving the focus from the Pope as a person to the church and understanding the Pope's role in the context of the church and the church's infallibility, completely in harmony with Vatican I, but it makes a whole lot more sense from an Eastern perspective.
Any parting words for us?
Yes. So I personally am more optimistic now than I have been in years that there might be some sort of progress in ending this stupid schism. And I'm going to call it that. It's a stupid schism. It's ridiculous. It really is. And so much of it's maintained by people making mountains out of molehills. I'm strangely optimistic that we might actually be making progress. That may seem strange for me to be saying that with looking at what's going on in the world today. But I have more hope than I've had in a long time for various reasons. But I would say that if we do move forward, if there is an opportunity to actually end the schism, we need to make sure that things are really fleshed out, that there's mutual understanding and respect on both sides, and that it's not rushed. And again, finally, I can't emphasize this enough. The Eastern and Western Christians on the ground level, the people in the parishes, so to speak, need to understand and appreciate each other. If reunion were declared today, and the internet were still full of Westerners and Easterners who completely misunderstood and hated each other, I'm not sure how well it would stick. I'm not. There needs to be a mutual understanding and respect on the ground level as well. I think that is really, really crucial.
Point well made. Thank you so much, Father Deacon, for doing this. We really, really appreciate you.
Oh, I've enjoyed this, Michael. It's always a joy.
Everybody, thank y'all for watching, and stay tuned for our next contributor here coming up shortly. We'll see you later. God bless. And welcome back to the conference, everybody. We have for this session an esteemed guest here, Dr. Petros Vassiliadis. He is a Greek biblical scholar and professor emeritus of the Department of Theology of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, honorary president of the Center of Ecumenical, Missiological, and Environmental Studies, and the World Conference of Associations and Theological Institutions and Educators. Really excited to have you on, Dr. Vassiliadis. Welcome to the conference. How are you?
Okay, thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, I'm absolutely honored to have you. So we're talking about divisions between Catholics and Orthodox and what still divides us. In your estimation and in your research, what would you say still divides us as Catholics and Orthodox?
I think that the present situation with regard at least to the question of this conference and this presentation is that there are differences, many differences, but we have to ask whether these differences, this diversity is legitimate or not. Mm-hmm. And in our view, it is legitimate. And it was also during the first millennium, which at the same time, despite the differences between East and West, there was a full communion. Now, in the present day, we have quite good signs of overcoming this estrangement that exists between Eastern and Western Christianity. Modern Catholic theologians speak today of imperfect communion, which means that this is an ontological and spiritual communion in faith, sacraments, and ministries, which is real, not just an ideal, but it is real, though, of course, incomplete. And completion will happen when we have full Eucharistic sharing of the Eucharistic bread and wine. And the Catholics have also developed an evolutionary view of our past conflicts and divisions, with a view towards the unity of the Church as the one body of Christ in true faith, forgiveness, reconciliation, and love. And of course, the most encouraging development is that Pope Francis has started a lengthy process of restoring and applying the traditional conciliarity in church administration of the Catholic Church. He also seems to affirm the very ancient institution of synodality as experienced in the form of pendarchy of the first millennium, during which, as we all know, Rome occupied the first place. Therefore, it would not be meaningless, and this is something which was suggested by a Catholic archbishop during our conferences all this year, from the theological, of course, academic community. And this would not be meaningless for the Orthodox Christian brothers in the East, he said, if Pope Francis, accustomed in prophetic gestures, restores to the pontifical yearbook his ancient title of Patriarch of the West. And we know that a few decades ago, when this was deleted from the pontifical yearbook, there were some reactions by some Orthodox theologians. Finally, Pope Francis has also recently provided new regulations enforcing stronger implications, including removal from office for those in leadership in various stages. The accountability of leadership within the local church was till now very much vertically understood. Therefore, in view of the churches moving from a hierarchical to a more synodal understanding, yet another obstacle for union is practically removed if the church is really being held accountable. These are the signs from the Catholic Church. From the Orthodox side, it is suggested that there is no canonical or ecclesiological schism between the Old and the New Rome that most manuals thought that happened at the beginning of second millennium. This means that the use of the term church for the Catholic Church, but also that of sister church, are absolutely justified. And we say this as Orthodox, although during the Holy and Great Council there was too much discussion whether we can call the other churches, especially the Catholic, as a church or a Catholic Church. Unfortunately, at the decision of this Holy and Great Council, this was affirmed. And it is absolutely necessary to abandon the use of terms nowadays, heresy or schism, and resolve all still existing theological differences, as I said, differences that already existed in the first millennium when full communion existed, in an honest dialogue. In addition, and this is my firm conviction, for many centuries, especially in the second half of the second millennium, we Orthodox have unconsciously developed a negative Orthodox identity. In other words, we are not what the Bible or our tradition have left us as a legacy, but what the others, mainly the Catholics, are not. In other words, without primacy, which we must confess is the visible expression of the Church's unity, accompanied, of course, by conciliarity or synodality. And this is something which is being restored even in the Catholic Church. I am referring, of course, to the Russian Church, which for geopolitical reasons denies the ecumenically decreed primacy of the Bishop of Constantinople and also the prerogatives of the Ecumenical Patriarch. I myself have suggested to the Ecumenical Patriarch that the new Rome, together with the old Rome, together with at a high level, to unilaterally heal the non-existing schism, the way these sister churches have lifted the anathemas in the past. Athenagoras, Patriarch Athenagoras and Pope Paul VI have lifted the anathemas because there were not legitimate anathemas, or at least canonical or ecclesiological anathemas. So it was easy, and it is easy now, if we do not have a real ecclesiological or canonical schism, to go to take a further step. The reasons of the break of communion between the Catholic and the Orthodox Church, we have all this year realized, were of political, cultural, linguistic, and of course theological nature. So the term estrangement describes better the interaction between these factors. That led to the episode of 1045 and eventually to the break of communion between the Greek and the Latin Church. But if separation is first lived and then declared, and this is what happened in the past, also unity can and will be first lived and then formally declared. It is very problematic to set aside or even degrade the complex political and socio-economic background of the ecclesiastical developments and to constantly absolutize theological, ecclesiological, or even liturgical differences, ignoring history through a kind of pseudo-theology or crypto-theology. Finally, on behalf of the Greek Catholics, they now affirm that they know in what direction this dialogue between Eastern and Western Christianity should develop. And this is what was acknowledged by Greek Catholics, especially from Ukraine. Its goal of the dialogue remains to restore full and visible unity between the Western, the Catholic, and the Eastern Orthodox churches. And as uniates, they are convinced that the old model of unity they had followed for centuries cannot be applied in today's ecumenical era. And they are very delighted by Pope Francis' conciliar process that is now going on in the Catholic Church. And since its origins in the undivided Christianity of the old Rome, Ukraine's religious dynamics, and especially after the present war, disaster war, of course, independent Ukraine is demonstrating the will to restore unity in communion with the new Rome. After all, it's not an exaggeration that their primate, Monsignor Svatislav, acknowledged that their mother church is not Rome, but Constantinople. Now, why Ukraine and its religious landscape are so important and matter so much for today, this is a problem which we have analyzed, and I can explain it in a few words. Why is Ukraine considered nowadays the center of attention and concern? It is no longer the autocephaly, the last 2 years, of course, or its geopolitical status between Russia and the West, nor is it the brutal invasion of Russia. Ukraine, or if we can say the geographical area of the present independent state, was in the past the arena of encounter and unfortunately clash of the two main theological and spiritual streams of Christianity, Eastern and Western. And today, contrary to what happened in the past, this can lead Christianity to a new era, to an ecumenical encounter, and why not to the restoration of church unity for the life of the world. And also we have underlined the importance that the Orthodox and Catholics, both theologians and also our church leaders, in anticipation of the 1500th anniversary of the First Ecumenical Council, and Pope Francis and Patriarch Bartholomew have almost declared it, are planning to celebrate in 2025 in Nicaea, and celebrate it not only because at that year both the old calendar, the Gregorian and the Julian, have the same Pascha, but also as a start for having a common celebration of Pascha according to the decision of the First Ecumenical Council. What was the meaning of the decision that all Christians celebrate Easter, Pascha at the same day? And secondly, they would follow the scientific results, the astronomical, not the calendar, what the calendar, one calendar or the other is. After all, the unity of the churches will be discovered when ecumenical metaphysics will have sufficiently penetrated consciousness of our people for such a discourse to be grasped by all Christians as authentically orthodox and life-giving. As you have mentioned at the beginning, the Center of Ecumenical, Missiological and Environmental Studies devoted the 2021-2022 open public lectures of its master program in Orthodox Ecumenical Theology to the visible unity of the one Church of Christ. And we have finished these lectures, and we have selected all the presentations and comments in a book which contains, in a way, the proceedings of this effort. And we dedicate it to Patriarch Bartholomew for his 30th anniversary of his elevation to the throne of the New Rome, of Constantinople. What have made us do this? We realize that despite the successful outcome of many official theological dialogues, and the official theological dialogue has finished what happened in the first millennium, and I hope without the now concerning the obstacles brought by the Russian Church, or the only thing remaining is the kind of primacy and synodality in the second millennium. And we discovered that despite this progress, no significant step has been taken as yet towards full Eucharistic communion. And this was due to a certain preoccupation and prejudices. And in this book, we analyze, as far as possible, in order to overcome any obstacle, canonical, historical, ecclesiological, theological, etc., standing to this very day against the command of our Lord that we may all be one. And I will finish my short presentation by saying that both Orthodox and Catholics agreed now that the theological issues that still divide the Christian churches cannot be resolved through sterile discussions in the style of the traditional conflicts. We realized both that the legacy of Yves Congar was followed by both the ecclesiology of sister churches and Chiara Lubich notions of Jesus forsaken, and the spirituality of unity, as well as the vision of the Ecumenical Patriarch Athenagoras and Pope John the 23rd, and later Paul VI, and of course the present Pope, on Christian unity are examples to be imitated today for our church's journey towards Eucharistic union. East and West can only be faithful to Jesus' gospel if theologians concentrate on the present and the future and seek to rethink and preach this traditional message about God, about Jesus Christ and his grace in such a way that it can be heard and received by a pagan world of today. Until we reach Eucharistic communion, embracing all people of the universe is a non-negotiable fact, and at the same time a blessing on the journey to reunion. One very important issue was, and perhaps the Greek Catholics can understand it, commemorating non-Orthodox names in the Orthodox and Greek Orthodox, I suppose, Eucharistic service of proskomidhi brings us face to face with the problem of the boundaries, or I would say the charismatic boundaries of the Church, and sacramental grace in a new perspective. Not to mention, in addition, that the continued restoration of the order of women deacons in both Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic churches, with pioneers Pope Francis' institution of 2 commissions to consider their restoration, and also similar steps taken in the East, the example of the Alexandrian Patriarchate initiating this process. But the promise we had from the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew in our visit and in our presentation of the outcome of this, the proceedings of the book, the proceedings of these open public lectures, has affirmed that there is no at all theological reason why not to restore this traditional order of deaconesses, of women deacons. And this will help unify East and West in the desire to return to the practices of the undivided church, practices seen, as we have experienced during the presentations, the many presentations, in art in both East and West. And these are quite promising facts that we have experienced. And as I said, we need, first of all, to accept that there are many differences between East and West in spirituality, in theology sometimes, but legitimate mostly, as there were legitimate differences in both practice and in theological expositions during the first millennium, and we had Eucharistic communion. And this is, we hope, that the theologians should work hardly in the coming years. And this is what I wanted to share with you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I have a couple questions. So, how close do you think we are to reunion?
If we can see how our leaders, first of all, feel, we are quite close. If we see the grassroots, uneducated mostly, we have a lot of things to do to prepare, at least to lift all the prejudices that were accumulated after the estrangement and the separation. Previously, there were the same differences, but there was no problem. After the so-called, wrongly said, schism, we started developing even theological, even liturgical differences, which existed before, but they were not presented. So it is up to the theological education, to the grassroots, in addition to the gestures made by the leaders of the Orthodox, of the old Rome and the new Rome.
And in your assessment, you would say that there aren't any definitive theological barriers between Catholics and Eastern Orthodox?
The barriers, just till recently, was the limited synodality existing. Now, the initiative of Pope Francis to restore not only synodality, but synodality in a traditional way, covering the whole people of God. And this is what the directions given, get all the people involved and not behave like a parliament but in a spirit of faith. And this will turn around or turn 108 years the old slogan after or around the Second Vatican, lux from Oriente to lux from Occidente, because this will apply also to the autocephalous churches that have become, as I said, unfortunately, quite nationalistic, quite losing the Catholicity, which a primacy gives, a primacy, of course, accompanied, as I said, with synodality, will help the witness of the Church to the outside world. The Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church, at least, having declared that the Church does not exist for herself, but for the world, is a first step which will help this kind of rapprochement between Old Rome and New Rome.
I think it was something that you mentioned there in the presentation, that in the same way that the separation happened unofficially, we need to have restoration first unofficially from the ground up, and then later on it could be declared. Could you expand a little bit on that?
This is what was suggested not by one, by many of the participants of this kind of lengthy process of open public lectures. And they have produced historical evidence that this is what has happened in the past. And if this happened this way and not the other way around, first lived and then declared, unity can follow the same pattern. So it is important that we develop a so-called local ecumenism, local rapprochement. So far, only the so-called official theological dialogue with representatives and with so many difficulties from the Orthodox part, because you have to have the consent of all the various autocephalous churches. Sometimes they don't like it and they put obstacles in order not to have any process. So if we start from the grassroots, from the and it was very important that in Russia, for instance, during the Soviet regime, there were even Eucharistic hospitality between Catholics and Orthodox. Now there is almost change of spirit. And this is what the Archbishop of Albania, great theologian Anastasios Yannulatos, said that during the regime, the Enver Hoxha regime in Albania, they prayed in the prisons, Orthodox, Catholics, even Muslims together. And then suddenly, when we are liberated, we started separating ourselves. So this is something which we need: more local ecumenism, more local involvement in this process towards Eucharistic union.
Do you think that another way in which we can work towards that locally is joint vespers and liturgical services like that?
The problem is to start, and this is now, as a biblical scholar, I have argued strongly that we have to, as Orthodox, we have to change our official position towards Eucharistic hospitality. And the main argument I presented was the famous Antioch incident, when Paul and Peter, the apostles, and also the other group that came from Jerusalem, were in conflict on a very important issue.
Right.
A minor issue, very minor issue, became major because they couldn't, according to the one position, couldn't sit in the same Eucharistic table because they were unclean or not circumcised or so on. Paul was adamant on that. We cannot say this unless we give priorities to the faith, to our Jesus Lord, the resurrected, and our Savior, and not to regulations that even Jesus of Nazareth tried to overcome, inviting lepers, those who were unclean, speaking to women, speaking to non-proper Jewish people. So this is the so-called biblical legacy towards solving minor issues and sit together in the same Eucharistic table. So to answer your question, we have to think about a kind of so-called Eucharistic hospitality. I wouldn't say intercommunion, because we have debated in our Orthodox theology the distribution of antidoron, and some people say no. There are even from the previous centuries letters saying that you have to give to everybody who wish and accept that this is Jesus Christ's body and blood. So we can develop, but we have to start. We have not started yet.
Yeah, and it seems like from the Catholic perspective, there's an openness to administer the sacraments to Eastern Orthodox, even canonically. Whereas I haven't seen the equivalent right now from the Orthodox. It seems like generally on an official level that's excluded, and maybe in practice it's allowed. So you're arguing that
you are right, and this is the complaint from our colleagues in the Catholic side, that they say we have acknowledged all the sacraments of your church. All we need is to come to the conclusion to accept also the common celebration of the Eucharist, which is the mystery par excellence. We don't say, both Catholics and Orthodox, that we have to use the Eucharist as a means and not as something which will come after we are united in all aspects. But some kind of expanding to the Catholics what the Catholics have officially said about the Orthodox sacramental life. This is something we have to deal with, and it is very important.
Dr. Vassiliadis, thank you so much for coming on and giving us this presentation, and also answering my questions here. I really value your time and your expertise, so thank you so much. It was truly an honor.
I thank you too.
And everybody, thank y'all for watching. Stay tuned here shortly for the next session. God bless.
Glory to Jesus Christ. Hello, I'm Dr. Matthew Minard. Some of the viewers here at Reason and Theology might know me from my various talks that I've given for Michael Lofton on various topics, a whole series of lectures on the Summa Theologiae, kind of free-form reflection on the elements of Thomism, some talks on publications that I've had, talks on the debates over theological methodology that occurred in the mid-century of the 20th century, and some stuff on Vatican II, the Second Vatican Council. I'm a professor of moral theology and philosophy at the Byzantine Catholic Seminary of St. Cyril and Methodius in Pittsburgh. And so the topic of this symposium is dear to my heart, given the work that we do at St. Cyril and Methodius on behalf of the Ruthenian Byzantine Church, as well Byzantine Catholic Church, as well as the Melkite Byzantine Catholic Church as well. We are formators for especially those two jurisdictions. On occasion, we do receive men from the Romanian Catholic Church, which is very small, as well as the Ukrainian Catholic Church on occasion, if they have a kind of special case that they need to have formation for, although we're not the primary formators for them. I also am a translator and author, primarily of 20th century scholastic and scholastic-derived texts. I was born as a Roman Catholic, and my own training was in a Roman context. And I fell in love with the Ruthenian Church 6 or 7 years ago now. In southwestern Pennsylvania, the experience of a pastor who was quite Byzantine in his spirituality, but just simple Slavic liturgical form in western Pennsylvania that kind of broke the ice of my heart almost immediately. And although I was somewhat engaged in a Western traditional Latin Mass world, I immediately knew that I had found my home spiritually, no doubt in part because of my own kind of Benedictine and monastic spirituality, which is so at home in the great, an ancient ascetical mystical tradition of the Byzantine East. At the Byzantine Catholic Seminary, which I'm not explicitly, speaking on behalf of the seminary here today, but nonetheless, we're very engaged in trying to build bridges with our Orthodox brethren. The great hope of many of us is that we would someday be united with our Orthodox brethren and be able to consider ourselves as Orthodox in union with Rome. And again, that's not necessarily the way that everyone speaks, but it is the great desire ecumenically that we all have. I don't think that today we're going to solve every issue. And I'm just going to speak on some of the kind of topics that come up in the course of my teaching and discussing of things with my fellow colleagues and my fellow Byzantine Catholics and the men that we form for our various jurisdictions. And, above all, there will be this question in the background of our mind concerning, well, what prevents union? Probably I could come up with a different list than what I did, and others will fill in the gaps as well, and our conversation will too. But I want to just consider three main topics of differing length. Each one is at a very practical level, questions of governance, which are quite strong, and in some ways I think maybe perhaps the strongest of issues because of the problem of the relationship between the common good of the universal church and the particular churches in union with the Pope of Rome. This is an important area in which our Orthodox brethren do have certain concerns about a centralizing tendency that sometimes tends to level things out from Rome outward. Secondly, I'll consider matters of theology. And here, I suppose we will engage in a bit of reflection based on my own experience as a Byzantine Catholic philosopher and theologian. And my own experience as my theological outlook has changed. I do all of this work in the scholastic world, and yet I just had a very funny conversation recently, actually, someone I was talking to. I do a little bit of teaching as well for a Roman Catholic seminary. And the person I was talking to said, well, so do you consider yourself a Thomist? And they had read things that I'd translated. And I laughed and I said, well, I believe in pluralism quite a bit. And I do think that I'm quite indebted to the Thomist school, but I guess it's, my time as a Byzantine has changed my outlook somewhat. So it's just some of the questions in the background of difficulties that would be felt, because I know what it's like to feel them myself as a Ruthenian Byzantine. Will be the second topic: difficulties regarding theological grammar, if you will, theological methodology, theological culture. Finally, I'll make a few remarks about the thorniness that is the existence of the churches, such as my own, which are sometimes pejoratively referred to as uniate churches or Eastern Catholic churches in union with Rome. And this is actually still a sticking point, I think, for kind of an honest appreciation of the state of the churches. And I will be somewhat of a both lamenter of the sorrow of what uniatism comes to represent historically, but also to a defender of the experience of the various Eastern Catholic churches, which can't be completely just washed away as though this were, just a Roman imposition to be overcome completely, by sort of like quashing our existence. This is a real fear that some in the churches in union with Rome feel. Okay, matters of governance. Well, we can't go into all the details concerning, the relationship between the Pope of Rome and various particular churches, but a good place to start is to consider really the thorny issue that we feel in the East, whether from an Orthodox perspective or an Eastern Catholic perspective, when reading the 4th chapter of Pastor Aeternus, the Declaration on the Church, the Constitution on the Church, from the First Vatican Council. And although later documents, I think, have, we'll say, mollified and they've softened the language of the universal and ordinary jurisdiction of the Roman Pontiff over the Church, nonetheless, the stark language of Pastor Aeternus, not merely about matters of infallibility, which I'm not so worried about here today, but as regards the governance of the church as a whole, is something of concern for the East, and I think rightly so. The Melkite Patriarch, at the time of the council, himself refused at first to sign the document, precisely because he wanted to have an addition to the text that would recognize the rights that belong to the patriarchs, and of course also to the bishops. And there's a book by a somewhat, perhaps a little bit progressive, but still insightful theologian, Potmeyer is his last name, that goes through some of the details of those who intervened at the council on behalf of the expression of the rights of the bishops. This is one of the reasons that Lumen Gentium at the Second Vatican Council had to be written, was to try to counterbalance the papal maximalism that was found at the First Vatican Council. This is also, you can also find some similar accounts in the volumes written by or curated by Cuthbert Butler on behalf of, who was it? It was Archabbot or Abbot Ullathorne, who was present at the council. And so you can find some of the interventions by council fathers looking to have softening language or canons or texts. And there's responses from the deputation, which function as at least a somewhat official interpretation of the final text. And all of that can be found in the Manzi collection. I think the council fathers were raising important issues concerning what do we do about redressing when the Pope acts out of line by kind of reaching down and doing things where really it should be left to, if not the bishop, then to at least the metropolitan or the major metropolitan church, as we think in the Catholic East, or the patriarch. The Western church has developed canons and other provisions which have recognized increasingly the rights of the various churches as such. This is strongest in the case of patriarchal churches, and this provides at least a kind of model for what the interaction would be like between West and East if there were a reunion. Obviously, I think it would actually be a foolish thing to just expect the Orthodox churches to accept the Code of Canon Law for the Eastern churches. The document itself is very Roman in style. What the canonical layout would look like between the churches would probably have to be something a little bit more suppler in order to have kind of a developed set of interfaces that work legally. But the provisions that have been made to try to respect the autonomy and the subsidiarity of patriarchs at least provides a good first set of steps for thinking through the independence of the various churches. Now, still though, Rome sometimes, this has been true under Paul VI, and then John Paul II, and then Benedict XVI and Francis, the papacy exercises itself sometimes quite vigorously among the bishops, though directly at times. I mean, there's, people overstate this sometimes. Rome does take care to actually not do much, is sort of the way it happens. But there are things that occur that would strike an Orthodox listener as being at least troubling, how a kind of immediacy unfolds. Now, it's important, though, that the point of comparison is always at least above all, the Eastern patriarchal churches. But I think that still the West is learning how to think through its own subsidiary structures more explicitly. There's a way in which the episcopacy is chosen in some ways for a kind of go along to get along with Rome attitude. And it does tend toward an exercise of jurisdiction that has an immediacy which feels quite immediate. But, especially the Melkite Patriarchate functions for those of us in the Byzantine East as really a point of hope for asserting an Eastern identity and an Eastern posture in ecclesiastical affairs, which is strong and robust. But of course, also too, a larger Eastern church like the Ukrainian Catholic Church, even though it's just major metropolitan, also bears witness to this same kind of desire for independence but union with Rome. But this is an open issue, what this would look like, because not all Eastern Catholics are always happy with the relationship that we have. For instance, with the Roman Congregation for the East, there's a sense in which we feel like we're an issue that's being handled by the Roman authorities. And I think this was going to be one of these sticking points, because if it sticks for us, it's going to stick for those who are not used to these sorts of interactions. And so one will just, hope that lessons learned from us or our interactions with the Roman authorities can give structures for moving forward to an even more independent and truly synodal church. One of the issues, people talk about synodality today in the Western church quite a bit because of this synod on synodality that's going on. But of course, the East has a rich idea of how the synodal structure works within eparchies and then at various levels. But of course, as we've seen historically, especially of late, the lack of explicit union with the head creates its own issues regarding union, and that's something that's going to be an issue then to be faced if there is reunion, and it's not going to be easy. And so you have to really want union together to be able to suffer some of the oversteps that still exist. Rome still, in a sense, has baked into its mindset a kind of allergy to conciliarism and to Gallicanism that has not, wholly been exercised. And I'm not sure it ever quite will be. So one has to sort of be willing to suffer some of the oversteps, and also to occasionally have a strong spine. The Patriarch of Antioch, the Catholic Patriarch of Antioch, the Catholic Melkite Patriarch of Antioch, has been is always quite inspiring in this way, and we owe a great deal to the Melkite readiness to stand up and just not follow along if they feel that their own prerogatives are being pushed on. I mean, they're not disobedient, but they're they assert their rights. So, I mean, one has to be ready to live like that. Okay, well then, theology. Union will cause, how to put it, a certain level of discomfort. We live in a much more pluralistic time. This is not the kind of pan-neo-scholasticism of the West of the 20s and 30s, before things started to fracture apart. We live in a wildly pluralistic world in the West. On the one hand, truth be told, I think we need to be quite honest, the Roman permission, Rome's always very slow to respond to problematic theologians, and many bishops don't rein in theologians and philosophers who are problematic within their own diocese. And union with the Catholic Church is going to face the Orthodox with this fact, I think, quite strongly. While there are, in certain sections of Orthodoxy, veins of more liberal and progressive thought of today, especially in the first world, they have not faced the same kind of test that the West has faced in this regard for especially the past 50 years. I mean, there are those who consider themselves to be Catholic theologians, who may have a certain kind of technical proficiency, but their desire to really be engaged with the ancient tradition is nominal at best, and is taken in by the fads of today at worst, and learning what in the world to do there, or even choosing whether or not one wants to deal with that phenomenon, is, I think, a significant barrier to entry, actually. But also, too, there's a sense in which the Western Church, in its more conservative sides, has a huge amount of the scholastic inheritance involved in its vocabulary. Even its universal vocabulary has many marks of scholastic thought within it. Very highly Augustinianized categories, which is not a bad thing. Poor Augustine gets a bad rap. I think that sort of a disavowing of the anti-Augustine lines that crept into Orthodoxy is a necessary thing, because Augustine is a great saint and was a great theologian. He wasn't the only one, but he had immense influence on the way that Westerners sort of thought their categories. And then the hardening of lines that happens not only in the 13th century, but in the 15th and 16th and 17th century in theology, in a scholastic idiom, and in the terms of a kind of scholastic view of what theology is as a particular kind of so-called science. All of this creates a world in which that mode of theologizing in certain circles, and really even pretty mainstream up through the time of Benedict XVI, both John Paul II and Benedict XVI, was encouraged by the official magisterium. Things are a little bit different nowadays, but the point being is that one finds oneself somewhat swamped in the midst of a kind of scholastic idiom. And yet I think that there's much to be gained by a kind of interaction in this way. Marcus Plested has encouraged his own Orthodox brethren to have confidence in discussing theology, even among scholastics, even meeting them in their own idiom, even whenever one looks on this or that point within whichever tradition, be it a spiritual theological tradition, a particular Palamite tradition, a particular view of certain themes in the fathers of the church, certain views on scriptural or biblical theology, that even, and I forget where my sentence started, I apologize, that in the midst of interacting with a scholastic idiom, one should have a kind of comfort with trying to understand on its own terms scholastic thought, and then a backbone, whatever your tradition might be, to stand up and however theologize in a way that is faithful to the mysteries as they've been traditionally given to us. And different churches will have different ways of doing this. This is one of the great difficulties of being a Ruthenian Catholic in this regard, because we don't have a huge theological tradition per se, right? And so, I've become, in my days as an Eastern Catholic, very, comfortable, of course, interacting with Orthodox authors in a way that whenever I grew up as a Roman Catholic, I had not, to be honest. But nonetheless, you have a keen sense as a Ruthenian that, well, you don't have a tradition of sorts to on the whole, give you many years of theological inquiry. We're a poor and small church. So there will be many different theologies, and one should feel fine, but it's also difficult because, like, in the room, in the end, everyone's talking Western because it's such a big Western world in the Catholic Church. And I've become quite sensitive to this. Someone said to me recently, I was actually talking about a rather scholastic topic of the manuals and the history of how that genre began. So it's very quintessentially Western, and it's kind of like 17th, 18th, 19th century focus. And someone said, I can tell you're an Easterner because you never say the theology, right? You don't talk about Western things and equate it with theology. You always kind of, qualify something about the Latin West at a certain period in a certain group of people who were scholastic in this way. So, well, yeah, because, I do believe that, theological inquiry has a certain kind of unity to it. It may not be quite the capital S science that one looks for the one science on the model of the somewhat rationalistic feeling bent of certain scholastics. But, that aside, the pluralism is quite important. But it does grate on you sometimes, even someone like myself who does so much in the Western world, to hear, conversations as though the entire categories are within a certain idiom of certain issues that arose in a certain Western context because of the vicissitudes of history over the past 100 years or whatever. This also shows that on a particular topic that I think maybe a fruitful point of contact, I think would be very fruitful, actually, to maybe discuss at our group, or maybe, discussion of this kind of technicality might be too much, but to start making a kind of joint effort between Eastern Catholics and Orthodox thinkers would be to actually articulate a view of development of dogma that enables us to explain the fact that we hold the same dogmatic truths, but dogmatic truths, not merely even theological truths, but dogmatic truths using notions that have different nuances, but that's just because of different areas of the tradition of the councils and the fathers that have had different emphasis within our own history. And so, there's a kind of way that the church contains within her own bosom multiple strata of the development of dogmas. People tend to think, especially in the West, as though there's just a sort of linear development of the state of a dogma and its articulation magisterially, and it's stamped every so often by the papacy. I think that coming up appropriately with a theory of development of dogma that is more nuanced to the concerns of the East, which blessedly are almost always biased in the direction of maintaining the same truth, and hence has a kind of conservative and traditional power to it, that this would be a very interesting way to try to kind of have conversations on the interface, if you will, between the Byzantine Catholic East and the Orthodox East, whatever particular church in question. It'd be an interesting symposium to hold, actually, as an academic conference, to be honest. But, you're going to find forever a kind of papalist, somewhat Denzinger feeling theology. People made fun of the idea of going to Denzinger to open it up and find your kind of stuff from the councils and from the popes. They made fun of that in the 50s, but, there's a sense in which progressives today find themselves quoting many papal documents as well. And you just need to be prepared to be comfortable in the midst of that. It's not the only way to theologize, and the magisterium actually is quite careful to protect pluralism, but it's easy to miss it, especially if you're not used to this sort of idiom. And obviously there will be growing pains. There are issues on, you especially feel it when the liturgy and the sacraments come up, because very often the categories for thinking through the ways that the mystery is lived either in the liturgy or is communicated in the sacraments or the sacramental mysteries is quite Latin and also Latin liturgical. But that's more of a kind of the kinds of projects and things one will find one's life taken up with. But it shouldn't be, in my mind, a dissuasion from union. Rome has repeatedly emphasized to the Eastern churches to embrace our tradition. And that's a hard thing to think through whenever you're, for instance, a small and poor church, right? But how can we be authentically, yes, Catholic, but Eastern and Byzantine? And so, there are people who do great work on liturgical theology above all, and also to the sacramental mysteries that I think is fruitful territory. And so, okay, fine, it just has to develop even more. The idiom of the relationship between philosophy and theology will be an issue. Not because, of course, there's so many great, not because it's lacking in the East. I mean, there are many, both contemporary, but then also through the centuries, Orthodox thinkers who clearly are making use of philosophy as a very carefully managed instrument for theology. They're not as sanguine as the West can be at times. But that issue of then the relationship between faith and reason and how important the philosophical instrument is another one of these things that will come up, I think, quite a bit. I mean, this is a normal thing with my students, and some of our other professors as well really have to make this point about you need a certain philosophical acumen because the fathers themselves had it, as well as later theologians in the Byzantine tradition. And yet still there's not the same philosophical culture like what develops in the West, which spins off independently in a way that's much more full-throated in the West. One of the very practical issue has somewhat to do with governance and somewhat to do with theology. Whereas I think that issues that people often talk about, be it the filioque or purgatory, or even perhaps the articulation of papal subsidiarity, if you will, actually can be handled pretty well, and have been in various ecumenical dialogues. The practical issue of ecclesiastical divorce in the Orthodox churches is something that is going to cause significant issues. Just exactly how I'm not sure, because it could play out in different ways, but nonetheless, that's an issue set that's an issue that's going to cause problems. Now, various times in the history of the various Orthodox churches, there's been a pulling back from the granting of such ecclesiastical divorces, but still, practically, that's a kind of example of something where the rubber hits the road pretty fast. So, finally, let's just quickly go to my third category, which I've already mentioned, and it's somewhat in the background. An example. The churches in the Eastern churches in union with Rome sometimes have the feeling that if there's anyone who our Orthodox brethren don't like, maybe they're mad at Roman Catholics, for various theological or even past political reasons, but our existence is something that's hated even more. And at the level of fraternal charity among parties, I think it's very important to voice this sense that we are the ones who are hated. Think about how we've been treated especially, so just speak out of the Slavic context, by the Russian Orthodox Church very often. And although both sides I acknowledge, and I will wholly acknowledge that, both sides always will tell their own story, right? And everyone has sort of their own tale. Nonetheless, we have been significantly mistreated in the history of our time in the East, in kind of the home country. And although some of that can be blamed on communism, not all of it can be, and we feel sort of the pain of that fact still in certain circles in our church. I myself have great hope for a kind of reconciliation. Of course, in our church's case, the autocephaly of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is actually a sign of hope for us to be able to perhaps someday, have a mother church that we would be in union with, and that we would be part of. That would really be the great goal, is to be Orthodox in union with Rome. That the Melkite Patriarchate has, from what I understand, the Patriarch has said for some time that if the Patriarch of Antioch, the Antiochian Orthodox Patriarch, were to wish for reunion, he would step down, the Melkite Catholic Patriarch. Now, I don't know if that's current policy or not, but it does bear witness to the fact that the Melkites take very seriously that desire to be Orthodox in union with Rome. And although, there's perhaps a little bit more of this Greek Catholic, we're not Orthodox attitude that you find somewhat in the Rust Belt, in the Ruthenian and maybe even in the Ukrainian church, nonetheless, many of the, younger, by which I mean 50 years old and younger, Eastern Catholics have a real desire, maybe even older than that, have a real desire to move toward real union. But it has to be admitted that our churches have had a history of spirituality and practices, not the Latinizations that are used to be everywhere in our liturgy, but have been slowly but surely taken out, or in our parish practice, I should say, not just liturgy, but in our parish practice. But there are things in certain devotional strands in people's lives. There's a kind of the effect of living side by side with Roman Catholics. Like, all of this is something that it needs to be worked through, and a more vibrant Eastern culture should always be what we're working toward in our church. But one has to also accept our particular existence and the particular story of our people and the particular story of our churches, that our churches are not nothing, and that they should be recognized as groups of Christians who wanted to be faithful to the gospel and to the divine liturgy, and to the liturgical and spiritual patrimony of the Christian East, sometimes in the midst of nations where they were here in America, they were utter outliers that didn't fit in. And I'm not justifying every Latinization, by far not, but a kind of clear statement of affirmation that the Uniates are not evil, that the Unia, for whatever are the problems of Uniatism, and Bishop Elias Zogby saw them very clearly, and in many ways articulated them spot on, to be honest, that we who are so-called Uniates, or churches in union with Rome, deserve a place at the table and not to be forgotten, or at least looked at as very annoying ecclesial bodies. I mean, I don't support some of the overreactions, for instance, to the joint statement from Balamand, which gave rise to, for instance, a breakoff group in the Ukrainian church that the SSPX was involved in. But I do understand the kind of frustration at being treated or talked about as basically this unmitigated evil. It was a kind of church, like the taking of flocks in a certain sense. Like I think that one could sort of admit that, but they were flocks who were looking for pastoral care. They weren't merely just being stolen by Rome. Rome itself, and it misstepped at times, but Rome itself had been quite clear from early on that we were to maintain our Eastern practices, or our Byzantine practices. And it's an unfortunate thing that locally that was not always the case. But it was because Rome wanted to provide for the spiritual life of these particular communities. And so seeing it as part of just the vicissitudes of history, with perhaps, yes, some involuntary, unhappy consequences, but in the end, not something to be, just decried as evil, I think would be very important, and is one of these steps of comfort that are necessary as the churches would hopefully move toward kind of reunion, which would be very desirable. Look, I went to a liturgy down at Holy Transfiguration Parish in McLean, Virginia. If anyone wants to see what a church in union with Rome can look like, and look almost like a kind of Antiochian paradise, it's that Melkite church. It was an absolutely beautiful liturgy, stunning and fulfilling as an Easterner. And if we can enter a world in which places like that and liturgies like that are celebrated and then accepted eventually in a way that is appropriate into a unified structure, I think that the church would be, the ancient faith, the traditional faith would be all the more benefited by that kind of union, because the great desire of Christ was to have a union among all of his believers. But the church is a bit of a dragnet with good and bad fish and has weeds and wheat. And so just because the papacy might be a pain to deal with sometimes, I just don't think it should impede, Eastern brethren being united together. But anyway, that's my spiel for today, and I look forward to the discussion that we will have together. But I want to wish all of my Orthodox interlocutors just, my true fraternal love, and I mean that in a non-condescending way. And I wish, of course, my Eastern Catholic, and maybe if there are any Latin Catholic people here as well, folks that are also part of the symposium here. It just, love of, brother from another particular church. I want to thank you on both sides for engaging in this kind of discussion, which the great desire of all of our hearts should be, to be one, not merely, to kind of have a kind of conquest on behalf of Orthodoxy, but to have a true unity and communion in the body of our Lord and our shared liturgy and our shared spiritual tradition. So I wish all of you all the best. We're not going to solve all the problems of the church ourselves, but I hope we can at least model a bit of fraternal love together as brothers and sisters who share the same tradition, broadly speaking. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to our discussion.
And welcome back, everybody. We are going over ways in which we can work towards reunion and also some of the remaining obstacles that exist between Catholics and Orthodox, joined by Eastern Orthodox priest Father Alexis Baldwin. How are you, Father? Great to have you on.
Thank you, Michael. I'm doing well. Thank God. I'm doing well. It's good to talk to you.
Yeah, it's good to talk to you as well. And you're a priest in the OCA, correct?
That's right. Yep. Priest in the OCA. Coming up on about my 9th year in the priesthood.
Wow.
So I've served in a couple of different places across the United States. But currently I'm in the state of Mississippi, and I serve primarily in 3 different mission churches across the state. So I'm kind of like a circuit rider mission priest.
Wow. I bet they're keeping you busy then. Wow, 3 different parishes.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God. It's about 1,200 miles a month.
Oh, I was about to ask. Wow. Wow. So are you at these 3 different parishes once a week? Each one of them once a week?
Yeah, so I go, I basically rotate every week to a different community, and there's more or less a set schedule. They have the expectation of being served on a certain weekend, but I'll also serve when possible feast days, vespers during the week, depending on where I'm at in the state, and special services. Certainly if there's a funeral or someone needs confession, and that's something I have to take into account, and it's not just relegated to the weekend, but it finds its way in the week as well. So you're right,
Yes.
They keep you busy.
Yeah, especially if you're doing vespers, daily vespers. I mean, that's like a whole liturgy.
Yeah.
As far as the length of the service, I mean, yeah, that's a lot, but that's very rewarding too. I love vespers.
Thank God.
It's a blessing that you get to do it often. So yeah, let's talk about, from your observations, what are some of the big issues that stand out to you between Catholics and Orthodox that we need to work on?
Yeah, I've thought about this a lot, and I've certainly prayed about it a lot. I pray about it often, actually. As you might imagine, being a mission priest in the South in general, but even in Mississippi, one of the things that we often get asked when we're out, or when someone's new to a service, is they will ask us, how close are we to Catholics, Roman Catholics? And I find that to be a good question, but also, without trying to overload people, I want to respect them. I want to answer their question. I find it to be a bit of a peculiar question. I myself, I have one of those good ethnic last names, Baldwin. So Orthodoxy really is in my family line with me and my wife. We're really the first Orthodox in our families on either side. But I find it to be interesting because many people would assume that there's this big delineation between Orthodox and Catholic based on the idea that you have Roman Catholic, you have Eastern Orthodox. But as you know, many people probably know already, the term Roman Catholic can be a little bit inaccurate. In fact, many Orthodox could simply call themselves Roman as well. And certainly we use the word Catholic in our creed and our liturgy as well. So it's a bit confusing at times for people who have no context, right? And so I think answering that question has been one of the big challenges I have as a mission priest, because I often find myself correcting errors that people make, not just about Orthodoxy. The real standard one that people like to gravitate towards is, oh, why do you guys have all these idols in your church, But that's kind of a real peculiar one there. When people come in their church, they want to know why we're venerating icons. It raises the eyebrows a little bit. But I think they also have a lot of misconceptions about Catholicism and what they know to be Catholicism in general. And I find myself, even as an Orthodox priest, those misconceptions, just to have a conversation with somebody. So, I think that's one of the challenges that I face. That is I think it has a certain kinship. Because certainly you can imagine, unless you're in a place like Louisiana, where there historically are a lot of Catholics, historically across the South, you wouldn't have Catholics except in pockets. So I think, to kind of answer your question, one of the things that we can do to work together is to really know ourselves and to be honest and transparent about ourselves, not to hide anything, or not to be afraid to speak things the way that they are, because there are so many misconceptions. You would think with the internet that there would be less misconceptions, but as we found out in the last 3 or 4 years, there's just more misconceptions.
Right.
I'm very fortunate. I think that's a big way. I also I have spent a lot of time. I'm not real old, but I'm getting up there. I'm 40 years old, and sorry, I didn't mean to wave. It's the Mississippi scenery we have around here. You know how it is.
I know how that goes.
So I think I've been studying this for a while, off and on. I'm not a scholar. I'm not an academic. I'm just a parish priest, a mission priest. I don't know a whole lot. But one of the things that I think I've come to know is there's been a lot of effort put forth, certainly in the last 50 years, to try and see how Catholics and Orthodox can find common ground in theology, in worship, in sacramentology, ecclesiology, all of those things. Many of the commissions that have been established, theological commissions in this country and other countries, have done a lot of work to try and bring people closer together, at least theologically, or to have a common vision about how that rapprochement might happen. It reminds me of a question I asked an Orthodox bishop once, and he was a ROCOR bishop. Mm-hmm. But some people, you say those letters and they kind of tense up a little bit, because ROCOR gets this reputation for being a little bit super strict. Mm-hmm. But it's been my experience, whether it's with ROCOR or OCA or Antiochian or Greeks or whoever it is, Russians, Georgians, Albanians, on and on and on. I've had such positive experiences and great experience with my fellow brothers and sisters in the faith. So I've had a really good experience with priests and clergy and laity and bishops and ROCOR. So I asked this bishop, about how would it be possible for us to overcome the theological problems with, say, the non-Chalcedonians. And the reason why I brought this up is because I have a real love for the Ethiopian Orthodox. I've known many, and I think they have a beautiful liturgy and beautiful tradition. And at the seminary I went to, St. Tikhon's, where I graduated, we had many Syro-Malankara students that were studying there, and they're on their own path in the seminary as well. And so I wondered, how could we ever envision what unification would look like? And I asked this ROCOR bishop this, and he was very poignant. He thought about it for a moment, and he said, well, the problem is certainly an ecclesiological one. It's a theological one. And I said, Your Grace, we've anathematized some of their fathers, and likewise. And he said, well, these fathers were anathematized at a council. So if we were able to come back to communion, it certainly would be possible through a council. And I thought that was a really good. Response. It was reflective, but I think it also it acknowledges the work that Orthodox Christians think is important and how we go about working together. It's not just academic, but it involves the entire community: theological, academic, spiritual, liturgical. And I think he was reflecting that in his answer. More recently, I think we have such a beautiful example of what it's like to work together in our own Orthodox world. I think one of the criticisms that I've been getting a lot recently, I've been seeing people have asked me about it in my own parish, my own parishes. Orthodox people have asked me about this, certainly with the situation between the Moscow Patriarchate and the Ecumenical Patriarchate. They wonder, what are we to do, Father? And of course, I encourage people always to pray, to pray for this to come to a close. But pray for Christ's love to, fully envelop everyone, right? But I realized that in the greater scheme of things, these kind of situations, they take time to resolve, and they're resolved through prayer. They're resolved through the work of the church. They're resolved through not just the clergy and the hierarchs, but also the people. And a great example we have of that is, the recent healing of the schism between the Macedonian Orthodox Church and the Serbian Orthodox Church. And just the other day, not only was the schism healed, but the Serbian Church recognized the autocephaly of the Macedonian Orthodox Church. And this is a church that has been considered in schism by the entire Orthodox world for 70 years. I mean, these are there's an ethnic component to it where it's very difficult. And I know a few Serbian people, and I asked them directly about this. I said, well, what do you think about this? And they were very shocked. They were surprised, and it was a good surprise. It was a joyful surprise because they had been waiting for something like this, but they were happily surprised, but they were just stunned. I think many of us were. By that. But I think particularly the thing that really moved me about this reunification is at the liturgy where they had the reunification, there was an archbishop who showed up, Archbishop Jovan of Ohrid, and he had been persecuted very, very terribly over the years. He had been accused of many things, put in jail. But I was so moved because he showed up to the liturgy, and he even said, and he resigned from his position. And he said, if I'm a stumbling block, I'd rather resign. And he resigned, and he didn't do it out of bitterness or enmity, but out of brotherly love. And he said some of the most beautiful words about how good it is for brothers to dwell in unity. And that's the goal. So, this is a roundabout way of going back to what you were asking. How can we work together? How can we, envision this in our own lives? I think it's through prayer, and I think it's through, beseeching the Lord for the very same things that somebody like Archbishop Jovan did. Beseeching that the Lord would bring about, a true, unification. And I think that involves a lot of prayer. I think that's the other component to it,
Yeah. Now, so what would you say? Well, would you say that there are some serious differences in worship between Catholics and Orthodox, or would you say that we're substantially united when it comes to the way that we worship, or is there work to do there?
If I'm honest with you, which I am going to be honest with you, I've had several interactions with Catholic clergy over the years, in my 9 years as a priest. My first assignment was an assistant priest out in Colorado Springs at Holy Theophany Orthodox Church. The priest there is Father Anthony Carbo, the priest in charge. And there were many Catholics in the I think it's the Diocese of Colorado Springs, the Catholic Diocese of Colorado Springs. And when I was there, I had a job where I worked part-time at a coffee shop, as an Orthodox coffee shop. And lots of people would come in. Most of the people that came in were not Orthodox at all. 99.9% of the clients were not Orthodox, but there was making lattes and cappuccinos. And yes, I wore my cassock, I wore my cross. It's a priest serving you a latte is what it was, it's phenomenal because I probably talked to 1,000 people in the time that I was there. And, it was amazing because no one was going to call 1,000 people were not going to call me on the phone and ask about Orthodoxy. But when I was behind that bar serving espresso, there was some kind of safety zone where if I was handing somebody a latte, they were going to talk to me about Orthodoxy, or they were going to say, what are you? It was amazing. It was wonderful. But we certainly had a number of Catholics and Catholic priests that came in. And I have to say, sometimes I wasn't maybe as Irenic as I could have been, to a fault. I admit that. I had one gentleman come in. He was a music minister at a Catholic church. And he said, "Oh, I love Orthodoxy, and I love your church, and I love the hymns, I love the traditions." And I can't remember which hymn it was, but he had taken, I don't know if it was an antiphon from liturgy or if it was the cherubic hymn or something. He had told me, well, I took this and we just used it at Catholic Mass. And I said, don't do that. That was wrong, I mean, he was a little bit shaken by that. And I didn't mean it in a mean way, but I said, listen, you have to understand, everything in our liturgy is there for a reason, and it's comprehensive, and it means something. It's the place that it is for a reason. And you can't just boop it out of liturgy and put it somewhere else. It doesn't work like that. There's a cohesion to it. And so, I apologize for being a little bit tactless with him, but I think that, for us, that's a real big point. The liturgy, it makes sense the way it is for a reason. It's a culmination of a tradition. And so, having, again, circled back to your question, what I think is important is that, on the one hand, for Catholics to understand that this is how Orthodox view the liturgical life. But on the other hand, that Orthodox have this expectation that that's how Catholics also view their liturgical life. And I do think that there is this opportunity, certainly through ongoing catechesis in the Catholic Church, for Catholics to know that and come to love that about their liturgical life. But I would say that there is a difference in cohesion, only because, in truth, the organic growth that the liturgy has had is not akin to the kind of opening up of liturgical growth that you have in Catholicism with Vatican II. And I do think that Catholics, what I've seen, Catholics are in an ongoing process of trying to answer that question a little bit more effectively liturgically. But I don't think that they're somehow doomed to fail. But I do think that many Orthodox would look at the efforts that Catholics have undertaken with a little bit of caution. I certainly think that we look at it as a cautionary tale. You know what I mean? But of course, this, as you would well know, this is certainly not the criticism that we have when it comes to Eastern Catholicism, where I think we have certainly a kinship in liturgical life and certainly spiritual life. I've met many Eastern Catholics who very much consider themselves to be Orthodox in communion with Rome. And regardless of what I or any Orthodox think about it, I know many Eastern Catholics that are very devout. They keep the liturgical life in the Eastern Catholic Church. I mean, they pray the hours, they know the hymns, they pray canons and akathis. So I don't think that they're somehow, insufficient in their spiritual life. We had a moment to talk the other day, just briefly, and you had mentioned that you thought that there was two kind of, self-contained kind of cohesive traditions. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that was my kind of idea of what you were saying, right? And then it wasn't necessarily a right, way to try and figure out how to change them and make them do something that they're not, And I've been thinking about that a lot, and I think I really do agree with that in a lot of different ways. And the challenge is having that honest conversation about how those traditions can exist alongside of each other authentically and realistically. That's the question. Many people in the Orthodox world are not super fond of what you would call the Orthodox Western Rite. And yet, the Orthodox Western Rite exists in the Orthodox world. I mean, there are saints who have participated in it and blessed it. And I'm sure that there are many saintly people that go to Western Rite Orthodox churches. So in some ways, whether we are particularly thrilled about that or not, that exists, right? And so I think that brings up a question. And it certainly implies that Orthodox are willing and in some way committed to trying to answer that very same question of how do we, you know, if it's possible, how do we coexist, right? How do we live together, right? On the other hand, I do know, you know, not only as myself as an Orthodox Christian, but other Orthodox Christians who've had contacts with Eastern Catholics, we would say that there's a challenge that exists because Eastern Catholics, while they see themselves as fully Orthodox, some of them use that terminology, and that's fine. But just to clarify, not every Eastern Catholic says that, and that's okay as well. But I think what they're trying to mean is that they have this rich liturgical tradition that they didn't abandon. Yeah. And I think that that's accurate. They really feel that way, and I've seen that in practice as well. But for Orthodox Christians, I think we pride ourselves in saying that we don't really lack anything, you know? And so for us, we kind of have what we need. And so I think that's part of answering that question too, is we have to talk more about that. If there's going to be, you know, a coming together of Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, I think we really have to be clear and answer that question honestly. Is it possible? You know, are we 100% who we are, both of us? And are those things compatible? I don't think that there's ever an instance when all hope is lost on that question. And I think we should hope for that. You know, how good it is for brothers to dwell in unity, right? Yeah. As the cornerstone. So of course we should pray for that. You know, I admit, I'm a bit more erratic when you stick me in the front of a camera. If we were on one-on-one, I'd be a little more tougher with you, Michael. But, you know, I'm one of those guys. I'm like the priest, there was a Russian priest at St. Tikhon's. This is probably going to get me in trouble. That's okay. I just won't say his name. There's a Russian priest at St. Tikhon's, and, you know, he was seen as being really tough. But the thing that gave him away was all the seminarians, of course, they have children, right? And he just made the greatest faces and the greatest child talk with them. And so you knew instantly, he's a softie. And that's me. When it comes down to it, you know, I love the tradition of the church, and I'm willing to die for the church. That's the pledge that you make as a priest. But I really do believe that a priest is the kind of person that should be willing to sacrifice himself for his flock. When I was ordained, Archbishop Benjamin of San Francisco was the bishop that ordained me, and he pulled me aside and he said, "Father, you see these people," and he was talking about the congregation, but he was talking about the people, the flock, anyways. You know, and he said, "If you don't love them, get out, get out." Mm-hmm. You know, and I think that it was such a great moment for me to hear my bishop tell me that, because you hear people say things like, "Well, I love that person, but I don't really like them," or "I like them, but I don't really love them." That's all nonsense. You either love someone or you don't. That's it. You either love them or you don't. You know, when you're doing mission work, you find that out really quickly. You know, you can fill the church with warm bodies, but people know if you care about them or not. And if you don't care about them, they can see that. Then they're not going to stay. You know, if we want to be a community, we have to be a community founded on the love of Christ. And that means we have to care about the people that are there, right? And honestly, how can we go out and evangelize and pretend to say, or how can we be so bold as to say that we love people if we don't even love our community in front of us? We can't give what we don't have, right? And again, to circle back to the question, I think we certainly do have to love one another. You know, I have a dear friend who's a priest in Louisiana, and I hope that one day he will, interview with you. And, I mean, I just love him. I love him so much. He's such a wonderful man, but he is such a sacrificial priest. I mean, he's really laid down his life and his priesthood already. And I know God has more trials for him, but he does it so joyfully, and he's just he's a wonderful pastor. And I've known him for, 15 or 16 years. And I think that despite the fact that I'm an Orthodox priest, and despite the fact that he's a Catholic priest, we have that not only mutual respect for one another, but a real Christian love that we share. And I think that's a true bond of friendship and the true bond of fellowship. And if we want to have any kind of meaningful communion, we certainly have to have a bond of friendship and a bond of love. And it has to be founded in Christ.
Well said. Well, what do you think about in terms of ecclesiology? Do you think that there are irreconcilable differences here, where one side will have to abandon its tradition in order for there to be reconciliation? Or do you think it's possible that both sides can be faithful to their tradition in ecclesiology and these are able to integrate?
That's a great question. Certainly it's a question that many theologians and clergy and bishops, councils have asked even. On the one hand, I have my personal take on things, On the other hand, I think there's a historical reality. I don't think that there's ever a moment where we can say there's just no hope. I think we should always maintain that hope, and we should work on that promise of hope, that hope will, produce love, and that love will produce an end. But in terms of ecclesiology, do Orthodox and Roman Catholics have a different ecclesiology? It certainly seems so now, functionally speaking. Theologically speaking, I've talked with some priests and who are Orthodox who have various opinions, talked with Catholic priests who have various opinions. I've talked I know Catholic priests who have become Orthodox. I know Orthodox priests who have become Catholic priests, and in many cases, this has to do with a view of ecclesiology. You certainly would have Catholics who say that the Orthodox are missing the papacy as Catholics understand it. And you certainly would have Orthodox that say, we're not missing anything. I think that here's my personal take, right? My personal take is I worked in customer service for a really long time, not just lattes and all that, but I worked as a cook. I worked in kitchens where you had to organize, you had to have a community of people, and you depended on those people. And there were, of course, conflicts. And then you had middle management, right? I envy middle management, those poor men and women. I do. I don't envy them, they have a tough job. And I'm not saying that our bishops are like middle management, but I would say this, that, functionally speaking, in the Orthodox world, the parish is paramount. And even when you have problems in the upper echelon with one bishop or another, the parish seems to function remarkably consistently, and the life seems to flourish. And so while we have a very strong ecclesiological identity that we have to be tied to a bishop, and the priest has to be tied to an altar, somehow over the centuries, it seems that our tradition is very strong, regardless if there's disputes going on at a higher level. And there's that cohesion in our liturgical and spiritual life that you can witness throughout the centuries, And I think that's an important thing to acknowledge, because for Orthodox, it's really important, Somebody might say, well, Father, did you hear the bishop's a heretic? Most people in the parish are going to be like, what's the bishop's name again? No, not to be rude, but I think our bishops should be in our parishes very regularly. But I say that, in a kind of a humorous way, but I say it in an honest way. We absolutely need the bishop, but our communities tied to the bishop flourish despite what's going on at a higher level, I think that in Catholicism, you have a similar scenario nowadays. Actually, I think you have a similar scenario where, especially in my anecdotal experience in America, is that the parishes that seem to flourish, that are Catholic, seem to flourish regardless of if their bishop is visiting regularly or not. You know, I don't think it's because anybody has a special sense of autonomy, but I do think it's because that, you know, when you organize people together and they have a common vision of what to do, and it's clear to them, I think they do it. They want to be faithful. And I think you see that happening in Orthodox parishes, and you see that happening in Catholic parishes. Back to the middle management thing, when I was in the customer service and I'm working in the kitchen, people worked well together. It didn't matter what middle management said or didn't say. If we wanted to work together, we did. But inevitably, somebody from the top would try and force middle management into some new system to solve all of the problems that were happening at a lower level. And you know what happened? Some of the problems got solved, some of them didn't. But also things that weren't a problem became a problem, right? And what I learned is a very important lesson, that this quest for a perfect system probably is always going to fail, because you're always going to have new problems you didn't anticipate. You might solve some ones that you wanted to, but you have new problems you didn't anticipate. You know, so back to your question, which I think is a really good one. I do think that, functionally speaking, how Orthodox and Catholics perceive their ecclesiology and how it plays out on a parish level is a little bit different. I don't think that it's impossibly divisive, and I don't think that somehow it's irreparable and we're doomed to never have communion again. I don't believe that. I do think, though, if I was going to kind of roll the dice on things, I don't think you're going to see Orthodox change anything. Well, the old joke, how many Orthodox does it take to change a light bulb? Change? That's the joke, right? I mean, I think there's importance to that. A long time ago, I was talking to he's a Eastern Catholic deacon now. Last time I checked, he might be ordained a priest, but I think he was a deacon. But I was talking to him, and he said that, well, I've come to see that Mount Athos is kind of like a magisterium for Orthodox Christians. And I've been thinking about his statement a lot lately. I think that he tapped onto something that's important, which is that in many ways, the tradition that comes out of Mount Athos, the monastic tradition, has been real backbone and a guide for Orthodoxy globally and spiritually. But I think that when it comes down to it, in all honesty, it's the tradition that Orthodox cling to the most, because we feel that the liturgical reality is the Christian life lived out. It's who we are. And many times I've given the homily where I said, well, you may be from Mississippi, you may be from the South, you may be this culture, you may be that culture. But at the end of the day, if you're an Orthodox Christian, your culture is Orthodox. And at first that puzzled people, but I've extrapolated it always a little bit to say, well, what is a culture? It's what you eat. It's the clothes you wear. It's the songs that you sing. It's the feast days that you keep. And you just go down the line and you realize in the Orthodox Church, you're told what to wear. Like, you're not going to show up in a bathing suit to church. I mean, look at priests. I mean, we're wearing, people often wonder what I am. They're like, are you a Muslim? No. Are you Orthodox? Are you Jewish? It's like, but so they, what you wear, what you eat, fasting, feasting. We have traditions around feasting as well. Certain foods are made throughout the year, and not just in ethnic parishes, or the quote unquote ethnic parishes, but all Orthodox parishes, no matter where you go. And I really think that, especially Orthodoxy in America, has come to really show this well, which is the thing that unites the people in the community is the church culture, not the culture around it, but the church culture. I do think that this is something that Roman Catholics understand as well. And I do think that that's there. I don't think that it's somehow missing or gone. But I do think that in some cases that Catholics maybe have struggled with that a little bit more because they've had to. Orthodox, we don't have to think about it because, even if you go, a lot of times we get a bad rap in the OCA because people will say, well, the OCA is they're not very Orthodox, or they're like Orthodox light or whatever. Well, they've never been to Father Alexis's missions. I can tell you that for sure. Nothing Orthodox light about our missions. But the point is that I don't have one particular culture. I feel like a cultural nomad, but I do identify as Orthodox Christian. That's my culture. My boys, boy, this has caused me a little bit of a grief amongst some of my fellow Orthodox. My stepmother's from Ukraine, and she's been in America for 15 years. But we've always, in my family, celebrated what my stepmother called Russian Christmas, which, it's just old calendar Christmas, right? We've always celebrated that. And in my house, we've always celebrated Holy Night Supper. I'm not Ukrainian. I'm not Russian. I'm not even Slavic. I guess if you go way back, I'm like Irish or German, but that's way, way, way back, right? We don't have any distinctive culture that I can say other than just kind of the American culture and I guess Southern culture. But, in our household, we celebrate Holy Night Supper. We celebrate, old calendar Christmas. These are things that my boys have grown up celebrating, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. Several years ago, I took my entire family. This is like 6 years ago. I took my entire family. At that time, there were 7 of us. Now there's 8 of us. I took my entire family to Ukraine for 2 weeks. I don't speak Russian. I don't speak Ukrainian. But we went with my stepmother. But even though my sons they don't speak Ukrainian. They don't know any Russian or anything. When we went to liturgy, they knew exactly what was going on. They even knew the hymns, even if they couldn't sing them in Slavonic, because it was their culture. It was their church, you see? And I think this is also something that Catholics understand well. A Catholic that's going to Mass in the United States, if he goes to Mass or she goes to Mass in Italy, it's the same Mass, So that I think that's a cohesion that Catholics understand, that Orthodox understand well. But I do think that there could be, maybe for Catholics, maybe a little bit more substantial growth in their culture and their expression of culture. It seems to me that what has happened is, in the effort to enculturate, right, which is a good effort, which should be done, right? The church should enculturate into a society. That's how it's been done traditionally, right? Like my stepmother said, the Ukrainian church is in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Ukrainian church is Ukraine, right? She's right. She's right. Nobody put that thought in her head. She just gets it, right? But I think that in an effort to enculturate in America, the challenge that many Catholics seem to have faced is that, the culture has been more definite for them than the culture of the church. And that wasn't always the case for Catholics. Forgive me, I couldn't say how to solve that issue, but I do think that Orthodox don't have to put as much effort into doing that, because it just comes natural. Because it's just, if you're Orthodox, that's what it is. That's what your life looks like. And I think that Catholics have to struggle a little bit more for that. Certainly in the time of, say, somebody like one of my favorite authors, Catholic authors, by the way, Flannery O'Connor, she's amazing. I think, certainly in her time, even when she was a little tiny town in Georgia, for her to be Catholic was really well defined in her kind of societal circle. And so there wasn't as much, I think, effort. In that sense, her experience of Catholicism and having defined herself as Catholic and her cultural identity as Catholic was a little less trying as the average Catholic has nowadays, right? And so I think that's maybe something to highlight. And I could totally be wrong. That's my impression anyways. I could be totally wrong about that.
Yeah, well, very helpful thoughts. And I want to also give you an opportunity here to also put in a plug for your missions or anything else that you want to make us aware of.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have a number of of missions that I serve. And so instead of giving everybody, email addresses of all of them and the names of them. I mean, I serve St. Catherine's in Columbus. I serve Holy Cross in Hattiesburg. I serve Christ the Savior in Macomb. But actually, I'm attached as a priest at Holy Resurrection in Clinton. But a couple of years back, I started a website, www.orthodoxmississippi.org, just one word, orthodoxmississippi.org. And I put on there all of the Orthodox churches and missions and communities all across the state of Mississippi. It's got, sermons from mitred Archpriest Paul Yerger, who's the priest in the senior priest in Holy Resurrection in Clinton. He's been a priest for 44 years. Amazing man, and a mentor of mine. So if anybody goes to that website, orthodoxmississippi.org, they can find all the information for all the missions. It leads them right to the websites for the missions, as well as things that we're doing in terms of mission work in Mississippi.
Well, perfect. I really appreciate you coming on and doing this, Father Alexis. We really appreciate your perspective. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it too, Michael. Anytime, I'm happy to do it. I can't say that I'm impressive, but I'm happy to talk, as you can tell.
I'd love to get you here in person.
I'm coming. I promise. It's not that far.
You're not far, so we need to do it.
Yeah, one-on-one. Yeah.
Well, once again, thank you so much, and viewers, thank y'all so much for watching. We'll see you later. God bless.
Glory to Jesus Christ. My name is Father Joseph Matlak, and I am very happy to be part of the team that's presenting this Reason and Theology conference entitled Catholic Orthodoxy, What Still Divides Us? Now, being that I am a student of theology, my inclination is perhaps to start thinking theologically and to speak theologically. But what I want to do in this talk is to focus more on bridging the gap between the theology, the theoretical, and the practical, if I might use contemporary speak. In doing so, I'm actually won't be reading a pre-recorded speech or a pre-written speech, although I could, but that might be a little bit boring for you. But what I want to do instead is to speak a little bit practically based on my experience. So the experience of someone who is a student of theology, but who also lives this on a practical level. And I live that on a practical level in a number of ways. In the first way, I am a Greek Catholic priest, so an Eastern Catholic priest. So that's an Eastern Christian in communion with the Church of Rome. So hopefully worshiping, praying in accordance with the Eastern, or more specifically, the Byzantine Christian tradition, also in union with the Church of Rome, with the Latin Church, which is the larger of the, numerically speaking, geographically even speaking, of the Catholic Christian churches in the world. So that means I'm at once Catholic and Eastern. And being an Eastern Christian, I have learned a great deal from Orthodoxy, that is from the mother Orthodox churches throughout my life, both theoretical, so in the books and in the talks that I've read and listened to over the years, from even before I entered seminary as a university student at King's College London, and then during seminary and afterwards, but also through speaking with people, real life Orthodox people, and in befriending them and in being invited to join them for various events. So experiencing this ecumenism on the ground. And also on the third level, if you will, I have the faculties, the permission, the possibility to celebrate the divine mysteries in the Latin Rite by permission of the Holy See. I have what's called in vernacular speak bi-ritual faculties. And part of that was out of necessity. So being in an area where our church, our diocese does not have a structure, I was able, thankfully, to provide sustenance for myself by ministering to a very large number and increasingly larger number of Latin Rite Catholics. But in doing so, I was able to immerse myself in that tradition, or I should say, re-immerse myself in that tradition, because despite being Greek Catholic or Eastern Catholic, growing up as a young boy, although my father was Greek Catholic in origin, my mother was Latin Catholic in origin, we lived in an area where there were no Eastern Catholic churches. And so as with, I would say, the vast majority of Eastern Catholic faithful, I grew up within the Latin Church. I know in some cases they grew up in other denominations or whatever the case may be. But in my case, seemingly in the majority of cases involving an inter-ritual marriage, a marriage between an Eastern Catholic and a Latin or Roman Catholic, I grew up in the Latin Church, not knowing my heritage and only discovering my heritage. I know perhaps many do not even discover their heritage, but through study and through learning, using online resources, as well as going to university and learning about something called Byzantium and the Byzantine church history, or Byzantine as we tend to pronounce it in England, learning that I was descended from that tradition, and then deciding to, as a Catholic who practiced his faith, to learn more about that tradition and eventually discerning God's call to follow that tradition. So I have those three experiences in my life, growing up as a Latin Catholic, discovering Eastern Christianity in and through both the Eastern Catholic and the Eastern Orthodox traditions of various different colors. And now as an ordained priest, and also as a student of theology, in looking at these things both from a theoretical and a practical perspective. And I find that this is important in terms of when we're looking at ecumenical theology. It is an attempt to bridge the theory with the lived practice, and I say that the lived experience. And so I very much value the experiences that I have been given. And so in presenting this talk, I'm inspired by really one document, or even two really, but back in 2005, Orthodox priest Father Thomas Hopko, who fell asleep in the Lord, actually very close to where I was living at the time, wrote an article entitled Roman Presidency and Christian Unity in Our Time. And I believe this article was presented at Georgetown University, but I read it at the time and was very interested by the ins and outs of the practical steps towards the unity between the Catholic and the Orthodox churches. As a student of theology at the Catholic University of America, where I did my licentiate in sacred theology, I was fortunate to have two professors who were involved in the Orthodox Catholic dialogue. Monsignor Paul McPartlin, who was in the on the International Orthodox Catholic Dialogue, and Father John Galvin, who was on the North American Orthodox Catholic Theological Consultation, and also down the road, Father Ron Roberson of the Paulist Fathers, who I believe was involved with the Oriental Orthodox dialogue. And so I was absolutely fascinated speaking with these Roman Catholic priests, Latin Catholic priests, and with others who perhaps were involved in the dialogue as well, who taught me in my enthusiasm at the time, thinking that many of these issues simply could be solved easily, that the situation is at times far more complicated than we would like to believe. At the same time, I did see very practical steps towards reunification in the meeting and in the dialogue, and in simply discovering, as I sometimes put it, that the other is not necessarily the devil, but that in getting to know the person and the tradition that the other one comes from, in learning about it, and in making these practical and concrete steps forward. Of course, the Holy Spirit is the one that's the spirit of unity that brings us together, but we also have to play our part. I'm often inspired by a quotation that is attributed to Mother Teresa of Calcutta, who I believe said, pray as though everything depended on God and work as though everything depended on you. And so with this in mind, I offer just a few thoughts on what I believe from an experiential point of view, what I believe are things that perhaps still divide us and that we could work on, not simply as theologians working in libraries and universities, but that each one of us could work on, whether bishop and priest, or even laity in the parishes. I'm inspired by one story that I have. I have parishioners who come from both intermarriages, and oftentimes you'll see that a Latin Catholic married with an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and so sometimes occasionally they tend to meet in the middle in the Eastern Catholic churches, if I might call ourselves a middle. Sometimes, that word might not be the best to use, or even references to the bridge. Well, someone once said, well, a bridge is often walked upon. And as Eastern Catholics, we sometimes feel like the redheaded stepchild in the middle. However, I've always been inspired to live that Eastern Christianity in full communion with Rome as best I can. And that means to be faithful to the vocation that I have received. The vocation that I've received to be an Eastern Christian, which has been reminded to me by Rome, by the Church of Rome, especially in its recent magisterial teaching, where the importance, the apostolicity, and the value of the Eastern Christian tradition has been reaffirmed. And the call has been given to us to be fully ourselves, to be who we are, and to be an example and a witness of what it should be like for Eastern Christians to be in communion with Rome. And so I bring this into my ministry, especially amongst Eastern Catholics. My ministry amongst Latin Catholics demands that I almost step outside of myself into their tradition, and which, again, it's been a wonderful discovery for me with regards to understanding that lung of the church, if I might use John Paul II's image from one of his letters. But here, I remember once when I was baptizing someone, the child of a former Eastern Orthodox Christian and a Latin Catholic, and this Eastern Orthodox Christian had invited many family and friends to the occasion. And of course, my parish then was filled with Orthodox Christians, some of whom jumped into the choir. And I was curious to ask, well, what was your impression of our parish? And two Orthodox Christians once opined at the time. So this is basically Orthodox, except you're just praying for the Pope. And at the time I thought, that's actually what we strive to be. We strive to be, as Eastern Catholics, a witness of what it should be like when and were reunion to happen, and of what that union would have been in the first millennium before the schism. The fact that, yes, you can recognize, there's a recognition of something that we as Eastern Catholics that we have that is perhaps surprising to Eastern Orthodox Christians who may have never experienced us before, but to look at us and to saying, well, these people are basically doing what we're doing. They have a few differences here or there. I mean, I understand the Pope and the issue of the papacy can be a major difference, but the way that phrase was expressed, so it's basically what we're doing, it's just you praying for the Pope. That was a wonderful thing. And I think instances like that are an example of how reunion is going to be won when old prejudices and difficulties are solved not merely at the university level with scholars like myself, but also on the ground level with real life, ordinary people who learn to pray with each other and whom the Spirit brings together in the unity of and the bond of love, and where we discover the presence of Christ in the ancient apostolic churches of the Christian East and West. I have 5 thoughts that I would like to provide, again, from a practical level. And what I've just said ties into the first one, which is theology. Now, I've just got done saying that reunification will not happen merely on a theoretical level. I admit that there are various theological issues, some of which are very serious, and I can name just a few. There are questions surrounding the mystery of the Most Holy Trinity, and related to that, the understanding of the procession of the Holy Spirit, or the Filioque, which the Latin Church prays, which some of the Eastern Catholic churches still pray, and which the Orthodox churches do not. That is in the Nicene Creed. There are different understandings of the theology of grace. So whether grace is, say, uncreated, palimism, or whether we can speak of a created grace, such as we see in the Latin scholasticism. There are, to a more minor extent, issues of Mariology. So can we speak about the Immaculate Conception and so on? There are notions of purgatory, and related to that, indulgences. So to what extent can we really go into detail about what happens to a soul after the person dies, and in terms of the intermediate stage between death and the fullness of glory in heaven. And indulgences, to what extent can we speak about applying the merits or taking from the treasure chest of the merits of Christ and applying that to ourselves and to the departed souls? And can we reduce their time in that journey that the Latins call purgatory, or that Eastern Christians might call something else? And then there are issues of soteriology. And of course, the classic notion is, why did Christ come into the world? Did he come into the world simply as a reaction to the fall, or was he going to come into the world anyway? And to what extent can we speak about Christ's death and resurrection, the Paschal mystery, as the payment of a price or ransom, or is it something else? Now, all of these things, admittedly, have 2,000 years almost of baggage behind them between the East and the West, and there is simply no way that I can address that adequately in this video. However, I will say that from this, the importance of solving that, and we'll leave that to the theoreticians, there is that importance of the reality on the ground, the practice, where some people are familiar with the ins and outs and the intricacies of philosophy and theology, but where the vast majority of people might not be and are simply trying to live a good life as they understand it and to follow their tradition. And as I mentioned before, the one place in which this definitely takes place that I've seen is in mixed marriages, where you do have the reality of Orthodox Christians marrying non-Orthodox Christians. And to follow the strictness of the canons, that Orthodox person would be in serious trouble for potentially leaving the church or even raising their children in another tradition. This issue has been dealt with by the Orthodox Catholic dialogue. However, I believe that this is an opportunity to get down to a grassroots movement towards unity, to really learn from each other, to understand what we share in common, to give mutual recognition to the ancient and apostolic tradition that is there in both the Eastern churches, speaking as a whole, and the Latin Church, to understand the common root that we have come from. And one of the things that I would like to speak of that I think that the Latin Church could perhaps benefit from the Eastern tradition is this veneration for and this respect for tradition, that what has been handed down to us. Occasionally I meet in amongst brother Latin theologians a very hard distinction between that which has been defined and that which has not been defined, which is basically up for grabs. Whereas I think that the tradition that has been given to us speaks more about the whole. It looks at what has been handed down to us in the apostolic tradition. So theology is evident not simply in what has been infallibly defined by the magisterium, say on the level of faith and morals, but that it is evident in other things too. So as an Eastern Christian, the veneration for the liturgical texts that have been written by the fathers and the saints throughout the ages that have more than 1,000 years old, and that in itself as a vehicle for theology, the sacred art, so icons and relics and churches and other beautiful things that are theology in color. Those things are not, if you will, infallibly defined by the magisterium. Nevertheless, they are moments of revelation, and through that, the tradition that has been handed down to us, it gives us a theology from which to learn. And I think that this is a gift that Eastern Christianity can give to the Latin Church. And the Latin Church, in turn, gives us, I would say, a very pastoral appreciation for the reality on the ground. The understanding that there are situations such as mixed marriages, intermarriages, children being raised in different traditions, Eastern Orthodox or Western Latin Catholic, how that reality on the ground can help us to be charitable in handing our tradition down and to be open and to be open-hearted towards the other. So to be really appreciative of what the other potentially has in store for me, to teach me. And since both the Latin and the Eastern churches trace themselves back to the apostles, so in apostolic succession, that there is at least a potential to learn from the other. Secondly, and linked to that, is the very notion of apostolicity. Now, again, since I got permission to serve in the context of the Latin Church, I have been able to encounter many people that I would say have not such a strong sense of apostolicity. And it could be for various reasons, but many Christians in the West, it seems, including Latin Catholics, have lost what I would call a basic approach and a basic attitude towards the apostolic tradition they have received. It's been very tempting in the large Latin structures in which I have served in my 6 years of serving among them, to rely on what a priest friend of mine calls salvation by programs. Salvation by programs, where a new program is invented supposedly and more effectively to preach the gospel to the world and to attract people, especially the young, and also fallen away and various other categories of people. I find that I have not really found a program that seems to work all that well. There are things that I have learned from programs, certain practical things. However, I find the formula is very simple, and the formula is holiness and sanctity. The saints are those who teach others, and the saints are those who live the very same message that has been given to us by our Lord and through the apostles. And the apostolicity, all of this has really been worked out a long time ago, and we're merely repeating the new things. That's why a lot of heresies are just repeated throughout the ages, boxed up in different colors, but given to us as repetitions of ancient heresies. In the same way, the apostolic faith is given to us in the same way. It may be boxed up in different colors and presented us in different ways, but the formula is the same: prayer and holiness and sacramental living, a communion with Christ in and through his holy mysteries. I think that one of the gifts that Eastern Christianity has to give to the West in the 21st century is a strong link with the patristic tradition. Now, I realize that Latin Catholics may be aware of the patristic tradition. This was often done at the end of the 20th century, early 21st century, by way of apologetics. So taking from church fathers lines to defend the faith. But rather than doing that, what I suggest that the East has to offer the Latin Church is an appreciation of the patristic tradition as a whole, a veneration for the fathers. And here's the next step: learning about the fathers, reading them, and applying what they have taught and putting that into practice. And I think that a lot of Western Christians that I encounter, they have a notion that the church has been around for, say, 2,000 years, but are they familiar with the history? And are they aware of the writings of the fathers and the saints throughout the ages? Or is this something that they feel really doesn't concern them? I find that the apostolic churches, and in my experience as an Eastern Christian, as also serving in a Latin Catholic context, there is so much that is patristic and apostolic that is presumed in that tradition. And I think to educate people in that patristic understanding and that apostolic vision and that apostolic approach would help to clarify so much of what we do. I'll provide one example that I find is very important, that is almost completely lost in the Latin West. And the example is fasting and feasting. Now, as Eastern Christians, lest we be careful to boast too much about it, but Eastern Christians on the whole, I would say, have preserved an older approach, a more patristic approach to fasting and feasting. Now, I'm not simply saying that because of the retention of these longer fasts, whether Byzantine tradition or traditions that have longer fasts like the Coptic tradition, but in the basic understanding that I believe has been lost in the Christian West. In fact, almost, I would say, completely lost in communities in which I've served, is the notion that before a major feast, you have a fast. Now, that is preserved in some sense in the Latin West in Lent, and to a lesser extent in Advent, merely as a preparation for the Nativity, for Christmas. But even during Lent, I've noticed that fasting is not taken necessarily very seriously. Fasting is also understood more as an individual thing. So I undertake a specific sacrifice to prepare myself for Easter. However, two things are lost there. I use the word preparation for Easter, but is that really at the forefront of the mind of those who make Lenten sacrifices? And secondly, I find that it is lost in the West is a notion of something that's done corporeally. Fasting is a corporeal and an ecclesial thing. Do I understand that I'm joining with the rest of the church? And unfortunately, in the abandonment of some of the corporeal fasts, like meat or dairy, for example, in the last 100+ years, has reduced fasting to an individual thing. Do I necessarily think that an individual approach to fasting is bad? Not at all. However, there is a concomitant loss of the ecclesial understanding of the fast as something that I do with others in order to prepare myself for a feast, to be able to link the feast with the fast and the fast with the feast. So this is something that I believe as Eastern Christians we can give to the Latin Church. Conversely, I think the Latin Church has a gift to give to us in that fasting, the strict monastic fasts might not be something that is to be applicable to other situations, such as marriages, families with small children. So is there a way of adapting and applying that? And I feel that the Latin Church, in being cognizant of that, of the possibility of the dispensation, as is the custom in Latin canonical talk, to teach us something about how we can do that for our marriages and families. Thirdly, and I think this is perhaps the most prominent, is in the liturgical life. I will defer to another talk which will go into more detail about the liturgical life, but I'll merely give a few points here. The difference between the Christian East and the Latin West that I have found most poignant is to be found in the parish life, so in the lived experience of the corporate worship of the people of God. Now, in the first place, I find that the celebration of the sacred liturgy in the Latin West is in peril, and it has been unfortunately suffering for quite a few decades already, since perhaps the 1960s, perhaps even before, with various experiments that were taking place. But that much was lost on the practical level in terms of helping the faithful to understand exactly what's going on in the sacred liturgy and exactly what they are doing. And a lot was therefore abandoned in the last half century or so, particularly after the Second Vatican Council. And I can give some examples of things that I've noticed. In the Christian East, when I celebrate, I face the liturgical East. When I was given permission to celebrate the what used to be called the ordinary form of the Roman Rite, all of a sudden I had to turn around and face the people. And that to me was one of the most jarring things. I very much felt like a performer, and it was something I still to this day have not really gotten used to, that to face the East, I'm leading the people in procession, facing the rising sun, worshiping the risen Christ, and I feel very much less a performer than someone who really is focused on his prayer, whereas the notion of sort of facing the people has been very, very difficult for me practically, and something that I think that the Latin West should recover to reorient itself towards the East, as the apostolic churches of both the East and the West did. Also, the sacred music. Many of the Latin communities, the Roman Catholic communities in which I served, have a noticeable lack of sacred chant, of sacred music. Instead, there is sometimes, especially amongst younger congregations, to rely on modern, more upbeat sounding music, which is very, very different from the ancient experience, the apostolic experience in both the Christian East and the West. Do I think that those popular tunes are completely useless on a grander scheme? Not at all. However, the big question is, do they belong in sacred worship? And I believe that in the Christian East, we do have the ability to help Latin Christians reorient themselves towards an older tradition that comes to us from the apostles, sort of the development of an older tradition in both the East and the West, and how that can help the people of God discover their identity as a priestly people, because really that's what we are. We are a priestly people, and laity are not spectators in the worship. They are full participants. They don't do what priests do, or deacons or bishops, but they do what they do precisely as lay people. And therefore, I think in order to understand that, we need to really preach the meaning of baptism. So baptism as something that is not merely entrance into Catholic school or for a tuition discount, but that is a priestly action and the chrismation of the newly baptized and the imparting of Holy Communion that we have as Eastern Christians helps to seal that and to confirm that. The division in the Latin West is something that's more accidental over time, but it should be understood as a whole. So the real priestly understanding of the sacraments of initiation is something that I think needs to be brought up again. Another thing that I think is extremely important is that the almost exclusive reliance on the Mass, the Eucharist, amongst Latin Christians is something that needs to be broadened. I often found that amongst Latin communities, we really have two things that we do. We do the Mass and we do private devotions and novenas and rosaries and litanies and adoration and benediction, all of which are in themselves good, but as the Second Vatican Council taught, should be understood in view of the liturgy. And I think that as Eastern Christians, we have this tradition that where those things are far more, oriented towards a liturgical experience, culminating in the Eucharist, but that the presence of things like Vespers and Matins, the hours in the parishes, which I understand the Second Vatican Council called for Latin Christians and Latin parishes to readopt, but which has been, in my opinion, a failure, something that has not really taken root, except perhaps in a few cases. And so to really recapture the notion of the public liturgy of the Church, that's not simply the Mass, it's not simply the priest facing me, performing and playing music that I like, and then I go home and live the rest of my week. And if I want to be religious, I perform these private devotions. But to have something that's far more organically linked. And I already mentioned, of course, the liturgical calendar and the link between fasting and feasting. So I think liturgically, Latin Christians really need to recapture the ancient apostolic experience of what the liturgy is. Now, I say this as someone who prays both the, as I mentioned, the ordinary form of the Roman Rite, and I celebrate the extraordinary form of the Roman Rite in service to the communities. And I think that both not simply can not simply learn from one another, but can learn from the Christian East. And the Christian East can learn from from the Latin West in understanding simply their own tradition better. Because, as I said as a priest once, there's been nothing more valuable to me in learning to love my priesthood again and the Eucharist again than in learning how to celebrate it in another rite. It was like a new experience for me. Fourthly, I think attention has to be paid to the governance of the Church. I find that, theologians will sometimes point out that the issue of the papacy is perhaps the sharpest issue dividing the East from the West. But I find that the current way of approaching the papacy from a local, a lay level, a popular level, has not been very helpful. To me, it seems like a form of ultramontanism. Now, the mass media, mass communications have a part to play in that. And of course, I can't help but think of my childhood and of the great John Paul II, who, I was born in 1985, so he was already the Pope, and he was the Pope right through until my first year of university. And I remember in my childhood that he was very present in my household through his messages, through the news. We learned to love the Pope, and we learned to listen to what he said because he was there. He was almost omnipresent, But I find, but then the issue with that is that there is a tendency to focus on the Pope alone and in everything and anything he has to say as though that were all infallible. And I find that it's easy to forget that the Catholic Church has always taught that not everything the Pope says is infallible. It is to be listened to with submission, with openness, but that there are distinctions and I find that even the traditional scholastic distinction between the theological notes, where something is de fide and something is just an opinio, this is something that can be lost in the era of mass communication, such that everything, say, that is said by the Holy Father is interpreted to be infallible when in fact it isn't, or when a lower level document is interpreted to be more authentic or more elevated than it actually is. That there are distinctions in the church, and the gift of theology is perhaps even in just reminding people of that the Holy Father is also a private theologian. He does have his opinions, and that there is an official teaching body, which is another role that he has, or an official role that he has. So he doesn't lose his status as a private theologian, but at the same time, he does have a role that is bigger than himself. And of course, especially in union with the bishops of the world and in the teaching of the magisterium. So I find that this tendency towards what I call popular ultramontanism is not something that helps. Now, on the one hand, we know we live in a time when there is much criticism. So the more that the words of the teachings of the church come out, there can be much criticism. And at the same time, this can lead people to despair or dismay that there seems to be more opposition to the church. On the other hand, opposition does help to refine things. And I find that this is a wonderful opportunity for the church to teach people, once again, exactly what the role of, say, the hierarchy is, what the authority of what they say is, how it should properly be interpreted, as an exercise in humility, because in doing so, it also helps us. So I'm reminded, as a student of theology, I have a private opinion. I submit that opinion to the teaching authority of the church, and I may very well be corrected. And that's how it's supposed to be, that I have someone above me. But at the same time, I know that my fathers, my shepherds, can look to me to provide advice, to provide recommendation. And it is at once an extraordinarily humbling and yet important task. The task that I have, for just to provide one example, is something that is important, is valuable, but that it is humbling. And I have to remember that I too am a man under authority, and that I have to submit to the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and through the Holy Spirit, the hierarchy of the church. And in the same way, the bishops of the church do the same. They are also led by the Holy Spirit, led by the tradition that they have received. As St. Paul, they're simply handing down what they have received, as opposed to inventing new doctrines or new things. And so they themselves are also humbled in their service. And I find that this is a positive thing that needs to be more properly given, whether or not that is being done in the contemporary debate on synodality and on the reform of the Curia. That's another question entirely. I'm not sure that we will ever get it absolutely perfectly, but I think we should be striving for it. And I think that the focus less on that popular ultramontanism and the focus on following what has been given to us as the church as a whole, yes, with respect to the different roles to which the Holy Spirit has called us, but to understand what has been given to us as a whole, as a treasure that we pass down to others. I think that is a very healthy movement and a very humbling movement as well. And finally, I want to speak about missiology. Now, the life of an Eastern Christian seems inextricably linked with politics, both ecclesiastical and secular. And I think here not simply of the ecclesiastical politics that I mentioned earlier, our communion with the Latin West, our debates with the Eastern Orthodox mother churches, but with the secular authorities. So as Eastern Christians, and many Latin Christians will point this out, Eastern Christians seem inextricably linked with national and ethnic peoples. And this seems to be a problem, because there is a popular notion amongst some, at least, that if you want to be, if you really want to follow your ethnic tradition, if you're Eastern Christian, then you belong to that Eastern church, whether Catholic or Orthodox, especially Catholic, I want to speak of here. But then if you want to be a serious Catholic, you join the Latin Church. Some people go and become Protestant, but to join the Latin Church, to be a serious Catholic who's not ethnic. And sometimes, again, this is involved in mixed marriages. We see this, where you have one who's an Eastern Catholic, one who's a Latin Catholic. Well, 99% of those marriages, where do they go? Well, because one is not ethnically belonging to an Eastern church, they both decide, well, we both speak English, or whatever language, let's go and join the Latin Church. And so the life of an Eastern Catholic often seems inextricably linked with an ethnic and a national consciousness. Whereas the Latin Church seems to be almost divorced from that. The Latin Church almost seems to be the default Catholic experience for everyone who simply wants to be, if you will, a normal citizen of the country in which they live. Whereas an Eastern Catholic Church might seem to be, that's what you do to be more ethnic, to be more nationalist. I first read the question of ethnophilatism came up in the late 19th century amongst the Orthodox Christians in 1872, a declaration of Constantinople against the Bulgarian Church, which sought to have a Bulgarian jurisdiction on the territory of the Patriarchate of Constantinople. And the Orthodox Church is pointing out that the Church of Christ is not an ethnic thing. It's not a national thing. It's a universal thing, which may have national traits depending on where they are in the world, but that the jurisdiction and the establishment of new churches and of spreading the church throughout the world should not come with that inextricable ethno-national identity in mind. And so when we look at words like diaspora, which are still used to this day amongst Eastern churches, both Catholic and Orthodox, the notion that there is a homeland, so the mother, the origin of that Eastern church, and everyone else is somehow the diaspora. Well, that may be the case, accidentally, if you will, amongst people who have left that homeland and have gone elsewhere. But there are people around the world who are attracted and who are members of those Eastern churches without having any ethnic or national connections. And this is an omnipresent question and issue amongst the Eastern churches, which must be resolved. And I think that this is where we as Eastern Christians can really learn from the Latin Church. As I often say, one does not have to be Italian to be a member of the Roman Catholic Church. One can be anything. At the same time, one can learn to appreciate the Romanitas of the Roman Catholic Church. In the same way, as an Eastern Christian, I happen to be, through my father's side, ethnically Ukrainian, although my father married a Portuguese woman from Madeira, and we grew up in England. The first language of the house was English and Portuguese through my mother's side of the family. I did not learn Ukrainian because my father was alone. I grew up in the local Latin church, and I got to know about my Eastern, my Kievan Christian heritage, and I decided to follow it in spite of my ethnic link. Of course, I appreciate where my father came from, and I love my history and my tradition. It doesn't define who I am in the same way that Christ defines who I am. I'm a member, first and foremost, of the body of Christ and of the kingdom of heaven, please God. So I understand that because of that, I want to share that tradition with the entire world. And that's why I've adopted Matthew 28:19 as my motto, to go throughout the whole world and baptize them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching everyone what he has commanded me, because the gospel is for everyone. As a Ukrainian man himself once told me, God is one, God is for everyone. And this is something that I really believe we can learn from the Latin Church, to have a missionary orientation. Now, I will say, I'll stop myself there, because we had that too in St. Cyril and Methodius. In fact, St. Cyril and Methodius could be described as having been more missionary at the time. But it turns out that we may have forgotten that in a solidification, an ossification of our identity. And admittedly, part of that involves attempts to wipe us out throughout the ages. And we see this Again, for example, in Ukraine, even in the 21st century. We also are aware, painfully, that our Orthodox brothers and sisters might see us in difficult light, and might understand that uniatism is not the way forward. However, in understanding that, what are we as Eastern Christians? What we can do, what we can offer in return, is an understanding that we are Eastern Christians, we belong to this tradition, and God willing, in a reunion between the East, the Christian East, and the Latin West, that the Mother Church of the East, to which we belong, and we would find that common ground, that unity, that common. We would adopt a common assembly. We would perform the synaxes together, and also simultaneously in union with the Latin Church, and God willing, help each other get to where our Lord wants us to be. So these are just a few meditations in the spirit of, as I said, my practical experience on the ground as both a student of theology, but as one who lives amongst all of these people. So I mentioned just those 5 points: theology, apostolicity, liturgy, governance, and missiology. And with humility and with prayer, I commend these to Almighty God and to the influence of the Holy Spirit. And may He use these meager words in whatever way He thinks best. And to my brother presenters, I would like to offer my prayers and my charity. And I'm very, very glad to be part of this illustrious group, which is working together, I believe, in charity and in prudence, to this longed for reunion between the two brothers, between Peter and Andrew, if you will, between the Greek East and the Latin West, between the two lungs that have been torn apart for far too long. May God bless you. Glory to Jesus Christ. Glory forever.
I am happy to join this conference virtually with this recording, and I'd like to today make a short presentation to discuss what still divides Orthodox and Catholic Christians and what could be done, if anything, to move towards the fulfillment of the Lord's Prayer, that ultimately all would be one. And so there are those who have no interest in any of this, and that probably is the main challenge. There are those who do not grieve at the acknowledgement that Christians are divided in such a tragic and obvious way. It reminds me of the letter of Patriarch Peter of Antioch to his colleague, Patriarch Michael Cerularius of Constantinople, right after the Great Schism was announced. So probably 1054, 1056 would be the years when Patriarch Peter writes to Patriarch Michael to bemoan, to truly express his sorrow and his anguish over the schism that took place, which turned out to be a great and perpetual schism. And this sense of loss, of doom that the Patriarch shares is worth pondering, because indeed, much has befallen the Christian world since that tragic schism took place, and to this very day. So the main obstacle, I would say, to the convergence and possible reunion between Orthodox and Catholic Christians is simply the desire to see this somehow take place. Maybe not in our lifetime, maybe in generations to come, if the Lord gives us time. Desire is linked to, of course, to love, and love comes from the experience of the Holy Spirit. Right? The Holy Spirit illumines us and brings about this love, which even is love for enemies, and sometimes Orthodox and Catholics have been enemies. And our spiritual condition really is critical to foster this desire through love and through listening, by hearing the Holy Spirit, to bring about this reunion between all the churches. And of course, it is a plural because the scriptures use the plural churches as well as a singular for one church. So number one would be this lack of desire and this lack of sense of loss, this lack of love ultimately, which I think comes from also a lack of fullness of the Holy Spirit that needs to be acquired and reacquired. The second issue, which I discuss in my book, Is a Broken Body, is that there has to be a common spiritual experience, a common sense of we're the same, we're living the same experience, to bring about unity. And in the final chapters of my book, I mentioned the need for liturgical convergence, the fact that the liturgical and spiritual life of Orthodox and Catholic Christians need to reconverge. That, in a sense, going to a divine liturgy, Orthodox or Eastern Rite, or going to a Western manifestation of the Eucharist, would basically be very similar. If it feels very different, then unity is going to be very difficult to achieve. Now, to have the same experience does not mean to have the same liturgy. We know that historically there were different forms, different types of vestments, different types of chant. And in many ways, I think it's possible for a Western Latin form the liturgy to convey the same general sense of awe and wonder, reverence and encounter that a well-served Eastern liturgy conveys. And I say well-served because I have been to parishes where the Divine Liturgy was kind of poorly served, and there was, I think, a poor, chaotic experience there. And I have seen even Novus Ordo celebrations that were very in a beautiful, building with beautiful vestments, with reverent music that were quite convergent with a well-served Divine Liturgy. But I think that the current divergence that we've seen between the Eastern Liturgy and then the post-Vatican II Novus Ordo has created a real problem, not just between Orthodox and Catholics, but within the Catholic family. And it would seem that some convergence, in fact, between the so-called Latin Mass and the current modern Mass would be helpful to Catholicism, but also helpful to bring more convergence and similarity of experience to Orthodox and Catholic Christians. And perhaps the Roman Catholic Church could use, the quote ecumenical argument to moderate, in fact, to restrain these excesses that we've seen in the Roman Catholic Church, and bring about a reformation of the Reformation that would really make the two liturgies of East and West a lot more spiritually and kind of ethically convergent. That's number two. Number three would be the need to acquire humility in what we think we know and in our assessment of our own condition. The current events in Ukraine in the Orthodox world have hopefully brought about some humility as to the condition that has been afflicting the Orthodox Church, now kind of disconnected and only partially functioning commune that we have, with the schism between, of course, Moscow and Constantinople, but also kind of more of a disagreement over ecclesiology and this really catastrophic situation that is really new, because this unity within Orthodoxy at this level and with this amount of bitterness is truly extraordinary, and it's going to require miraculous work from above and the saints' intercessions to be restored, even beyond this catastrophic war that we currently see unfold. So humility for the Orthodox, I think, would come from seeing that our ecclesiology is showing its limits and its defects in the current situation. And of course, what's happening with the papacy of Pope Francis, I think, has also brought our Catholic friends to some sense of humility, that the model that exists in the West also has limits and some serious concerns that we see at work these days. So both our systems are in some level of trouble, and this might be a chance to talk about it and to think about what would be a model that would be biblical and patristic, and maybe able to address the current crisis if possible. So those things are in the way, and I think it's important then to realize what really separates Orthodox and Catholic Christians, and what does not really, or what is much less critical, and to wrestle with the diversity that we find within our own communions. Often we talk about the liberal versus conservative or traditionalist divide, which creates kind of this spectrum that we see both within Catholicism, where you have very traditionalistic, kind of Latin Mass parishes and clergy and authorities and voices, and then you have on the opposite side, very progressive, theologically, liturgically, also recognized voices in the Catholic Church, and this spectrum is something that is challenging, I believe, Catholic and Orthodox Christians. We see the same spectrum to an extent within Orthodoxy, and this is something that we have to wrestle with. How to maintain this spectrum, but how to find what are actual the boundaries of the faith and what goes too far, and that is the challenge of our times. So there are some difficult issues. The Filioque comes to mind, although in the chapter that I wrote in my book, His Broken Body, I show that few people understand the issues, and that I think that this is something that could be worked out, that could be expressed in a way that would encapsulate, you might say, the spirit of Saint Maximus the Confessor. So that, I think, is workable. A concept of primacy in the universal body, I think, could be articulated. The question becomes then, what are the prerogatives of this primacy, and where does it come from? And I've argued that Sardica provides a very good model for this, because that was accepted East and West, and it was, you could say, a compromise or a meeting of the minds between East and West, where Rome could say it's a Petrine primacy, and where the East could say, yes, the bishops granted that. The bishops, being in the office of Peter, each of them granted these attributes, these prerogatives to the Bishop of Rome. So those are models that could function with a type of primacy functioning in the Western Patriarchate, sadly an abolished title, but a helpful title, where the Pope of Rome could have a more direct jurisdiction in the West, as certainly in the past, and there would be a very different kind of primacy at work in the East. And of course, if there is no such convergence, which is obviously a kind of a long-term project and vision, then we have two bodies that ultimately really don't help each other, don't communicate, and don't witness, and have minimal cooperation, and give this image of brokenness. And that certainly is not helpful in today's culture, where we need to project certainly the fullness of the beauty of the gospel and be examples of what that means. Then there are some challenges I mentioned in my book that are kind of difficult to resolve. Celibacy as a discipline is so entrenched in the Latin system that it's really hard to even talk about it. Those in the West who want to replace celibacy or ordain married men typically belong to a very progressive wing of the Catholic Church, and they may want to do so for all kinds of reasons. And so in the more traditional wing of the Catholic Church, there is a great attachment to celibacy, and this idea that it comes from from continence, even among married clergy, and that in fact it is an apostolic discipline, which I address in my book as well as a very delicate issue, and that we need to talk about, frankly. And I think that this is a more difficult aspect, though it's a discipline and not a dogma, since we do have married priests in the Eastern Catholic churches. It's actually quite difficult and sensitive. And so the path forward, I do believe, is first spiritual. It is for each parish, each diocese to evangelize within itself. I think to, first of all, bring about a higher level of spiritual life, of liturgical life, theological knowledge, of biblical desire and thirst. And I think once we build this, we have people in our parishes who truly want to love, serve the Lord, who really want to have this witness in the city as to the Lord's presence in the Eucharist, and to start acknowledging then other Christians and encountering them, to have an encounter in truth and love, and to be able to listen and to witness and to know the boundaries. But I think just to have much more zealous, active, educated parishioners would be critical as a path forward. And then we have to, including in the Orthodox world, continue to discuss, explore ecclesiology. What is the nature of the church? Why is there one church, but also scripturally many churches? I've argued that this is really the core issue in my book, His Broken Body, that if we recover this ecclesiology, which I called holographic, Eucharistic, then we are able to restore a sense of the church as a local entity with the bishop, but also larger structures that would make sense and be properly organized as patriarchates, and then to look at the worldwide body of Christians, of this common union of churches, as Eusebius called it, and to reflect on that universal primacy that existed for 1,000 years, and that is something that could be part of this model of ecclesiology. And the famous or infamous Ravenna agreements, I think, were very helpful in this regard. They really conveyed the ecclesiology of Metropolitan John Zizioulas. In that sense, he was criticized because he brought forward this model, which he was a big part of, I think, reintroducing in Orthodoxy with this work, which I try to build upon in my book, His Broken Body, and which was to an extent well received in the Catholic world. And this model needs to continue its journey and be known and be discussed and be argued for or against. But I think it is a model that has hope, because by affirming that the 1054 schism did not create two churches, right? Or rather create one church that's right and then one that's no longer a church, but rather that the Great Schism was a break within the common union, in which the churches that were in the orbit of East and West, of Rome and New Rome, that these churches were still churches, and that these churches / dioceses were always, to an extent, have human defects. There's defects in the clergy and the preaching, but the Lord has always by the Spirit kind of made whole and covered what these defects may have been. So we wouldn't have to say there were no defects introduced in the West, or maybe in the East as well, as we see them work out today, but that if these are still churches, albeit with some level of defect, and that the Lord has continued to give himself in the Eucharist and to unite his people to himself in baptism, in the sacraments, then that these churches still produced, saints, the Lord giving his grace. Where sin abounds, his grace has come to his people in abundance. And I think this approach is much more, I think it's more true biblically and patristically, but also it allows us to not cover over what went wrong, in these centuries, 11th century and beyond, and the Crusades and all those things, but also to affirm that there are still saints there at work, that God is still saving his people, even through these difficult times. And that is true, I believe, today. And so this dialogue in truth and love is important. I think that perhaps the state of the world today, the state of the churches today, the state of Orthodoxy and Catholicism today is going to make us receive this abundant grace in a new way, and through dialogue and through, I think, good scholarship and through good liturgics, the desire to grow spiritually, to be more evangelized, to be more converted, that this will be a path forward for the Church of Christ. So may the Holy Spirit come upon us, especially in this coming Pentecost for us Orthodox. Just came about last week for Catholic churches. So let us call upon the Holy Spirit to illumine us and to accomplish his holy will. Amen.
Glory to Jesus Christ, glory forever. My brothers and sisters in Christ, my name is Father Daniel Dozier, and I'm honored to be able to address all of you today on this extremely important topic of Catholicism and Orthodoxy, what still divides us. As Byzantine or Greco-Catholics, the questions of Orthodox Catholic unity are familiar ones to us in the best sense. They pertain to the tragic divisions within a ritual family of churches that still persist after many centuries. For those of us in the East who are in the communion of the Catholic Church, we are keenly aware and greatly pained by these divisions, since we do not look to Rome as our mother church, but rather to the Orthodox churches in various territories, with whom we share a familial and fraternal heritage of faith, worship, and life. In many respects, the Orthodox and Catholic faithful of today are all like the suffering siblings of a many centuries-long great divorce between the Catholic and Orthodox churches, and we each carry within ourselves the memory and the hope of a restored familial and ecclesial unity that, as many have observed, clearly needs to be the work of Christ and the Holy Spirit along a path of faith, repentance, and fraternal charity. To borrow an image from St. Irenaeus of Lyon, which also was cited by the late great Melkite Archbishop Joseph Raya in his book The Face of God, the Church of the Nations, willed by the Heavenly Father, is to be a church of churches, appearing like a mosaic icon, where each piece, having its own unique shape, color, and even at times material, while being beautiful on its own, fulfills its most authentic vocation when it is brought together with the other pieces to reveal the face of Christ to the world. No piece is more important or more beautiful than the other, but all are meant to be one in the Lord. I have often observed that we today have inherited a sad and tragic history of division that we did not ourselves create, which impedes our ability as churches to reflect the face of Christ fully to a divided world. And so what remains before us is the task of working together towards a future that Christ wills, that they may be one, ut unum sint, which was also the title of the bold and beloved encyclical of Pope St. John Paul II, published on May 25, 1995, highlighting the Catholic Church's continuing commitment to Christian unity made and expressed especially by the Second Vatican Council. Towards the beginning of this encyclical, in his section on the need for renewal and conversion, the Holy Father makes the following observation, which I quote here at length. Quote, "The Council calls for personal conversion as well as communal conversion. The desire of every Christian community for unity goes hand in hand with its fidelity to the gospel. In the case of individuals who live their Christian vocation, the Council speaks of our interior conversion, of a renewal of mind. Each one, therefore, ought to be more radically converted to the gospel, and without ever losing sight of God's plan, change his or her way of looking at things. Thanks to ecumenism, our contemplation of the mighty works of God has been enriched by new horizons, for which the triune God calls us to give thanks. The knowledge that the Spirit is at work in other Christian communities, the discovery of examples of holiness, the experience of the immense riches present in the communion of saints, and contact with unexpected dimensions of Christian commitment. In a corresponding way, there is an increased sense of the need for repentance, an awareness of certain exclusions which seriously harm fraternal charity, of certain refusals to forgive, of a certain pride, of an unevangelical insistence on condemning the other side, of a disdain born of an unhealthy presumption. Thus, the entire life of Christians is marked by a concern for ecumenism, and they are called to let themselves be shaped, as it were, by that concern." And then he concludes, "In the teaching of the Second Vatican Council, there is a clear connection between renewal, conversion, and reform. The Council states that Christ summons the Church, as she goes on her pilgrim way, to that continual reformation of which she always has the need, insofar as she is an institution of human beings here on earth. Therefore, if the influence of events or of the times has led to deficiencies, these should be appropriately rectified at the proper moment. No Christian community can exempt itself from this call." Finally, again citing the Council Fathers of Vatican II, he continues in the following two sentences. "By engaging in frank dialogue, communities help one another to look at themselves together in the light of the apostolic tradition. This leads them to ask themselves whether they truly express in an adequate way all that the Holy Spirit has transmitted through the apostles, end quote. This call for engagement in frank dialogue, highlighting the intimate connection between renewal, conversion, reform according to the gospel, and ecumenism, as well as the need for communities to help one another to look at themselves together in the light of the apostolic tradition, is an important one, and in many respects forms the backdrop of my remarks today. The title of my talk is Guardians of the Tradition, the Ecumenical Dimensions of Eucharistic Celebration. Now, I have taken my talk from the motu proprio issued in July of 2021, entitled Traditionis Custodes, Guardians of the Tradition. The subtitle of this letter is On the Use of the Roman Liturgy Prior to the Reform of 1970. In the opening paragraph of the letter, which begins with the name of the letter, Pope Francis says the following, quote, Guardians of the tradition, the bishops in communion with the Bishop of Rome constitute the visible principle and foundation of the unity of their particular churches. Under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, through the proclamation of the gospel, and by means of the celebration of the Eucharist, they govern the particular churches entrusted to them, end quote. Here the Holy Father cites two beautiful passages, again from Vatican II, pertaining to the ministry of the bishops. And I'll just cite one of those here, Lumen Gentium, paragraph 21. Quote, In the bishops, therefore, for whom priests are assistants, our Lord Jesus Christ, the Supreme High Priest, is present in the midst of those who believe. For sitting at the right hand of God the Father, he is not absent from the gathering of his high priests, but above all, through their excellent service, he is preaching the word of God to all nations, and constantly administering the sacraments of faith to those who believe, by their paternal functioning. He incorporates new members in his body by a heavenly regeneration, and finally, by their wisdom and prudence, he directs and guides the people of the New Testament in their pilgrimage toward eternal happiness. These pastors, chosen to shepherd the Lord's flock of the elect, are servants of Christ and stewards of the mysteries of God, to whom has been assigned the bearing of witness to the gospel of the grace of God and the ministration of the Spirit and of justice in glory, end quote. We note here the concern of both the present Pope of Rome and the Council Fathers of the Second Vatican Council to highlight the critically important role of Catholic bishops, both Eastern and Western, and their assisting priests, and one would not, of course, want to forget deacons, to make present in the assembly of the Church the high priestly ministry of Jesus Christ, ascended and reigning at the right hand of God the Father, especially through their preaching, the celebration of the sacred mysteries, and governance. It is in this way, through the apostolic witness as seen in Acts chapter 2, verse 42, after the descent of the Holy Spirit at Pentecost, that they faithfully, and in the power of that same Holy Spirit poured out upon the Church, make manifest Christ's shepherding and service to the Church. On this point, of course, both Orthodox and Catholics would be united in full agreement. The Council Fathers of Vatican II, in the writing of Lumen Gentium, the dogmatic constitution on the Church, the light of the nations, have drawn on the collective biblical, patristic, liturgical, and magisterial teachings shared in our common patrimony of East and West. Bishops, assisted by their priests, are the guardians of this apostolic witness of the gospel faith, worship, and faithful shepherding, most especially, as Pope Francis says, in the celebration of the Eucharist. It is for this reason that the present Holy Father says in Article 2 of Traditionis Custodes, quote, It belongs to the diocesan bishop as moderator, promoter, and guardian of the whole liturgical life of the particular church entrusted to him, to regulate the liturgical celebrations of his diocese, end quote. In other words, it falls to the bishops of each local church to regulate the liturgical celebrations of his local church, inclusive of the celebrations of assisting priests. Now, I should note that the purpose of this particular document, Traditionis Custodes, Guardians of the Tradition, which is rather short and to the point, is to largely reverse the earlier decisions of Pope Francis's predecessor, Pope Benedict XVI, who in 2007 wrote his motu proprio Summorum Pontificum, encouraging the widespread use of the 1962 Roman Missal in addition to the 1970 Roman Missal, which he labeled respectively the extraordinary and ordinary forms of the Roman Mass. And let me only say here that I do not intend in my talk to weigh in on the matter of the Roman Missal. This is far beyond both my area of interest and expertise, or even concern. Why in the world should a Byzantine Catholic priest have an opinion on such matters as to which Roman Missal is used in the Latin Catholic Church? It's really beyond the scope of my talk. What I find particularly interesting and noteworthy, however, and I believe to be of keen ecumenical interest regarding Traditionis Custodes, is not only the critical focus on the role of the bishops in regulating the liturgical celebrations in their local churches, which again is a point of shared agreement on the role of bishops and their assisting priests, but also the following point the current Holy Father makes in the accompanying letter which he wrote to his brother bishops introducing the motu proprio, quote, "I am saddened by abuses in the celebration of the liturgy on all sides. In common with Benedict XVI, I deplore the fact that, quote, in many places the prescriptions of the new Missal are not observed in celebration, but indeed come to be interpreted as an authorization for or even a requirement of creativity, which leads to almost unbearable distortions," end quote. Calling to mind Pope St. John Paul II's call to engage in frank dialogue and to help one another to look at themselves together in the light of apostolic tradition, I believe that if we are to consider the theme of this conference, Catholicism and Orthodoxy, what still divides us, that the current state of the celebration of the Eucharistic liturgy in many of the Western or Latin Catholic churches, and the abuses and distortions which are all too often not only tolerated, but encouraged or even taught, is a point of great ecumenical concern, not only for the Orthodox not in communion with Rome, but for those of us of Orthodox patrimony in communion with Rome. And I would contend and hope that this becomes a topic of discussion in a future international or national dialogue between our churches. Now, why do I say this? Why is the manner of the celebration of the Eucharist in a particular ritual church in the communion of the Catholic Church a matter for ecumenical interest? I would argue that it is within the arena of ecumenical concern, especially as it relates to division and unity, for three primary reasons. First, the Catholic Church claims to be the church that is the light to the nations, the lumen gentium, and this assumes that it reflects as best as it can the integrity of the gospel and the apostolic tradition expressed in its biblical, patristic, liturgical, and magisterial roots in the common life of all the churches which make up our communion. The Catholic Church, as a church of churches, is a mosaic of some 23 Eastern and 1 Western churches. And the Western Church is not only the largest of the pieces of this mosaic with some 1.4 billion members as compared to the paltry various Eastern churches which make up 18 million members, but it is also led by the Pope of Rome, who is, it is believed, not only has pastoral responsibility for his own self-governing church, the Latin Church, but also in union with all bishops exercises the fullness of Petrine primacy vis-a-vis all the churches in communion with him. Therefore, it is a matter of significance when the largest of the churches in our communion, whose leading hierarch is ostensibly the servant of unity as a matter of dominical vocation, presides over an enormous body, many of whose celebrations of the Eucharistic liturgy do not reflect the beauty, integrity, and Catholic fullness that it is meant to reflect as part of its place within the Catholic Church. In other words, how can the mosaic of the Catholic Church, Eastern and Western, fulfill its vocation to reflect faithfully the face of Christ to the world when its largest and most prominent member suffers frequently from such public distortions of its own liturgical patrimony? Now again, I'm not here to weigh in on the matter of which Roman Missal should be used, the 1962 or the 1970. I am simply referring to what the current Holy Father, Pope Francis, says while citing the prior Holy Father regarding the celebration of the liturgy in many places, in other words, not just limited to a few places, and its periodic abuses and distortions which do not accord with the prescriptions of the new Missal. Pope Francis makes note of the sadness that he suffers at these abuses and distortions, and I believe that we in the Eastern Catholic churches and Orthodox churches should also share this fraternal concern of the Holy Father and hope for a restoration and healing on these issues within the Latin Church, which in turn also wounds those churches in solidarity with it when it does not follow its own liturgical tradition. As the Apostle Paul says in 1 Corinthians 12:26, quote, "If one member suffers, all suffer together, and if one member is honored, all rejoice together." Secondly, over many decades, the various Orthodox and Catholic theological dialogues have addressed issues pertaining to theological language, and this has been featured very prominently. For instance, the use of the term filioque, or the many Christological issues and debates between the Chalcedonian and Oriental Orthodox focus on the use of particular theological language as a matter of real concern and a source of division between the churches. These were theological matters, often rooted in cultural, linguistic, and philosophical differences, which provoked in history divisions. And in so many respects, they were so difficult they contributed towards ecclesiastical ruptures and schisms. Although today great progress has been made through engagement in that frank dialogue supported by Pope St. John Paul II, some issues still remain, and full communion has not been restored. It is my contention that when looking at the matters of liturgical abuses and distortions, which are rarely if ever addressed when they occur by the Latin bishops, we are also dealing here with a significant issue of theological language and the hermeneutics of apostolic faith and tradition. In other words, it's not simply a matter of a lack of conformity with particular liturgical laws that is the concern here, but rather how well or how faithfully an apostolic church is communicating its own unique apostolic witness through its liturgical celebration. Here we should be reminded of the teaching of the Catechism of the Catholic Church in an important section on sacramental celebrations, paragraphs 1145 to 1162. Here it has this to say in paragraph 1145, quote, "A sacramental celebration is woven from signs and symbols. In keeping with the divine pedagogy of salvation, their meaning is rooted in the work of creation and in human culture, specified by the events of the Old Covenant and fully revealed in the person and work of Christ," end quote. In paragraph 1155, it says, quote, "The liturgical word and action are inseparable, both insofar as they are signs and instruction and insofar as they accomplish what they signify. When the Holy Spirit awakens faith, he not only gives an understanding of the Word of God, but through the sacraments also makes present the wonders of God which it proclaims. The Spirit makes present and communicates the Father's work fulfilled by the beloved Son," end quote. And then finally in paragraph 1158, quote, "The harmony of signs, song, music, words, and actions is all the more expressive and fruitful when expressed in the cultural richness of the people of God who celebrate," end quote. Here I would note that the theological concerns then of the Eucharistic liturgy are not simply over creedal matters or texts, but rather, as we see noted in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, in the many signs and symbols of the celebration which form their own liturgical language, and that this language of sign and symbol should exist in harmony with the mystery of Christ that is being revealed and celebrated in the liturgy. This view, then, is certainly in accord with the ancient tenet of liturgical theology, lex orandi, lex credendi. The law or rule of prayer is the law or rule of belief. Once we recognize that the rule of prayer or worship is more than simply textual, but encompasses all of the signs and symbols of celebration, such as music, iconography, architecture, vessels, furnishings, vestments, incense, the elements of bread, wine, water, and oil, the rubrics, and so forth, all celebrated in harmony with each other and with the sacred mystery of the Holy Trinity and Jesus Christ, we have to ask, for those, and with regard to those abuses and distortions, what exactly is being asserted theologically and hermeneutically in those particular celebrations? It is far beyond the scope of my presentation, as I mentioned, to consider the myriad of abuses which have taken place both prior to and following the promulgation of the new Roman Missal some 50 years ago. And I say that both because it is an exercise that is hardly edifying, and it is so ubiquitous that it would take me far beyond my allotted time, and also because a simple Google search by anyone with an internet connection can see these manifest issues. That being said, I believe that the underlying theological issues in the Western liturgy, when it is celebrated and abused, are primarily, but not exclusively, Christological. In his article, Eastern Presuppositions and Western Liturgical Reform, the late great liturgist Archimandrite Robert Taft, S.J., while comparing the liturgies of the Byzantine East to that of the Latin West, observes that the Byzantine East has been far more successful in retaining a balance between a high and a low Christology, and that this permeates its liturgical praxis. Jesus Christ is both Pantocrator, the Lord Almighty, ascended and reigning over the cosmos at the right hand of the Father, as well as Philanthropos, the lover of mankind, the Lamb of God, and the Good Shepherd. It also focuses on the whole Paschal mystery, the cross, the tomb, the resurrection on the third day, the ascension into heaven, the sitting at the right hand, and the second coming in glory, as is said in the anaphora of the Byzantine Divine Liturgy. Taft observes, quote, "Though there is nothing here to which the Latin Christian would not subscribe, I do not think contemporary Western Christological piety is as successful in holding these realities together in dynamic tension. The West tends towards a Christological schizophrenia, a sort of post-mortem Nestorianism. Its piety ricochets from an excessive familiarity to an excessive neo-Chalcedonianism, from Christology from above to Christology from below. This is just a roundabout way of saying that Western piety tends to be historicizing, and its familiarity with the human Jesus leaves the God-man receding back into the divinity," end quote. This lack of balance and tension feeds into extremes, which can be identified in many contemporary Western liturgical celebrations as it relates to the Holy Eucharist. Much of the horizontalization and lack of transcendence which occurs in nearly every diocese, but certainly not every single parish, expresses an almost exclusively low Christological orientation, emphasizing the humanity of Christ at times, even to the detriment of his divinity. For instance, we have the priest, instead of facing the Lord and the East, as what the East believes to be apostolic tradition as taught by St. Basil the Great, instead he faces the people. The people are gathered around the Lord's table, and the focus is on the here and now. The manner of celebration seems to volley between a familiar and a theatrical feel. The Church uses contemporary music and instrumentation with melodies and texts composed over the last 20 years. All prayers are recited, simple and not repeated. Intercessions, when given, vary week to week and are generally composed by the laity and offered by the laity as opposed to the deacon. The iconography is rare, and most of the time, when it exists in non-traditional parishes, it's not reflective of traditional forms, but could be better categorized as a form of naturalistic religious art, that is, Christian, but not necessarily liturgical art. The contemporary architecture is oftentimes soft and round and open and rather egalitarian. The laity move up and around the altar at various moments. Incense is rarely, if ever, used at all. Priests, deacons, and some laity change the words of various liturgical prayers. The vestments are generally plain, as are the sacred vessels, which are sometimes made of clay pottery or glass. And even the laity come forward to distribute Holy Communion to the congregation. These are just a few examples of the impact of this low Christological orientation in the liturgy, this non-transcendent or horizontal approach to the liturgy. And it is also frequently reflected in Bible studies, parish homiletics, and creedal and sacramental catechesis. It is also in this liturgical milieu that the temptation towards abuses and novelty seem to take over, with the ascendancy of the personality of the priest taking center stage. Not heeding the wise counsel of St. John Chrysostom that Christ appears when the priest disappears, such novelties seem to have the opposite effect, that Christ recedes, that he seems to disappear into the background when the priest appears. A recent example of this, although extreme, is noteworthy. A Latin Catholic priest in Illinois, for instance, concluded the Mass by blessing the congregation with a guitar while praying the prayer, quote, "Loving God, rock with us as we roll with you. Affirm us so that we may affirm others. Sing your song in us that we may sing it with others," end quote. Now, to be fair, this is just one of the extreme examples, and it is behavior that is not at all a common occurrence among Latin Catholic priests, most especially not at all among faithful Latin Catholic priests. But it is illustrative of a problem, and we've seen myriads of examples of problems like this, that is affecting the faith of the faithful, most especially since the access to videos of these kinds of liturgies are available. Not surprisingly, over 50 years of this prevailing approach in many Western churches has in fact led to a decline for some Latin Catholics, personally in the pews as well as unfortunately in the pulpits, regarding faith in Jesus Christ as fully God, also in Eucharistic faith on the part of Latin Catholics. The USCCB began a 3-year initiative towards a Eucharistic revival, partly in response to a 2019 poll that indicated that less than 1/3 of Catholics, Roman Catholics, hold to the Eucharistic doctrine that the bread and the wine become changed in the celebration of the Mass into the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Jesus Christ. Now, why this change in beliefs, then, of so many Latin Catholics, clergy, and faithful? I would contend that unlike the Eastern liturgies, which did not go through such a process of horizontalization, and in fact retained many of the traditional signs and symbols of celebration, that this had the effect of guarding the apostolic tradition, guarding the tradition of apostolic faith in the Holy Trinity in Jesus Christ and the Church. Unfortunately, many Latin churches underwent such a process of horizontalization and instead decided to forego the traditional signs and symbols of celebration. When these signs and symbols of celebration are relativized, faith or theological orthodoxy becomes relativized as well. And it's important to note that the popes since Pius XII, until now, have all warned Latin Catholic clergy and faithful to follow the wisdom and guidance of the Church and its teachings through the signs and symbols of celebration. It's also important to note that there exists a repository of tradition within the Latin Church that has largely preserved these elements outside of the celebration of the Mass. And here I am referring to the Eucharistic chapels, where exposition and adoration of the Blessed Sacrament occurs. Now, as an Eastern Christian, I am not especially fond of the practice of exposition of the Holy Eucharist. For us, the Eucharist is spiritual food for the mouth. The icons are spiritual food for the eyes. The gospel is spiritual food for the ears. But at the same time, these chapels and services have kept all of the elements of faithful and traditional celebration surrounding the Holy Eucharist, but outside of the Eucharistic liturgy. Here in these chapels, you see, for instance, worship ad orientem, that is, to the east, liturgical chant, even the use of Latin and English, the use of incense, beautiful vestments and vessels, sacred iconography and architecture, and a focus on prayerful adoration. It's well known that those who regularly come to these chapels and services have their faith both in Christ and the Eucharist fed and sustained. The question then becomes, if these chapels and associated liturgical practices help Catholics to sustain their faith in the Word made flesh, made bread, our Lord Jesus Christ, why not restore all of these practices which originated in the Mass to begin with, to the Mass itself? If the Latin West wishes to create a Eucharistic revival, which it needs to, if it desires a more properly evangelical and orthodox faith among its faithful, why not utilize those traditional practices which sustain a full Christological and Eucharistic faith? In other words, why not restore a proper adoration to the Mass? Finally, in building upon these first 2 points, I believe that the almost wholesale rejection of the traditional signs and symbols of celebration which occurs from time to time in the Latin West means that the West and the East risk no longer having a common theological liturgical language of celebration. These elements preserve, teach, and aid in the participation of the clergy and the faithful in the royal high priesthood of Christ, his Eucharistic mystery, and a balanced Christological synthesis of both high Christology, emphasizing the divinity of Christ, and low Christology, emphasizing his humanity. They are, in fact, a reflection of a common patrimony of Orthodoxy and Catholicism, but both Eastern and Western, and it has only been in the past 50 years that the Latin West has undergone a profound shift away from this common language of celebration. The reason for this is well documented. While the Council Fathers of Vatican II sought a more faithful renewal of liturgical worship in the Latin Church, according to the sources of tradition, it also sought a more ecumenical orientation, inclusive of both Orthodoxy in the East and Protestantism in the West. Following the Council, however, the implementation of the reforms and renewal efforts took a decidedly and almost exclusive Protestant emphasis in their approach. And in many respects, we see the trajectory of this approach playing out today. What is needed, therefore, is a proper reorientation of the Occidental West, not to adopt Eastern practices per se, but to restore those liturgical practices, both common universal signs, those common universal signs of celebration, which are held in common with East and West, both Catholic and Orthodox, to the celebration of the Eucharist. In fact, the Latin West has within its own repository of sacred tradition the means of expressing the beauty and glory of its own patrimony. Some of these common universal practices include restoration of the public celebration of the divine office in parishes, the use of sacred liturgical iconography, the use of incense in every celebration of the Eucharist, the restoration of sacred chant, in the Western tradition, especially Gregorian chant and polyphony, the restoration of the sung Eucharistic liturgy, especially the sung canon, the use of the proper liturgical texts, so in the Roman Missal, inclusive of antiphons for the entrance, intercessions, offertory, and communion, for instance, beautiful sacred vestments and vessels, Holy Communion provided through intinction, and ad orientem worship. If we think about every Christian church as a liturgical mountain, it's about ascending the liturgical mountain of God together. We're all journeying together as we ascend to encounter the Lord and to receive his sacred body and blood and his Holy Spirit through the sacred mysteries. And so all of us facing together in that worship, facing the Lord together, is the traditional form of Christian worship. And as I mentioned earlier, it's mentioned by St. Basil the Great in his work on the Holy Spirit as a teaching of the apostles, an unwritten teaching of the apostles. I think also St. John of Damascus mentions it as well. So to reject or even ardently oppose these universal practices, and let's just say that at times certain bishops have been rather punitive with priests who have attempted to restore them. It is in fact to take a sectarian posture which distances the Latin Catholic Church away from our Orthodox brothers and sisters, and even away from those Eastern churches in communion with the Catholic Church. And so it is finally for these three reasons that I am appealing, first, to our Orthodox brothers and sisters and those involved in the official dialogues to make this matter of a common language of celebration a priority in the discussions between Catholics and Orthodox. And secondly, I appeal to our spiritual fathers in the Latin Catholic bishops to fulfill their commission reiterated by Pope Francis to be guardians of the tradition of apostolic witness expressed through worship and working with your assisting priests to not only remove all the abuses and distortions, but to teach and restore the universal principles of Orthodox Catholic worship to all of your parishes. And so in conclusion, we ask for the grace of the Most Holy Spirit to guide us in wisdom, in truth, and in charity as we entrust ourselves to the Lord Jesus Christ and through him to our Holy Heavenly Father. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Glory to Jesus Christ. Glory forever.